The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finances meeting of August 11th, 2023 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carillon.
Present.
Senator Carillon present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Noville E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. absent. Senator Jevon E. James Sr. Senator Jevon James Sr. absent. Madam Chair, you have 5 members present and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance has scheduled a meeting for Friday, August 11th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Utley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Invited testifier, Mr. Darrell George, Director, VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Block 2, Election Systems of the Virgin Islands, invited testifier, Ms. Carolyn Fox, Supervisor of Elections System of the Virgin Islands. In Block 3, VI Bureau of Motor Vehicles, invited testifier, Ms. Barbara McIntosh, Director, VI Bureau of Motor Vehicle. Madam Chair, that concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum, so we are going to proceed this morning. Again, thank you for all that's here with us this morning. It's been a long week. It's been a long past 6 weeks. So good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to those here with us in the well, and good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to all those within the sound of my voice. Today we will hear from the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. What do y'all, the department now? Department?
VIFEMS.
VIFEMS, and the election system of the Virgin Islands and the Virgin Islands Bureau of Motor Vehicle. And they will all provide testimony in support of their 2024 budget. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of committee member and Vice Chair of this committee, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Please mark Senator Francis as present. Also, we have Senator Angel Bolkes, non-committee member, as well as Senator Carla J. Joseph, non-committee member, as well as Senator Franklin D. Johnson, non-committee member. Thank you all for being here with us this morning. I'm going to ask the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department Director, Mr. George, to please put your name and title on the record, and your team will follow suit. You may proceed.
Good morning, Sen. My name is Darrell A. George Sr., Director of Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
Good morning. My name is Lyle Evelyn. I am the Assistant Director of Emergency Medical Services for the VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
Good morning. My name is Antonio Stevens, Assistant Director of Emergency Medical Services.
Good morning. My name is Michael Lewis. I'm the Territorial Training Coordinator of VI Fire EMS.
Good morning. My name is Charmaine Akers Hewlett, the CFO for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Williams Brown. I'm the Director of Human Resources and Payroll for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
Good morning. My name is Clarence Stevenson, Fire Chief, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning. Victor Adams, EMS Chief, St. Thomas, St. John District.
St. Croix.
Those of us.
Good morning.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. Liberia Titus, Fire Chief St. Croix.
Could you
Good morning, Paul Christian, Deputy Fire Chief, VI Fence.
Okay, Mr. Christian, could you please state your first name again?
Paul.
Paul. All right. Director George, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, other distinguished members of the 35th Legislature, the viewing and listening audience. I am Darrell A. George, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Appearing with me today in person and via Teams are Assistant Director Antonio Stevens for Fire, Assistant Director for EMS Lyle Evelyn, Chief Financial Officer Ms. Charmaine Akers Hewlett, Director HR and Payroll Barbara Williams Brown, Territorial Training Coordinator Michael Lewis, St. Thomas St. John Fire Chief Clarence Stevenson, Fire Chief Claybroad Titus, St. Thomas St. John EMS Chief Victor Adams, St. Croix EMS Chief Robert Bryan, St. Croix Deputy Chief Paul Christian, St. John Deputy Chief Magabi Calix. We appreciate the opportunity to present the proposed VIFEMS budget for fiscal year 2024. VIFEMS is an executive branch agency statutorily responsible for the delivery of fire and emergency service and other specialized emergency services such as search and rescue, hazardous material response. It also is tasked with conducting fire investigation, fire safety code inspections, and public education activities designed to prevent and reduce the risk of fire. VIFMS operates 10 strategically located fire stations and provides medical response from additional 3 bases. See Appendix A. The 319 personnel employed by the agency are organized into units and specialized divisions. See Appendix B. The suppression unit is staffed by single and dual-role firefighters and provide response to fires, medical emergencies, hazmat material incident, and technical rescue incidents. The EMS unit is comprised of single-role EMS providers that provide pre-hospital and non-emergency care consistent with the level of their training and certification. The arson and prevention unit is responsible for conducting fire investigation, enforcing fire and life safety codes, educating the public on fire prevention. The administrative unit provides support to the other 3 units by performing key administrative functions such as physical management, human resources, procurement, consistent with the physical team and human resources team. The maintenance division maintains our fleet of vehicles, motorized equipment, and the Star of Life is responsible for operating the ambulance boat that transport patients from St. John to St. Thomas. The VIFM's budget consists of general fund appropriation, non-appropriation funds, augmented by federal awards. Approximately 97% of the appropriated funds will be utilized for personnel costs, and the remainder of the appropriation will be used for utilities, supplies, and other services. The general fund appropriation will be supplemented by non-appropriated funds, which is projected to total $3,503,268 in FY 2024. Non-appropriated funding includes the Fire Emergency Services Fund and the Emergency Fund. The Fire Emergency Service Fund is a specialized fund consisting of fees collected for emergency medical services, fire safety inspection, permits, and other service, as well as fines assessed for code violations. FY 2024 projection for that fund is $2,837,690. The Emergency Services Fund consists of emergency surcharge collected from users of mobile and landline phones and shared by FEMS, the Department of Health, the Virgin Islands Territorial Management Agency, VITEMA. It is projected to have $665,578 of fund will be available for FEMS use in FY 2024. In an effort to bridge the gap between operational needs and local funding, VIFM has actively pursued grants in the recent years and has secured from the U.S. Department of Agriculture Forestry, the Federal Emergency Management FEMA, the Department of Interior DOI, and VITEMA. In FY 2024, the following grants totaling $715,423 will be available for the purchase of supplies and vehicles. 1. $60,000 awarded from the USDA Forestry Service through the Cooperative Forestry Assistance Program, Wildland Firefighting Supplies. $655,423 from the Department of Interior Technical Assistance Program, TAP grant, for 2 rescue vehicles. Additional grant funding may be available during the upcoming fiscal year. As a fund grant application are pending. 1. The SAFER for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response SAFER application for the hiring of 40 fire EMS personnel in the amount of $8,966,000 FEMA. The Maintenance Assistance Program application for the purchase of a brush truck in the amount of $185,891 from DOI. The Virgin Islands Cooperative Fire Program application for the purchase of wildland firefighting supplies in the amount of $100,000 USDA Forestry. An Assistant to Firefighting grant application for drivers training, EMS equipment, firefighters PPEs in the amount of $358,715 from FEMA. Since 2017, VI firms have been seeking to secure grant funding for the repair, replacement, or hardening of our facilities damaged during Hurricane Irma and Maria. With the assistance of disaster recovery partner Whit O'Brien, the Office of Disaster Recovery, VITEMA, FEMA, and the Department of Public Works, we have made significant progress in this endeavor. Approximately $47 million in funding has been obligated for projects for the following facilities: the Charles Seals Fire Station, Grove Place, St. Croix, scope, reconstruction. The Rensselaer I. Gibbs Fire Station, Cotton Valley, St. Croix, scope, reconstruction. Herbert L. Canigata Fire Station, Richmond, wind retrofit, safe room construction, generator installation, repair, and mitigation. The Emil Henderson Fire Station, Frederickshead, St. Croix, wind retrofit, safe room construction, generator installation, repair and mitigation. The Junior Firefighter Building, Estate Slab, St. Croix, scope, repair and mitigation. The Emil Berry Fire Station, Dorothea, repair and mitigation. The George P. Scott Maintenance Building, Anna's Retreat, St. Thomas, scope, repair. The George P. Scott Fire Station, Anna's Retreat, St. Thomas, reconstruction. The Omar Brown Fire Station, Rastanenburg, St. Thomas, scope, repair and mitigation. The Bordeaux Fire Station, Fortuna, St. Thomas, scope, reconstruction. The Corby Fire Station, repair and mitigation. The Robert O'Connor Fire Station, Cruz Bay, reconstruction. Work on 3 projects has commenced this year. The repairs and hardening of the Emil Berry Fire Station and St. Thomas began in January, and the completion is anticipated in fall. The repair of the George P. Scott Maintenance Building began in June, and the completion is also expected in fall. On St. Croix, the demolition of the Charles A. Seal Fire Station was subsequently completed, and the construction services are being solicited. In FY 2023, VIFM had continued the employment strategy plan and effective resources utilization to meet the objectives that improve operational efficiency and effectiveness. This fiscal year, we have built capacity as an EMS organization, procured critical equipment, and improved community engagement. To build capacity of EMS organization, we increase the numbers of EMS base and deployment resources, increasing the number of EMS providers employed by the agency, and adopted policies and technology to streamline operational tasks. In both districts, VIFM has increased the number of EMS base and deployable resources, helping to reduce response time. In St. Croix District, we have established a third base in the central location, which allows for quicker response to calls in certain areas. In the St. Thomas St. John District, an ambulance has been stationed at the Coral Bay Fire Station, allowing for medical transport, if necessary, in that coverage area. St. Thomas, a third ambulance has been put into service and is deployed when there is a potential for surge in EMS calls, such as major events and cruise ships. Through hiring, training, we decrease the number of EMS providers in each district. Despite initial challenges with recruitment, we have successfully hired 4 EMTs and 1 paramedic in the St. Thomas St. John District, 3 EMTs and 1 paramedic in the St. Croix District. To increase the numbers of dual-role firefighters, we have provided ongoing training opportunities for current single-role fire personnel. In the St. Croix District, 4 firefighters completed the EMT training and have earned their National Registry certification. In the St. Thomas St. John District, 5 firefighters completed the EMT training. Of those 5, 2 are scheduled to take the National Registry certification this month, and the other 3 must complete the clinical rotation and the ambulance before they are eligible to take the certification exam. In an effort to streamline the scheduling process for EMS providers, the EMS units procured and implemented an electronic scheduling system in November 2022 at the initial cost of $5,400. The system has proven to be effective and has made the scheduling process for EMS personnel more efficient. After updating the relevant policies to establish an appropriate supply chain, EMS management team has also begun to process and procuring an electronic inventory management system to effectively track EMS medications and supplies. Implementation is expected this month. Utilizing funding appropriated by this body, VIFM has continued updating its fleet of response vehicles. This year, we receive and replace into service 5 fire apparatus purchased with appropriated funding from this body. 2 of the apparatus were specifically designed for St. John terrain and have been assigned to that island. In addition to response vehicle, we also receive a cascade system for the islands of St. Croix and St. John. These essential pieces of equipment are used to fill the self-contained breathing apparatus firefighters use during firefighting operation. Both systems were purchased with DOI TAP grant award totaling $122,000. With the creation of the Public Information Office in August 2022, VIFM significantly improved the engagement with the community. We now have expanded presence on the web and increased social media engagement. In September 2022, accounts were created on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. The Facebook account was rebranded to reflect the new agency's name. Our platforms have been used to share information, update safety tips, engage content. They have also been used to share recruitment posts, which were also posted on ZipRecruiter, Glassdoor, LinkedIn, Indeed, and the Division of Personnel website. Since the inception of the Public Information Office has ensured information about major incidents and disseminated in timely manner, the public is aware significantly the agency's activity through traditional medias as well as social media. In FY 2024, VI firms will continue to work to improve the operations and the quality of service provided to the community. To accomplish this, we intend to increase staffing, expand the fleet, establish a marine unit, offer online payment portal, acquire a facility to house our St. Croix Prevention and Administrative Office, acquire property to develop a training center. To ensure adequate staffing in both suppression and EMS unit, VI firms will be hiring additional fire EMTs and single-role EMS providers in FY 2024. In the upcoming fiscal year, we will also continue efforts to expand the fleet. 7 new ambulances will be purchased for the territory with a $1.8 million appropriation in the 2023 Consolidated Appropriation Act. In addition, 2 rescue vehicles will be procured utilizing DOI TAP grant awards. If DOI also approves the pending grant application submitted to the Maintenance Assistance Program for $185,891, a brush truck will also be purchased for the District of St. Croix. In FY 2024, we also anticipate the expansion of our fleet of watercrafts. The firefighting vessel procured with $1 million of local appropriated funding is currently in production and expected to be completed by summer 2024. In anticipation of this, VI firms will continue to take the necessary steps to establish a marine response unit, including recruiting qualified personnel. Aim to provide customers with more convenience and efficient service, we have begun on implementing an online payment portal. The Public Information Office has collaborated with the Bureau of Information Technology, and we're hopeful to implement will be completed by 2024. To accommodate our current and future growth, we have worked to secure larger space of our Administrative and Prevention Office in St. Croix. Presently, we're exploring the purchase of the facility we currently lease at a long-term solution. In the interim, we're working to amend the lease to include additional spaces in our current building that will soon become available. Once the lease is finalized, funding is secured, and we intend to build up office space. Development of training facilities. In FY 2024, we also hope to begin the development of a training facility. Training is critical to the effective operation, and presently we do not have the dedicated facility that can meet all our training needs. In St. Thomas, we have identified a suitable site adjacent to the Omabrong Fire Station. A recent communication with the Public Finance Authority has advised that the property will be purchased for the benefit of the government of the Virgin Islands. Once the sale is finalized, we are hoping that we will be assigned to the VI firms and we can move forward with the plans to construct a training facility. This concludes my testimony today. I would like to close by thanking the dedicated men and women of Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services. We are beyond grateful for your service and sacrifice. Thank you again, Madam Chair, and this body for the opportunity to provide testimony for our continued support. We await your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Director George. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. And before I begin, let me just please mark Senator Javon E. James Sr., committee member, as present. Good morning, Senator James. You noted in your testimony about the purchase of some new ambulances.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the number again?
1.8 million.
And how many?
7.
And what's the funding source?
The federal grant is called the Consolidation Appropriation Act. We applied for and was awarded 7 months ago. We just wait for the money to be drawn down.
And how much? How are you dividing them per district?
3 St. Croix, 3 St. Thomas, 1 St. John.
All right. And when do you think that you will begin to procure those vehicles?
We already had discussion with the vendor, Senator. We're shooting for the first week in December as a go live for the contractor to start building these ambulances. They take 8 to 10 months to build.
Okay, so if they take 8 to 10 months, we're going to see them sometime on about next year, October, November.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you have overtime expenses?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you budget for overtime?
We had Ms. Hewlett.
Charmaine Aker. Speak into the mic. Before you speak, the first time you speak, put your name on the record.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Charmaine Akers Hewlett. Overtime budgeted was $1,820,000.
So within your 23 budget as well, you had $1.8 million budgeted?
That's what we have budgeted for 23.
And 24?
For 24, 1 second.
1.8. 1.8 again.
Let me see.
I think it's 1.8 again. Darrell George, I think it's 1.8 against Senator. But we could clarify.
And how much do you actually expend in overtime?
For the
how much did you expend in FY 23? 2? Do you have information on your FY 22?
22?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do.
If you don't have it now, I'll come back to you, but I need to find out from you how much you have expended in overtime in FY 2022, how much you've expended thus far in FY 23, and what are your projections out to the end of the fiscal year, which is September 30th. Okay, but you could, if you don't have it, just work on it, and you just signal me when you're ready.
Okay.
And then the other thing is, you collect fines, correct?
Yes, we collect fees and fines.
Fees and, okay, right,
Yes.
fees and fines.
Yes.
Do you have information on your collection of fines and fees for FY '22, as well as what you've collected thus far in FY 2023?
We could get that for you.
Okay, so
right
we
away.
need to get that information as well. But while we're at it, could you just share with us, those fines are collected directly by your department, and you hold those funds in a
The fire
checking
emergency
account?
fund, the fire emergency services fund.
So that fund goes, those collections go to the Department of Finance?
Yes, it goes into the special fund, ma'am.
Okay, it's called the fire?
Yeah, the fire emergency services fund.
All right. Okay, our post editor isn't here today, but we have his able assistants. Can you please check in the budget book for me under the fund category to see if we have information around the fire emergency fund, please? Thank you. All right. Colleagues, we're going to go to like I said, 4-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator. Did I miss anyone who's here present? I didn't, right? Okay, we're going to start with Senator Bulkes. Senator Bulkes, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning, listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Central staff, and of course, good morning, Director George and the administrative leadership of the Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Services. I would like to express my utmost appreciation for your dedication and expertise in providing life-saving assistance and support during emergencies. I truly appreciate your invaluable service to this territory. Most notably the Bovoni landfill fire, Fireburn Hill, and of course on St. Croix, Princess Hill, with an unfortunate loss of life. Nevertheless, we thank you for your unwavering service to the people of the Virgin Islands. I do have a few concerns about the testimony because I see that their personnel costs are dominating the budget, which I can understand why. It's not that you cannot do the job. You're doing an excellent job. But there is some, concern there because it's 97% of the appropriated funds are to be used for personnel costs. And this high percentage can raise concerns in the allocation of resources and potential for limited funding to be available for other crucial aspects of operation. So, your reliance on non-appropriated funds is where you sort of offset that, which supplements your budget. However, relying on those funds can introduce uncertainty into the financial stability or variability in which you collect fees and fines and permits and surcharges that might impact the ability to maintain consistent operations. So, it's very concerning because, we want to be sure that the fire EMS is able to operate at a high level. So I'm hoping that you find other ways. I know that you're going to be implementing a online permitting, online portal to get more funds or more a stable way to get funds paid to the fire EMS. How is that effort going and what is the cost associated with that?
The portal that we're setting up, right now, how we're looking at the projection, Senator, to be honest, the prevention unit have been doing an awesome job. We're seeing the numbers going up. Most of the businesses that we're now inspecting, the fees that they're paying is a lot of the late fees. We're seeing a lot of the late fees, so that has increased our revenues in that sense. A lot of new businesses are coming online, so we depend on those funding for operational costs.
Okay, very well. And the portal is going to hopefully
capture more.
Capture more.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Concerning your non-appropriated funds, could you share with us the method that you utilized to get to that 3.5 million in non-appropriated funds for
1 minute
fiscal year 2024?
So a lot of the things that we have been doing, we learned from this body. When we came in here first, we had a strategic plan. We started first with a hiring mechanism. The next thing that we did was we switched now to equipment and supplies. Then we switched to the EMS integration. Now we have gone to grants. So we have concentrated our efforts on getting more grants
30
to help us to
seconds.
buy more equipment for the territory, eliminating having to stress this body for funding. So we have adopted a policy of going after more grants. That grants that are out there, we have been very successful. This week alone, in my testimony, I have those 3 last grants. The 185, we got that on Monday. The 100,000, we got that on Wednesday, and just this morning, the one for 358, we got this morning.
Okay, excellent. And before my time expires, Madam Chair, if I may. Thank you, Madam Chair. With the 47 million of obligated funding for facility repairs from FEMA funds to hardening your facilities, how is that effort going, and specifically more so the Cruz Bay Fire Station? If you can give us a timeline on that, please.
So right now, we have been obligated from FEMA as of 3 weeks ago for the reconstruction of Cruz Bay Fire Station. We don't want to put how much money we got because we're seeing a practice of the contractors to hear the costs and the escalating costs that are coming in for this construction. But we have gotten obligated funds for the Cruz Bay Fire Station. It's going directly back in the same location. And we're trying to modernize it in a way that we could have the aptitude usage of it, maybe a 2-story building.
Okay, thank you so much for your responses. And again, thank you to the VI Fire EMS service for all of that they do for our territory. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Volquez. So I took the opportunity to look at your Appendix D for your collections, and I have to commend you. Appendix D, FY23 collections to June of 2023. I know that. Do you have the fines in your appendix?
No.
Okay. All right.
Truly, the fines, and if I could be candid,
yes,
the fines are not our bread and butter. It's the late fees and the businesses coming in and paying, and we have aggressively went after this now because we're finding a lot of business is doing business without a fire certificate. So the guys are really going out, ponging the payment and doing that.
So that's where I was going. And that's what I said. I have to congratulate you because I know that I want to say 2 budget cycles ago, y'all came under fire because the numbers were significantly, very, very minimal.
Right.
And you didn't say it in your testimony, but you should have, that as of June of 2023, you have collected $601,742 in existing business and re-inspections, fines, and late fees. So I have to congratulate you.
Thank you. Thank the staff.
Absolutely.
Thank the staff.
Well, thank you and your staff that, we made it an issue. You heard us, and you have made significant improvement. Now, let me ask you, this improvement means what for your department?
It helps.
What are you utilizing these funds for now?
It helps us with the problem that we're having with the 97%, which only 3% goes to operating costs. So the percentage that we get from these dollars helps us to buy the tires, the gas, the coupons for the fuel, all these different things that we have encumbered. Now that we have taken on additional responsibilities with EMS, that cost also has escalated. So those monies will come in a timely manner to purchase these equipment, these turnaround equipment that we use on a daily basis.
So these collections are in a checking account or on the...
It's in a special fund, yes.
No.
We draw down on it as we need.
Let's be clear. These collections go into the Fire Services Emergency Fund?
Yes.
Okay, so those go to finance?
Yes, ma'am.
And then finance does what for you? You tell them what the budget that you want?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have both the Emergency Services Fund as well as the Fire Emergency
Service Fund, yes.
So that's 2 sets of funds?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information, and now we're going to move on to Senator Blyden.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to the hardworking men and women of the fire service and our people. My point of information is really a query relative to your mantra, your new mantra about getting grants. Do you have sufficient staffing and capacity to, one, write the grant, and to, two, manage it with a level of fidelity?
Well, Senator, I think looking at our record and the way that the feds have been dealing with us and sending us extra monies, are recognizing that we're using it diligently and doing the proper auditing, I think that's is a step in the right direction why we continue to get these grants in a timely manner. Ms. Hewlett is our grant writer, also our CFO. So she does all of that hands down. And I must commend her because we have been hitting grants left and right and been very successful. Like I said, we have a strategy internally, how we want to run this agency, and we have put things in place to run it that way.
Thank you, and that's very commendable. I won't abuse my point of information. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So let's go back to those two funds that we discussed. Do you have someone in your office that's checking as to whether or not the Department of Finance is updating the revenues that you're collecting? Because we've experienced that with several departments and agencies, and this committee, we are definitely cracking down on ensuring that the information that you send when you collect the dollars is being updated in a timely fashion at Department of Finance.
So what we have been doing, Senator, and that's an excellent point because up to yesterday, that was a discussion the team had. What we do, I read a letter to the Department of Finance and they send us an inquiry of the funds balance in their accounts. Every quarter or anytime we need funding to pay down, I send a letter to Finance requesting funding to go into these specific code orgs, and that's how we've been able to get a fund balance. I have to request it. It's not sent to us automatically.
So who's reconciling? Who in your office is marrying up the revenues that you, because you're collecting the revenues, correct?
Yes.
You're collecting the revenues. Someone
Yes.
in your office, I suspect it will be someone in the fiscal office. They are updating, they are inputting rather the information into the what is it? What name? The EMS? ERP. They're updating the information into the ERP.
Yeah.
So who is doing the reconciliation of the revenues that you are inputting and what finance is actually reflecting?
Charmaine Akers Hewlett. Once the funds come in into the receptionist collector area, they input it in the ERP system. Once it's in the ERP system, then we get a report. Well, I would ask for a report, and then we make sure that it's matched. Sometimes it's maybe a month difference, but we know that it's a month difference since it's not updated. And because sometimes it doesn't hit the bank, well, their records, even though it's at the bank, they may not get a notice that the money hit the bank, but they'll see it on ERP and they can't say we get it until it matches.
Right.
So then once it matched, then we get a report. Then we realize.
So when is your last updated reconciliation or information from finance? Is it June?
What's this one?
Yesterday.
Yes, this one. No, they say May 31st. The last report that we got, this is the one from yesterday. Yeah, is the balance well, we are showing that it's 378,984, which is a little shy of the amount that we have. I think we had like almost 400,000, but that's because the last set of deposits.
You didn't answer my question.
Sorry.
When was the last collection report, meaning the last time you reconcile what they have in their system and what you...
in May 31st.
Okay, May. All right, so I've asked the Department of Finance, what we're doing is as we have these meetings, we're sending back to the Department of Finance to require them to provide us updated fund balances. What they've been doing with the departments and agencies, we can't continue to operate like this. And truth be told, Director George, you should have an idea as to your collections. Historical data provides the collection information, so you should have information on your collections from the previous year, so you should be requesting a budget for that entire year. You shouldn't have to continue to ask them every quarter or every month to give you that information. That we wasting time. So they have to do better.
Point well taken.
Yeah, they have to do better. They have to give you more information. They have to allow you to submit a budget for your upcoming year, just like you're here defending this budget. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And good morning to my colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Director George, and your management team there with you. And thank you so much for your testimony. First, I want to basically feel much appreciated to all of my colleagues and the many individuals who wished me happy birthday yesterday. It's truly appreciated. Thank you for that. Let me start with the postal report quickly. Ms. Stewart, good morning. Go to page 4 of 22 in respect to the postal report. And there's a variance of $568,000 in respect to other services and charges, under the category of other services and charges. What's the reason for such a large variance? What's being done?
The first, in this fiscal year, we got some monies to rent another space, so that increased the budget.
Oh, okay, so it's going towards rental?
Yes.
You use it from that. Okay, appreciate that. Also, go to page 10 of 22, outstanding vendor payments. There is outstanding payment to the SOS safety for the SCBAs for the firefighters.
Yes.
For 168. Why is it still outstanding?
Yes, Senator.
What's the reason for that?
The reason behind that, it was the equipment was sent to the territory accidentally. We was trying to procure it because we was changing out all the SCBAs and St. Croix. It came to the territory. We did not have the proper authorization and proper funding for it. But we will take care of it in this budget coming up.
So it's funded in this fiscal year, 24?
It came already in 23. So we're trying to wait till the budget come online for 24 and take care of it. We don't have any funding right now to pay that 168.
So is it in your funding? Is it in your 24? Is it funded in the 24 budget?
Yes, it's coming from the Emergency Services Fund.
Okay, very well. And this equipment is necessary?
Yes.
And mandated, basically? It's
yes.
mandated, you must have it?
Yes, those are SCBAs that the firefighters use to go into buildings to breathe.
So it's critical, basically?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you for that. And thank you for your explanation. On the federal grants, also on page 10, you have a grant for Virgin Islands Cooperative Fire Program since 2018, but it's showing that nothing has been expended to date, and it expires next year. And what's the reason for that? And what is being done to assure that we utilize those funds?
The 60.
Federal grants, top of the page 10 of 22.
Okay.
USDA Forest Service grant.
Charmaine Acres Hewlett, that is already taken care of. It's already waiting in the system for payment.
1 minute.
Okay, very well. And let's go to the testimony, page 7. You spoke to establishing a marine unit, which we know is critical, and we've been talking about it for donkey years. And I'm glad to see it's finally coming to fruition for some $1 million in funds. But my question is in respect to, you say it should be hopefully completed by the summer of 2024. So in your budget, do you have the funds to establish a marine response unit?
30 seconds.
Including recruiting qualified personnel. Is that budgeted in the 24 budget, since you anticipate getting a boat? So by the time the boat is ready, you should have all the different parts in place to assure that we can utilize the boat. Is it funding in your 24 budget?
Yes, we call the fire service a Swiss blade knife because we have so much personnel that does different things. We have over 8 captains in the fire service that we will utilizing. Chief Darren Stevens is a captain. He will be heading up the marine unit. Right now, we operate for the budget that is given to us through the legislature, $160,000 for the ambulance boat in St. John. So that funding we will also utilize to keep the 2 vessels running.
And in closing, Madam Chair, if I may, the $1.8 million that was appropriated in this fiscal year for the 7 new ambulances. So when we anticipate seeing those ambulances on the road?
We hoping that the drawdown could happen very soon. As soon as the drawdown comes from DOI, we ready to roll. We already have a vendor. We have already scoped the ambulance because each district have a different scope for the ambulance, the rear end and the different things like that. So we're looking by December to start a rollout.
Proper staff, everything for the ambulances.
Yes. We're working, like I said, Senator, we did a strategic plan. We right now ramping up the EMS side. By January, we plan to hire some more dual role firefighters because we have over 60 employees who retire tomorrow.
Correct.
And we want to do it strategically to make sure that we have the proper staffing. I really want to thank the staff because a lot of them guys are staying on board because of the leadership. So we have been lucky that we haven't had a migration of individuals resigning and retiring. So I have to thank them for that.
Well, I appreciate it and thank you for your service. Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So let's talk about the Marine. You're procuring a boat.
Yes.
We appropriated $166,000 last fiscal year.
Yes.
What is the cost? You've already procured the vessel?
Yes, the monies were given to us by the legislature. The $1 million is still active. The PO is still active. We already made one payment, a down payment.
Okay, so I'm looking at the thing the wrong way. The 166 that's here is for the
Maintenance? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the boat is where? What's the status of that?
The Star Life?
Yes.
We have the Star Life on St. John.
No.
Oh, the other boat?
Correct.
It's in the first phase of building.
So when do we anticipate seeing it in our
Fall of
waters?
next year.
Fall of 2024.
Yeah, we're shooting at like September. We just got an update from them. What they said this week?
When Tuesday.
April or May.
April.
April or May. Darryl
Okay.
George, sorry.
So, of course, if we have a marine fire vessel, then it means that, and pardon my ignorance, I do have an idea, but I can't remember the name. There's some kind of foam that you have to keep on hand if there is, in fact, an event on the water. And it's very expensive. This boat is coming with
The capabilities.
the capabilities for
Yes,
that
ma'am.
foam.
Yes.
So are you having discussions with the Virgin Islands Port Authority? Because I know Port Authority has that, they budget for it every year, and I think it only lasts a certain amount of months, and then they have to dump it. So are you having any discussions with Port Authority to figure out if, in fact, you can partner on that expense? Because it's a very expensive supply that you would need for that vessel.
Assistant.
Please recognize the mic of the testifier to my immediate right.
Good morning, Senator. Assistant Director Antonio Stevens. Yes, we haven't directly reached out to them as yet, but that's part of our plan. We currently use that foam in other applications as well, so we are fully aware of the cost of it. And sometimes we actually purchase it as part of our grant program. One of our grants do provide us that assistance as well.
So what does that foam cost?
A lot of money.
I know. And how long does it last?
The fire?
The fire, it lasts, if you store it properly, you could get a year out of it, but if you don't, if you just leave it in a warehouse in a hot warehouse, it then reduces it to about 6 months before it becomes bad.
But I want, for the benefit of my colleagues, so they could understand what it costs. I know it's and I only know because I actually worked at the Port Authority, so I have an understanding. But do you remember what it costs? Do you have a...
So let's be clear. The AFFF foam that the airport firefighters use, we don't use that specific foam. We use something called Fire Aid.
Okay.
And now we're trying another product since the dump fire. Director Stevens have linked up with the company for fiberglass, like the vessels, fiberglass and those different things. This foam is supposed to suppress that. So we're not using the AFFF foam.
So if there's an event on the water with one of our, God forbid, one of our ships, let's just keep it real, what is that foam?
The Fire Aid.
Right. So...
how much a gallon is it?
So my question, though, is you're procuring this boat, The purpose of that boat is to fight events underwater, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So is part of your budget inclusive of the appropriate costs for that particular supply?
And the answer, ma'am, is yes.
So
It
what's
is.
the amount?
They're currently, that cost is a 2% form. It costs somewhere between $165 and $185 per 5-gallon drum. Right?
And what would be the
So we just get, how much we just got?
amount that you would need for your vessel?
Well, I'm not aware of how much.
Let's
the
just say you
capacity
change
is
it
yet.
once per year.
It will be, okay, how it works, it goes into a tank and then it mixes, right? So each 5-gallon pail is supposed to be mixed with the water. So
And it depends on the capacity of the fireboat.
Right.
So y'all have to know all of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Y'all have to know the capacity so you could know what the associated expense is. So you need to send that back to the committee, please.
No problem.
All right, thank you. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
That's 2022.
Yes, thank you and pleasant good morning to all the listening audience, Fire Chief Darrell George and the whole staff. Excellent presentation. Couple things. I think like 2 weeks ago they had a big fire over there in the Bovoni dump. Lot of firemen over there, all in the night and thing, fire burning. But I wanted to ask you about some specifics. I noticed that due to the fire, the electricity was cut in the Bovoni area. So is there any way that we can avoid, because, you know, the fire dump, the fires in the dump, you know, happen from time to time. And so I think that maybe you can work with WAPA to get a system where if there's a big fire there, you don't have to cut off the grid for the residents in Bovoni. So give me your comments on what do you think about that system?
So, Senator, I know you were looking for me to get a power back on.
Yeah.
I was not going to jeopardize my employees, number one. Number two, the grid that goes on to the landfill is not for the whole Bovoni area. It's just that common area that was cut. The power that goes in goes and to the treatment plant and the other buildings behind there. That one business, we had a communication with them and told them once we got the fire knocked down, we were going to turn back on the power. Where the fire was, all the high tension wires was right there. They were burning the fire was burning the poles. We couldn't take that chance. Them high tension wires dropped and our personnel inside. So I was not going to allow that power to be on.
Okay, that's a good reason, and I'm glad I got the full explanation because you know you were busy the time, but you know you want to make sure the power on. Okay, so now in your overtime here, do you know approximately how much overtime is the fire going to be billed, and what's the overall cost from the fire department? Is that is that reflected in your current numbers?
Yes, that was included in our numbers for overtime, Senator.
Okay, good. Okay, so let's go to the EMS paramedics issues. How many paramedics do you have right now on staff?
Chief.
In this St. Morning, EMS Chief, St. Thomas St. John District, Victor Adams. In the St. Thomas St. John District, we have 4 paramedics on staff.
Okay, and the emergency medical services coordinator position, I noticed that is still vacant.
That's on St. Croix.
Yeah, is it
yes,
still?
We're getting ready to look at changing around some of those positions to help build our training capacity. So we might remove that position and create another position.
Okay, so
we're still looking at it, Senator.
I know when we joined fire and EMS, you know, it was partly to save resources, and we was hoping that some more firefighters would now take the EMS test. Tell me how that's been going.
So, Senator, if you could remember, when we came in here and did the integration, we said this was going to be a 5-year plan because what we met was something that unbelievable. So what we have done is strategically now building out the organization, starting with the dual role firefighters. We have up that training, so by the end of this year, we have several classes going on. Those numbers will rise. The problem we're having is paramedics. It's a nationwide problem. There's not enough paramedics around. So that's why we're right now utilizing Pafford paramedics until we could train up our paramedics and then remove those and build up the organization from within.
Okay, Madam Chair, can I finish my question? So when the firefighter takes the EMS course and becomes a EMS, is there a pay increase?
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell me what that number is?
It's for, go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Barbara Williams-Brown, Director of Human Resources and Payroll. Dual role firefighters receive, once they earn the EMS certification, they receive $4,500 added to their base salary and an additional 20% hazardous duty pay.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, for your questions. Going back to the Senator's query, who's responsible for installing fire hydrants in the territory?
That's WAPA, Senator.
So that's WAPA.
Yes, ma'am.
And we know that I think that's where where the Senator was alluding to. I know that we recently had an event in the Bavoni area this summer. How many fire hydrants do we have in that area?
How much?
Fire hydrants.
Actually, we got WAPA to move one and to the entrance of the landfill. Before it was across the street, we partnered with WAPA to get one directly on the landfill. So we only have one by the landfill.
And is that sufficient?
No, ma'am.
So what is the discussion you're having with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to ensure that we have additional fire hydrants in that area? That is an area where we have a significant amount of homes. So our job is to ensure that we are protecting our citizenry. So are there discussions around?
We have had several discussions, Senator. That's how that one hydrant was placed there. Since then, we have had several other discussions about going further into the dump, to the landfill. But again, WAPA has shown us some concerns they have with respect of putting pipes going deeper into the landfill.
Okay, so I'm not certain which committee this falls under, but I really think that this is an issue that we need to kind of drill on in the institution. My colleague, the Senator at Large, is also very concerned about it. He was the one that asked me to ask the question because he spoke already. But this issue with the fire hydrants in Bavoni is a problem.
Senator, I'm going to be candid and be upfront with you all. We have had discussion with waste management. Every day we go on the landfill. If everybody don't know, almost every day, every week we go on the landfill because you have the garbage burning and then you have sometimes the cars burning. We have asked and recommended to waste management invest into the water treatment plant. The water treatment plant is about 1,500 feet, maybe further than that down. This water is going right back out in the ocean. Why it don't make sense for them to cap it and utilize that water so if we have a fire on the landfill, they can use that to extinguish the fire?
Again, and we've said it in this committee, the expectation is that agencies who impact each other collaborate. And
we have, Senator.
In all of the discussions that we're hearing, everybody's marching to their own beat. I mean, you're trying to do what you have to do, but everybody moving in their own direction. And this is a real need. This ain't got nothing to do with them, how they feel personally. Nobody, how any of us feel personally. This issue is a health and safety issue. It's a safety issue. This situation could get really out of control. And then what are we going to say? We shoulda, woulda, coulda? That's the issue. I'm not saying that you're the ultimate person that's responsible, but what I am saying is because your department is responsible for making sure that we protect those residents in that area, you gotta beat the drum. If you need to take it to the higher order, then that's what needs to happen. But this is a problem. It is.
As I say all the time, we will address it. The team and I will address it.
Absolutely. And if you need assistance from this institution, please let us know because we're here for it.
We'll address it.
The Pafford bill.
Yes.
I know specifically you indicated that you're utilizing Pafford for what?
For paramedic service.
Paramedic service. And Pafford is on the ground providing that service to you right now?
Yes, we have downsized Pafford from where they had, down a little bit. We have 3 months bill already that we owe. We're just waiting for
What's the outstanding amount that you owe Pafford?
312,000.
312, and do you have that in your budget?
No, ma'am.
And do you have a contract with Pafford?
That's working out, yeah.
Okay. And have you submitted a, what do you call this thing? Appropriation transfer?
No.
Do you have savings within your personnel categories in fire to, in fact, do a appropriation transfer so you can pay your Pafford bill?
No. No.
No, but you have vacancies, right?
Yes.
So you should have savings.
So Senator, this is a team concept right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're waiting for the 24 budget to pass with the additional funding that we'll be getting now from the ambulance fees. This problem will be rectified.
Yeah, but if you have expenses that you incur in this fiscal year, you have to pay it in this fiscal year.
Okay.
If you have expenses that's this amount, that right now we are not really following the law when it comes to paying old debt. Old debt has to come before the institution of the legislature for approval.
Okay.
So I'm saying, if you're a fiscal person, let me just ask her, do you see where there are any savings in your personnel to accommodate a transfer request to support this? Have you said anything to the Office of Management and Budget? Because I'm certain that there are other agencies within the central government who have savings. This bill gotta get paid. I want to make sure you get your bill paid because this is an important service that's being provided. Because, like I've said already in this committee, we ain't trying to buy no car and no furnitures. If you have a bill like this to take care of a matter with paramedics, these things are the things that should be the first order of business. So you have savings?
Charmaine Akers Hewlett. We can look into the budget and see what's left.
Because I know that we've already started to receive appropriation transfer requests.
Okay.
So we're going to be looking at it. When we hear things like this, then we have to reconsider our approval of those appropriation transfer requests because those bills need to be paid.
We work on it.
All right. And we definitely are up to supporting, making sure that you have what you need when it comes to that. All right. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Did anyone receive wage increases in 23?
Yes.
Okay. How many people?
In 23?
In 23, we had...
This fiscal year, yeah.
This fiscal year 23, we had advanced EMTs that received wage increases. Those wage increases were due from previous when they were previously under Department of Health.
So they owed retro?
Everything that they were owed upon their transfer, their integration to the fire service, they were paid. Prior to that, Department of Health would have to rectify that.
Okay, so they're not being paid from your budget?
Yes.
Yes.
They are. So okay, anything else from back then belonged to health?
Correct.
So
Correct.
Going forward, in your budget covers their wage increases, everything?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Is anybody owed any retro anything in your department?
No.
Presently, no.
Current everything. Okay, good. What is your actual personnel numbers now? What are your personnel services and fringe? Go give me those numbers now, please.
Personnel is about 16 million, but the fringe I don't have that information with me today.
Okay, 16 million. Because personnel services for the 23 budget showing at 21, in your 24 budget showing at 24 million. So when you're saying 16, I'm trying to get updated numbers, but when it was sent into the post auditor, director, did you receive a wage increase?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, is that reflected in the 24 budget?
Yes, Senator.
So that's what I want to see, what the actual personnel services numbers are now and fringe. So if you could get that, and normally chair would ask for the complete breakdown, so I'll leave her to that part.
Hang on.
Now, for,
120.
okay, for hazardous duty pay, I know, is hazardous duty pay budgeted in the 24 budget?
Yes, it is, Senator.
At what amount?
The hazardous duty pay is attached to their base salary, to their overall salaries.
Okay, so what percentage is it?
Depends on their certification. Regular firefighters receive 15% hazardous duty pay. EMS providers receive 15%, and the dual role receive 20%.
20, okay. And all of that's covered. Now, is it covered to cover the vacancies for fire?
Yes.
Okay.
1 minute.
Okay. So the individual, so your vacancies are covered at what?
The vacancies we receive 50%.
50%?
Into the mic.
Okay. 50% on vacancies. Okay. Now, the EMS, I know they had staff. I don't know if their staff transitioned over with the EMS. Were they compensated or have they received any wage increases also? Because I know I asked that question from last year.
When you said EMS
30
staff,
seconds.
The EMTs were brought over and they were compensated and paid. Was any staff that was supposed to come with them or anything a part of them, have they received any wage increases or anything?
no administrative support were transferred.
No administrative support?
We
Okay.
do have the supervisor, the EMS supervisor, and the EMS coordinator. They were made whole, prior to their transfer, they were owed due steps under the
Time.
Department of Health. And as far as my knowledge, they received those.
Okay, so
when
that's
they
on the
transfer,
health.
they transfer with correct steps.
Okay, and just to wrap up, the fire trucks, the $600 that we got for the fire trucks, I know you could give a quick brief about those. And you mentioned that you were going to take one from, I think, St. John and transfer it to Bodo. Was that done?
The two trucks have been purchased. They are on the way up by this weekend to St. John. Once those two trucks go up, we will be bringing down one of the pumpers and putting it in Fortuna.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Just going back to the senator's questions, your appropriation for the personnel category for FY23 was 21,893,652. And you indicated that there were salary increases. Were they unionized salary increases?
Yeah.
Yes.
What was the total of those salary increases? Would you have that?
No, I don't have that.
Okay, so we need a total of the salary increases. And the reason why I'm asking that question is because the difference between your FY23 budget and your FY24 is only $512,085. So we need to figure out, so that's a 2% increase over 23. So we need to figure out if and I know that your vacancies are budgeted at 50%, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we need to figure out if the recommendation for 24 is sufficient to cover you for the year. So what we're going to need to get from you, and then of course, similarly so with the associated fringe benefits, because your fringe benefits has increased to 390,000. Kind of seems a little unbalanced because of only 512,085 under your personnel. So what we've been asking departments for is an updated personnel listing with your associated fringe per employee, because we know that there are employees who have single and family. So we need to make sure that we are accounting for fringe correctly. Okay? So please send that back to the committee so we can make an informed decision. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to my colleagues, the listening and viewing audience, and of course, the hard-working men and women of Virgin Islands Fire, Emergency, and Medical Services. I really want to commend you on the work you did in outing the fire at Bovoni dump, the landfill. I remember those days when there used to be a thing that it happened practically every month. But you did a really great job, and you and your team should be commended. Now let's go to the budget. What is your last amount that you received for your allotment? When did you receive it? Because I believe the post-audit report had indicated that you had only received 24 million, well, you could round it up and say $25 million. And this was as of June 8th. I'm actually on page 3. You do have the post-audit report. Look in the highlighted portions. It stated that you only receive about 24.5 million of your allotment as of June 8th, and that you have an outstanding allotment that is due, which was totaling, say, 9 million. Kindly indicate for us what is the status of you receiving your allotted amount, especially knowing that you are delivering on your services.
We recently got an allotment, but we don't have the number right now.
Kindly provide that information. What is the allotted amount? Maybe your fiscal person has it.
As the director said, we recently got it, so I'm going to look for it right now.
Okay, so those are things you need to come prepared to a budget hearing with. And that's why I ask about the grant writing, because it ain't everything everybody could be doing. Sometimes you need some additional supports, okay, and to manage. So those are budget hearing items. So I would like to get that information. Now, I wanted to follow up because there's a little bit of a variance in what we saw in our Act 8617 and what is actually was in the budget book. There's a little bit of off, but I'm suspecting it is because of your raises. Have all of your personnel received their wages increases, including you, Mr. Chief Director?
All the employees got their raises. And yes, I did get a raise.
You did get a raise. I'm not going to ask you. We could find it out on the government's transparency
1 minute
website. Okay. Now, I also wanted to ask regarding your federal funding that you've received. Do you, by chance, receive any administrative cost that associated with any of the federal funds that you have received?
Charmaine Akers Hewlett, no, we don't.
And no indirect costs. All of them is straight programmatic.
That's correct.
Okay, good. And these funds.
30 seconds.
These funds, and I noted that you had expended the major one that was due. I really want to commend you on that. But I also wanted to find out how are we looking as far as staffing up some of these new vehicles that you're going to be getting. What is your projected round number, Director, for new hires?
So our projection
Time.
this year, on the fire side, we want to hire 10 in St. Croix, 10 on St. Thomas. On the EMS side, we want to hire additional 5 paramedics on St. Croix, 5 paramedics in St. Thomas, and 5 EMTs.
Okay. Madam Chair, just one final question. And how many persons do you have in your system, your recruitment? Because I know you have your junior firefighters, and that's usually a seed group. How many do you have in your recruitment to get to these numbers?
So we just started a pilot program this year, and as of Monday, I have 4 junior firefighters that's going to be in the EMT class. Just graduated out of high school.
Very well, very good. Madam Chair, I really appreciate the time. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So you shared with my colleague that spoke earlier that you are looking to hire several new positions. in FY24, but I'm only seeing 2 new positions, which is 3 new positions, which is 1 firefighter, 1 firefighter, and 2 firefighter EMTs. So how are you intending to fund those?
So having the discussion, we've been brainstorming how we could fund these positions, Senator, and we came up with 2 mechanisms. One was working with the Office of Management and Budget, is utilizing $1 million from the ambulance fee. That will balance us maybe around 1.8 for operational expense, and that 1 million will go towards hiring those individuals.
So you're looking to, I think the senator at large brought up a concern about placing certain types of transactions on those funds that you're not certain as to the revenues within a particular year. So have you looked at the historical data around, what is that fund, the ambulance one?
It actually goes into the health revolving fund. At this point, the health department, as you know in the legislation, they collect their fees for us. The estimated amount in that fee was 2.5 million. This year in the budget, we have 2 positions to start our own collections, and those fundings comes to fire EMS.
Okay.
So we're projecting 2.5.
Okay, so and the reason why I'm asking this question is, as we build our budget, if you have a need of a legitimate need, and that sounds like a legitimate need, right? If you have a legitimate need and you're intending to use the health revolving fund, it has to be appropriated. So you please share with us again, what are those positions that you shared with my colleague earlier?
Say that again, sorry.
The positions that you shared with the senator?
Those are going to be 10 firefighters position in St. Croix. That's dual role. Dual role firefighters on St. Croix, 10. And we plan to hire 5 paramedics on both islands and 5 EMTs in both islands.
And you're projecting that to cost what?
The projection was 900 and...
$1 million?
Yeah, about $1 million, yes.
So 1 million will take care of 10 firefighters and 5 paramedics. And the intent is for you to utilize the health revolving fund?
The fund that the funds that we're getting in the post-audit report, it identifies the monies that we'll be getting from this fire service emergency fund at $2,857,000. So we was taking $1 million from that funding source to fill those vacancies after consultation with OMB.
Okay, so we are looking at the health revolving fund balance. I know that I want to see the Department of Health, and I was going to ask you, because I don't remember if I saw that. I have to check. But we're seeing that I believe that the Department of Health has like $2 million and change budgeted in the FY24 budget from this health revolving fund. And the balance in this account as of the 31st of 2023 was 4.1 million. That was available for budget. And of course, that was in the beginning of the second quarter of 23, fiscal year 23. So we're certain that additional funding is going to be there. So what we need to get from you is the position titles, of course, this has to be sanctioned by you. This is your need, correct?
Yes, Senator.
You're not querying this. This is a true need.
That's a true need, Senator.
Okay, true need. So what we need to get from you is a breakdown of the associated costs for these positions and the associated fringe benefits. So the personal and the fringe benefits for these positions, so we can move forward. Of course, we'll discuss it with the Finance Committee as we get into markup. But we need to just go ahead and deal with it. So, because if once we pass the budget, OMB can't put these on this account for you. This money has to be appropriated. You understand?
Copy.
Got it. Thank you. Senator, I can't find my paper. Yes, sir. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to
One
you,
second,
my
Senator
colleagues.
Carrion. Hold the senator's time. Take the senator's time back. I did get a query from, I believe, Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson, you are recognized for your point of information. And before I go to that, let me recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, our majority leader. Good morning, Senator Gittins, and thank you for being here. Senator Johnson, you may proceed.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My point of information goes back to the line of questioning of one of my colleagues to Director George, and it was in reference to Director George's salary, asking him if the budget, the 2024 budget reflects that. And I'm looking on page 17 of 22, and I see a salary for the director of $102,000. My question to the director, is this your new salary? And if not, what was your salary when you came in and what your salary is now? Because you said that the budget reflects your new increase, and this is saying 102. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
My salary previously, Senator, was 102. And the present is 125, just recently. And that was not budgeted in the 23 budget. It's supposed to be in the 24, Senator.
All right. Thank you for your response. Again, that's why it's important for us to get the information around the personnel. We need a true personnel listing. I'm not going to build a budget without a true personnel listing because it presents a problem. We just need to see what those true numbers are. Now, I got a text. I'm just going to be straight up with you. I don't usually speak about getting texts, but it was shared with me that some firefighters have not received their raises.
Which raises?
Their salary increases based on their union negotiations.
We don't, if they haven't gotten any raises, they need to come to the office and show us where. There is employees that are on probation that have not received increases.
Probation because they're new employees or?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
And they have not completed their requirements on the job.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, y'all are listening? They have not completed their requirements on the job. Okay. So I'm glad that you said that because I know that about 2 years ago we had the discussion about the new firefighters that you brought on and the fact that one of the requirements were they were to become EMT certified, correct? And you were having some difficulty with making that happen with some of them. What's the status of that?
We're still going through the issue. We have recently made a decision.
Okay, so please turn off the mic of those individuals on synchro. I think they're coming through. Go ahead.
We are still working through the process, but we have finally made a decision that we will have to start the process of terminating. They're not trying to meet us halfway. It's rebellious and very distracting because the more we try to help, is the more we get in pushback.
And how many people are you talking about?
Right now, about 7.
Seven of how many people?
Of how many?
So that initial, I suspect, is a class?
Yeah, that initial class.
So how many people came into that class?
2019 class, about 21 came into that class.
And you're having a challenge with 7 individuals still?
From that class.
Okay.
In St. Thomas.
All right. You have to do what you have to do. Senator, carry on. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
Thank you. Good morning to the FEM team, S team. Good morning to you guys. Good morning to the people of Virgin Islands.
Good morning.
I do have a few questions here. Director, your ambulance fee projection for FY24 is what amount you stated?
Roughly 2.5 million.
2.5 million. Outstanding vendor payments. You have any?
Yes, we have one SOS.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, sorry. No, I said we have one outstanding vendor payment, SOS,
What's that amount?
$168,000.
And that's apart from what you owe to Patford, right? For
Yes. Yes,
your
Senator.
assistance. Okay. You have two. And what's the status of that one, the 168,000?
We're working to pay that bill. We have to revisit some funding to get that paid before FY23 runs out.
Got you. And looking at a post-audit report on page 4, Exhibit 3, what are your actuals for your capital outlay? Because I know in FY23, we'd appropriated some funding for that.
Yes.
600,000 from general fund?
The 600,000 was for 2 fire trucks, Senator. Those trucks has been procured for St. John, and those funding have been paid or used.
Good. And with regards to your professional services and contract listing, do you have a more up-to-date, because in the post-audit report on page 10, we're only seeing Exhibit 6. We only see 2 listed here as contracts. But I would believe that you have engaged in other type of professional services or contract for FY23.
Charmaine Akers Hewlett, these are the 2 existing contracts that we have. The cleaning services, we have not renewed any of the contracts yet. They are still in the works between us and PNP.
So those are the only 2 that have been renewed, but there's others that you are negotiating?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a cost associated with those other contract listing contracts?
That's going out for bid. We don't know what it's going to be yet.
Maybe going out for bid. Got you. Now, I see that
1 minute.
in that same post on page 4, from the Total Emergency Service Special Fund for FY23, the recommendation is $2.4 million. That's what's coming in, or?
That includes the emergency, the health revolving, the funds that we receive from health and our emergency service.
30 seconds.
Good. Director, you mentioned in your testimony that it's your goal for FY24, start offering online payment, and you're working along with BIT for that. Is there any cost associated along this project?
Yes, it's a small cost to start up the software. I don't have that number in front of me right now.
Is it
Time.
budgeted then in FY24?
If it's budgeted in 24, no, we're utilizing our emergency services fund.
For that, okay, so it does not come in from the general fund. All right, and you spoke about increasing staff as part of your goal for FY24. What is that number of increasing that you would like to see?
As it mentioned, 10 firefighters in both districts, 5 paramedics in both districts, and 5 EMTs in both districts.
Very well. I think my time has been called. Madam Chair, if I could do one last question.
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you. In the miscellaneous section in the post-audit report, what are your actuals?
Which one? What page?
You mentioned page 10?
Page 10, yes.
Yeah, I'm curious because you said you purchased a truck, but it says you have $450,000 that is still available.
No.
And the ambulance
truck
boat.
has been purchased. The trucks have been purchased. We
Okay,
don't
so
have
the-
the 450.
This is incorrect.
Yes.
Very well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So, have you received funding from the health revolving fund in FY23? Have you ever received
No,
any
ma'am.
funding from the health revolving fund? So the health revolving fund conversation is a new conversation for you, correct?
Yes.
So, under the appropriations for FY24, I note that I don't see any consideration of funding for fire from the health revolving fund. Are you aware of that? So
No,
you say
Senator.
you're in conversations, but I don't see that. So I don't see it in the post-audit report. I do know that there's perhaps something in the budget book that came down. I need to get a copy of that page that speaks specifically to health revolving from some $2 million.
Right.
So have you looked at how you are going to budget that $2.4, I think, $million?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so we need to get a copy of that because that needs to be added to this appropriation for FY24 because you shared with us about these salaries. So we want to be clear because it seems like the money is rolled up. So you're getting 2.4 under the fire emergency fund. The recommendation is significantly higher. So I don't know if it's significantly higher because they are rolling up. I think that's the impression that I'm getting here, that they're rolling up the fire service emergency fund funding and the health revolving fund into one amount.
Yes.
They can't do that. Those are created by two separate and distinct acts. They're separate. They're not the same. So we're going to have to fix that. But if that's the case, you have $2.8 million under the total fire service emergency fund. That's the recommendation for FY24. Because usually the recommendation is around $770,000. So if that in fact is the case, the funding that's there's $2.4 million that's set aside just for other services and charges. There's no consideration for personnel. So you have to tell us what your true needs are when it comes to these funds, because when we build a budget, these are included in your numbers. So we got to get this right so you can allocate this money. The ones that are, this is non-appropriated, but we want you to be able to hire those positions. So in order for us to make sure that it sticks and you get it done, we're going to have to appropriate it. You can appropriate from time to time the salaries against it. Otherwise, we're going to have to take that from the general fund. And I don't know that we have a window to do that. Okay? Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. And of course, good morning to Director George and the BIFM's family. I wanted to ask you, Director, your request is for FY 2024 is $33,483,806. Is that sufficient for you to be able to carry out your duties and responsibility and your mandates of VIFMs?
That's what we have been asked to work with. Yes, Senator.
My question to you, sir, is that sufficient for you to be able to carry out your duties?
Yes, Senator.
Very well. And under that, 97% of that appropriation is for personnel costs. I thought we were long beyond 97% for personnel costs. I mean, in this day and age, you know, I think that departments are still being hamstrung if you're requiring to utilize 97% of your budget for personnel, which leaves only 3% for everything else that remains. However, again, you said that you are satisfied with that budget. In respect to your key performance indicators, I saw where who's ultimately responsible for monitoring your key performance indicators. Some areas I'm seeing that you're exceeding your goal, and other areas that you're falling short. Who's responsible for monitoring those?
The Chief Financial Officer.
Okay, and how is that being done? Is every single member of your executive team, as well as your rank and file members, aware of your KPIs?
Everybody in the management team is aware. The employees are aware of our key indicators. We have had discussions with the employees about this and our prevention unit.
Okay, so if I was to ask one of your chiefs here today in regards to the KPIs, they'll be aware of it.
Yes, they share the information every month with Ms. Hewlett, so we could submit to OMB, sir.
Very well. That's not a problem. I just want to make sure that this is infectious and that everyone is aware of what's going on in regards to the KPIs. In your revenue collection, and thank you for the data information that you provided there, I would like I'd like for you to next time to at least do a comparison between the previous year and the current year. That way we could see whatever achievement is being made in regards to your revenues collections. Do you see any difficulties in that?
No, Senator.
In regards to your organization chart, I saw that you have one, at least in the post-audit report, that reflects the fire side of the house, but nothing from the EMS side. Do you have an updated organization chart?
Yes, we do.
Okay, can you please submit that? You spoke about the fire prevention unit doing an awesome job, and let me thank you for acknowledging that this body certainly have led and guided you in a number of initiatives that you have undertaken, and thank you for following the lead on that. But you talk about the fire prevention unit. What are you doing to right fit that fire prevention unit to get them up to snuff with, the issue of their hazardous duty pay?
We're still working with OCB on that. We felt, and as I mentioned to you before, that's a negotiated item. It wasn't done when it was supposed to, and it has become a nightmare for me right now.
Okay, real quickly, we still need to address that as quickly as possible. In regards to F Company, the bay doors, what's the situation with those bay doors at F Company, and when are those going to be repaired? Madam Chair, if I may just conclude with...
I'll pass that to Chief Paul Christian.
Paul Christian, Deputy Chief, St. Croix. Right now we're in negotiation with a contractor. He came out Saturday. He did the initial inspection. And right now he's ordering some parts. So we're waiting for those parts to come in so he can repair those doors.
Very well, that needs to be taken care of, especially in light of us being in the hurricane season. What about the generators? There, again, there's complaint of the place being extremely dark during power outages.
The generator, it needs a new transfer switch. We're in the process of getting one right now. So when the power goes, you have to manually switch it on. But right now we're in the process of getting a switch so it can be automatically switched over.
Okay. And in wrapping up, I hear you mention about the emergency service fund. That fund is currently under siege. There's a number of private providers and small companies that's porting the local numbers for long distance number, which means that the local government would not be able to see the emergency service funds coming through this territory. And it's something that I'll be working on in order to address. But certainly we can't continue to allow for our service providers to take away the little funding that's coming to our emergency service sector by porting our local numbers for long distance numbers. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. I hope that we have a second round if necessary to probe on additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. To the question that the previous speaker asked, you noted that the fire prevention unit staff, they currently do not receive hazardous pay.
No, Senator.
And you have been working with So are they unionized employees?
Yes, Senator.
So they're unionized employees, and you're of the belief that it should be negotiated, correct?
Yes.
And how long, when was the last time their contract was negotiated?
We're in the process back and forth with the union, and OCB is back and forth. We think that we should have something by this year.
And how many employees are you talking about?
14 territory-wide with that situation.
So 14 employees, and are they conducting hazardous duty work?
Yes.
Okay, so what prevents the government, through yourself and the OCB, from moving forward with a stipulation absent of the union negotiations to ensure that the language is placed to recognize them as hazardous duty staff?
That has been part of the discussion.
Well, we got to get beyond the discussion. How long are we talking about this one?
A while.
A while. And again, we got to treat our people better. So if we have an issue, it's a simple stipulation. Hey, OCB, we would like a stipulation that says that the individuals who are, what the title is? Fire Prevention Unit? Who are in the Fire Prevention Unit to be considered as hazardous duty employees. You send it to the union sign it, and we move on. We don't have to wait for a union contract to do this. We know that this is the right thing to do. So I would strongly suggest that, I mean, we've had these discussions with OCB and the departments, but it can't come from OCB. It has to come from you. You guys send it to OCB. This is what I want for my staff. Please. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the same line, based on what you're saying, are they budgeted in the 24 budget to address what Madam Chair is saying?
No, Senator.
So you would need to have them
You need
added
to have
take care of
that
it.
negotiation aspect, yes.
Do you have a number of what it would cost, personal fringe?
No, Senator. Not at this
Okay.
time.
All right. Because we'll also work on that one time too. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, we first have to have a stipulation in order to even give consideration. So I believe it's worth the discussion. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I'm so glad to hear that discussion because I think it's so unfair what we do to our people going out working under these conditions and not being compensated properly. On page 17 of 22, the post added, I realized that uniform allowance, you have nothing in the budget for uniform allowance. Can you explain that to me?
See the page again, Senator.
Page 17 of 22, the post added, uniform allowance. There's no figures there at all.
It says 17 of
Time is
22.
short.
Sorry, we don't have a
Page
17.
17. Page what?
We don't have a page 17.
17
Oh, sorry.
of 22 in the post added.
But I don't see, where is uniform allowance?
We don't see any uniform allowance, Senator.
Oh, here.
Wait, hold on.
Where's this from?
Well, that's my question. My question is why isn't there uniform allowance here in this budget?
In the budget that what we submitted, there is uniform allowance.
It is.
What's the uniform allowance? How much do you have for uniform allowance?
About 150,000, Senator.
All right, let's go to your night differential. You have some $673,000. And I want to ask you, HR, this person, who is allowed to get night differential?
As per Barbara
Ms. Brown?
Barbara Williams Brown, as per the law, individuals who work the regular schedule shift between the hours of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
So any of your staff that work from 6 to 6 is allowed night differential. Am I correct to say that?
No, that's incorrect. The regularly scheduled shift.
So you're telling me that, how does the law say? Isn't anyone that work night differential gets paid for night differential?
The law states that anyone work on the regularly scheduled shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. receive night differential.
You have employees that are not receiving night differential are working from 6 p.m.
No, we don't.
Director?
No, we don't. We have employees on call.
1 minute.
And your employees on call, how many hours they get paid for on call?
The employees on call, once they go on a call, they receive time and a half.
How many
Overtime.
hours?
They receive overtime. The contract says they receive once they're
Minimum
called out.
hours. Minimum hours on call is 4 hours. Am I correct to say that?
You're incorrect, sir.
So when did the law change?
30 seconds.
They receive 3 hours automatically.
We're going to look into that because I think you guys are very far off with that. Anybody that works for this government, and I know, I've been a union shops to it, that get called into work on their day off, it's minimum 4 hours. How the fire department get to 3 hours, I surely want to figure that out. And before my time run out, your cooperative fire grant from USDA for the Forest Service. May I wrap up on this, Madam Chair?
You may, Senator.
Is this for the purchase of firefighting supplies, and why haven't this grant been used?
Chairman Akers Hewlett, that $60,000 has already been used.
Oh, so the information from our post audit should have been updated?
Yes, that was since the first time we sent it in.
I thank you very much. I definitely will have to have some more dialogues on this call-in and the night differential because I've been speaking to individuals who have not been receiving night differentials that are working nighttime, and the call-in, as much as I know, it's minimum 4 hours once you get call-in. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I'm trying to remember Miss Williams Brown, HR. So basically, your payments are based on the union contract, correct?
Correct. Speak up.
Miss Akers Hewlett. So the payments, based on the senator's concern, your payments are based on the union contract?
Yes.
As far as I know.
No, you gotta be affirmative. Are your payments based on your union contract?
Correct.
Correct. All right. Okay. Senator James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I am interested in finding out from you, if you have that number available, what it would cost the fire department, the government of the Virgin Islands, to pay those individuals who are in the prevention unit their hazardous pay. How much would that cost be?
About how much?
We haven't reviewed the cost.
In a minute.
We don't have the information with us today.
Through the chair, I'd like to request that information before we wrap up this budget. At least have an idea of how much it will cost. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. I'm only interested in the numbers, so show us the numbers. And like you said, you admitted on the record that they do hazardous work, so you have to do the right thing. It's on the record. And as far as the individual who got that little incident with his health at the Bovoni fire, before I get into my other questions, how is he doing?
He's doing well. He's recuperating fine. He's still out.
Awesome. Happy to know that. And then I saw where you referenced $600,000 for the new trucks. How many trucks?
That's 2 for the island of St. John, Senator.
2 for the island of St. John. And I'm assuming that ever since the incident on St. John, you have been left with one short of a fire truck.
No, Senator, we have deployed other resources that we had back up to St. John, and we did have got a 1.5 million from this body that we purchased several other trucks.
Understood. Thank you for placing that on the record. And I saw where you have mandated SCBAs for firefighter at a cost of $168,000, and that's a payment to SOS Safety. At the time this was submitted to post audit, was showing that is an outstanding vendor payment. What's the status of that?
We're still working to pay that vendor.
When you say working, give us some more details, expound.
We're trying to get additional funding to pay the vendor. We didn't have the funding at the time, so we're waiting to see what much money we have left to pay the vendor. Actually, the vendor shipped these without permission, and that's what really messed up everything.
No, man, he messed up. That's a good thing. But anyway. But I understand, though. And then you say mandated SCBAs. When do you need these by?
No, they are in the territory.
Okay, so
we have them already. We have them.
All right, cool. All right, well, thanks to the vendor. We just have to sort them out. And of course, you're in a budget hearing, so you need money from us, or you don't get it from elsewhere?
We don't get it from elsewhere to deal with it.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And as far as the SCBAs, enlighten me, I'm not too familiar with the whole firefighting thing. Is this a new industry standard? Something was passed down? What was this?
Repeat, sorry.
As far as the mandated SCBAs, that's a normal practice to have those, right?
1 minute.
A.D. Stevens.
Assistant Director Antonio Stevens. Yes, Senator. There you go.
The mic.
Bring up your mic.
So the Senator's time.
Assistant Director Antonio Stevens. Yes, Senator. The actual name is the self-contained breathing apparatus is what is needed for us to conduct our firefighting duties.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And ever since the fire EMS merger, as far as the effect on the budget, and I'm hoping and praying, I haven't had a chance to do an analysis, but as far as the increase in the FY 2024 budget, have you done an assessment
30
to
seconds.
find out the increase on the budget ever since the fire EMS merger?
Yes, we have an increase for staffing. Yes.
By what percentage, or by how much? What's the overall cost?
You got overall cost. You got overall cost. We'll get that for you.
Yes, so through the chair, I would like to request that information. I want to make sure that we pay attention to how we're progressing and the amount of money that we're putting into this
Time.
virus EMS merger. So when you things start to balance out, we get to see the progress and what's the norm moving forward. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I don't want to abuse my time. And please take care of guys in the prevention unit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. Thank you for that question, Senator, because it's important for us to have a clear understanding of what is the overall cost to the department now that the merger is done. What is that number? We should have that number. When I look at the appropriations for FY22, the number reflected, the department's budget was 27.2 million. In 23, 32.9. Of course, it's a little more, 33.3 because of the salary increases. And then the number gone back down to 33.4 or 5. So the number has stayed. We haven't seen any true increase in your budget other than from 22 to 24 with regards to the true implementation of the merger. So we need to get that from you, please. So do you have that? Do you have that? You have to know what the impact is.
We will have that for you.
Madam CFO, what's the impact?
I'll have to get that information to you.
Yeah, that's important. That's important. We need to see how we're balancing this. What does it mean for the once fire department that's now a department that's merged with emergency medical services? That's information you really should have had today.
My apologies.
Yeah, that's important for us to really clearly understand how we're doing the dance on this. And those employees were transferred to you, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so then please do the analysis with breaking out the transfer of the employees, the associated fringe. Did the supplies come with you as well?
Yes, Senator.
With them? Supplies in general fund or just supplies in, because we ain't seeing it. We're not seeing it. We're just seeing, I'll just tell you. When was the official, I believe that in FY 2022, when we did the budget inclusive of the merger. Correct? Yes. Post-audit is saying affirmative yes.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what, that's $1 million. So we're seeing $1 million in fringe. We're seeing $1 million in personnel. We're not seeing any impact. We saw $1 million in other services. Literally, we've seen a reduction in FY 24 of $391,000 in other services. I don't know if there's an impact on utilities, but we'll talk about that a little later. But we're just seeing a 3% increase, and that 3% is associated with personnel. And if you're truly bringing it over, then we really need to understand what are those associated costs that's impacting in the positive. It should impact in the positive the department with this merger. That's not very clear to us. Okay? So we need to get our information clearly. All right, Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all.
Morning.
I listened to the testimony carefully where you spoke to grants, disaster recovery, accomplishments, goals, etc. But I have some real concerns still with some of what was stated and some of what was not stated. Let's start with this disaster recovery. We are about 6 years past the 2017 hurricanes and still recovering. You mentioned the reconstruction of Grove Place Fire Station and Cotton Valley Fire Stations with limited info, but I'm happy to hear that Grove Place Fire Station has been totally demolished. Correct, Chief St. Croix? Please recognize the fire chief and St. Croix. Go ahead, Chief.
Morning, Libertarians Fire Chief. Yes, it's completely demolished.
Okay, what's the status of the at the temporary site in Grove? What's the status of the generator there?
The status of the generator at the temporary station in Grove is right now we utilize the same a smaller generator to power up the Grove station. Whenever the power goes out, we attach that smaller unit to that building and power up this station.
You have to attach it?
Well, it's a portable generator, Senator, so once it's connected to the transfer switch that we have there, we cannot leave it outside because, like I say, it's portable.
So where is it now?
It's placed, right now it's in the maintenance shop. As soon as we need it out there, we put it out there.
So the maintenance shop, what I'm asking, in comparison to the temporary site, where is it?
At Richmond Station.
Richmond?
Yes, sir.
So tonight, if WAPA goes, the station gone in darkness until somebody bring that down from Richmond to Grove?
Yes, sir.
Let's fix that.
We will.
Please. Thank you. Shouldn't happen. There was also mention of the Frederickstead Fire Station, but I'm not clear on the status of what is supposed to be happening there. That's going to take some time. but also you spoke to building capacity as an EMS organization. Director, do we have, or Assistant Director Evelyn, do we have individuals who are currently out of the territory
1 minute.
training to become paramedics?
Lyle Evelyn.
I'm not hearing a response and the time is going.
Lyle Evelyn. Yes, we have 2 individuals currently in Howard County in the paramedic program in Baltimore.
Who is paying for this training and what status are they on?
The training is fully funded by private individuals, private entities, so there's no cost at all to the
30 seconds.
GVI.
Who's paying these individual salaries? What status are they?
Salaries are being paid for. We have a collaboration with Loves.
Private donation.
Private donations.
So these individuals are not being carried regularly or on some type of administrative leave?
Time.
No. It was a special provision we created to get this here done.
We're going to need to have a discussion on this further because we are asking these individuals to become EMTs, paramedics, etc. And we are not paying their salaries. I am also told that they had to find funding to put themselves up for transportation
That's
to and
not
from. We can't be acting like that as a government. So we need to have that conversation. Before I conclude, what's the status of the premium pay for your firefighters? Were all firefighters compensated their premium pay thus far?
No, Senator.
What's the status?
To date, all the information that was sent to OMB include all the individuals that work during the pandemic, and we have a number of individuals who met the 70,000 threshold has not been paid. We're just awaiting payment from OMB.
So it's just those individuals with the 70,000 threshold not paid?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. I think that's the new music that we're hearing, that the individuals who are over 70,000 have not been paid. They haven't been paid when we started out the budget process. I want to say that was sometime in June. We are now in August. Yeah, I got to pay the people, man. Pay the people their money. I don't understand what takes us so long. These are funds that's coming. These are not even tied to our general coffers. These funds are funds that came from the federal government that's been drawn down. Why we don't just pay them? I'm just at a loss as to what the challenge is with paying the people. This is where we have so many people around here that feel so frustrated. Pay the people. I just don't get it. There's a point of information.
Yes, for me.
Senator James, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's about the earlier discussion we had regarding the night differential. And I saw where in the post added there are 2 categories to night differential. So my question is, can you let us know what's the difference between the 673,000, 678,000, and the $476,573, and if the fire prevention unit is a part of this night differential, and are they qualified? So it's a threefold question. That's page 17 of 22. I saw where they have two categories for night differential. I need to know why we have two different ones. And then the second part of the question is, does the prevention unit receive night differential pay, and do they even qualify for it?
The prevention unit presently does not receive night differential pay.
In the mic.
Let's repeat again.
The prevention unit does not receive night differential pay.
Okay, so that's one part of the question. Then the second part of the question is, do they qualify for night differential?
Presently, no.
Can you explain why not?
The last states night differential is earned when you work between the hours of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., the regularly scheduled shift.
And then the third part of the question in the post-audit report, page 17 of 22, we have two sections for night differential. That's internally, that's what we do, but I need some understanding of why we have two sections and why not one section.
Charmaine Acres, Hewlett, those are divided by districts.
And it needs to be placed like that, please, next time, so we can have an idea. But that's not your fault. I don't know if it was submitted that way, but it needs to be corrected. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Do you pay uniform allowance?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so there's not, what is your amount that you set aside for uniform allowance?
It's usually around 150.
It's 253.
250. Go ahead, answer.
Please respond in the mic.
Charmaine Acres, Hewlett, it usually runs around 253,000.
253
per
territorial
year.
Annually?
Yeah.
And then is your uniform allowance payments up to date?
Yes, Senator.
Okay,
We
cool.
have a one due in December.
And you have a lump sum amount of 260,000. What is that for?
We didn't hear you, Senator. Sorry.
260 for lump sum payments. What is that for?
That is usually for people who are retiring and needs to be paid out.
And then, and how much of that have you used in FY22?
How much you use?
You don't know? In fiscal year 22?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
What did you say?
Fiscal year 22, we used 190,114.
190.
190,114.
Yeah, so we have to be mindful of, colleagues, we have to be mindful of the lump sum categories in the budgets. This is part of the reason why we are not necessarily in control of the personnel costs that's associated with these departments. And then I guess this is how it was presented to the post-audit division. We just see everything is divided in two. I'm not sure why. It has to be based on
districts.
No, it has to be based on the activity, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
So you look at this based on respective districts or based on the overall territory-wide department? Are you paid out based on the department? It can't be even. How many employees you have in St. Croix, in the St. Croix district? How many do you have in the St. Thomas, St. John district?
Read it.
We have, wait, hold on.
That's your total amount of employees, and then how would you have it broken down?
104 is suppression unit, and
In the mic.
we have 104.
No, don't give it to me like that. You gotta give it to me. What's your total amount of employees?
319.
319, and how many do you have in each respective district? Your total in St. Thomas, St. John, your total in St. Croix.
We have them break down in units, Senator. Sorry.
Yeah, but you gotta have a total, right? So what's the total?
Go ahead. Read up.
She don't want me to break it down. 319 total.
Right, and your
Employees.
total per district of that 319, what's that bottom line? What's the bottom line aggregate for each district?
I don't have it separated.
Okay, you could come back and tell me. I believe that Senator Joseph asked a question with regards to the allotment of Mrs. Hewlett. Do you have that information ready?
Yes, I do.
Can you please share it?
The allotment for well, we got a two-part allotment for the 11th and 12th month together, and that was $5,482,010.
So what is the balance of your allotment?
That was the two final allotments that we got.
So you would have have you received all of your available budget amounts for FY 2023?
So far, yeah, yes, because that's the last. The last two allotments came in together.
So you receive your allotments monthly, and you're saying you receive your month 10 and month 11? What did you say?
Month 11 and 12.
So how much more months you got?
No more months.
Okay, so so you've received
We
all of
received
your allotment
all-
for
right,
FY 20?
right.
3.
Right.
I got it. Okay. All right. Colleagues, I believe that we've exhausted all of the respective, everybody has spoken to the fire services. What we're going to need to get from you, so we're going to need to get from you a breakdown of your other services and charges category, because we're seeing a negative. Your budget for appropriation levels for FY23 was $1,069,000. Your recommendation this year is $678,251. Well, I see that you're receiving funding from the Health Revolving Fund. I'm still concerned that there is a reduction in your supplies, other services category. And then in FY23 and previous years, 22, you did not receive associative funding for supplies, but this year you have $39,000. Tell me the need for the additional $39,000.
The 39 in the post-audit report you're talking about?
No, it's in the budget as well. The budget says $39,000 in addition for supplies.
Those supplies is on the EMS side that we requested.
Okay, we'll make note of that on the EMS side. So that coming from the Health Revolving Fund?
Yes. The funding.
Okay, so that's hitting, okay. And then you have $50,000 that we appropriate annually for the junior firefighters.
Yes, Senator.
And you have expended, you are slated to expend all of those funds?
Yes, Senator.
Then you also have the contract for the ambulance boat. I suspect that's $166,000.
That's for maintenance, Senator.
And you intend to expend all those funds?
Yes, Senator.
So in FY24, you do need a reappropriation?
Yes, Senator.
All right. And then you don't have any need for capital projects for FY24? We don't see any capital project asked from fire for FY24?
All the capital projects are being dealt with the recovery funding, Senator.
Okay, so as it relates to, you probably, you did share in your testimony, but just give me a quick update as to what's happening with the Bordeaux project.
We just got the obligations for the Bordeaux project. That's the next one on the list to go through A&E.
Boy. So you just got the obligation?
Yes,
Wow.
after 3.5 years.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, we continue to talk about the fact that our projects are moving slow, but we have to continue to beat the drum about the fact that we are getting the obligations and the approvals from FEMA long after we send in the applications. It's just taking too long. I see that Senator Gittins has a point of information. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, seriously concerned about the financial well-being of these firefighters on the mainland. I'm going to ask that you submit through the chair the information regarding those two employees that's in Maryland with a breakdown as to their status for pay, who is paying for the training, the boarding, transportation, etc. And also, I know that the president asked about the bay doors at one of the fire stations. I'm also asking for the status of the bay doors at Frederickstead Fire Station and the one in Cotton Valley.
Thank you.
So I'll ask for those two, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. And I didn't, when the senator discussed this earlier, we didn't give you an opportunity to put on the record exactly what this whole, it sounds to me like a public-private partnership.
Yes, sir.
As it relates to those firefighters that are on the mainland getting training. So
yes.
Can you please put on the record for us, what does that look like and what does it mean for us in the future?
Those two paramedics are at Howard. Lally, you could go on and explain the partnership.
Yes, and I'll also have
Go ahead.
Larry Leveland, Assistant Director of EMS. I'll also have Chief Stevenson provide more context to it as well. So we have partnered with Love City Strong.
In the mic.
We have partnered with Love City Strong through the conjunction of Bloomberg Group and Love City Strong. So we made arrangements to Love City Strong and Howard County EMS program. They are offering us 2 slots in their paramedic program every year where they will cover all the costs. For this specific program as well, Love City Strong is covering their housing completely and also their salary as well. So this is, as you said, a public... Second?
Go ahead.
So it's a public-private partnership we want to continue every year where they allow 2 of our firefighter EMTs or EMTs to go into this program.
To the paramedic program.
The paramedic program, which is an accredited program that's very much, it's through Johns Hopkins Hospital, so it's an accredited program that will benefit us in the long term.
Okay, so these individuals are not employees of the GVA?
Yes, they are.
They are. So if they're employees of the GVA, how are they receiving their paychecks?
They're receiving the paychecks through Division of Finance. The paycheck is being processed. However, as the AD stated, thus far we've received 2 checks from Love City Strong, and the checks are being deposited into a special account that has been set up. So once the time is entered for them, the checks are being drafted from that special account.
What special account?
That was set up through, we work with Division of Finance. So they can...
We need to know a special account. There is the only entity that has the authorization to establish a fund is the legislature.
No.
All funds, all setting up of funds has to be done by the institution of the legislature. So what is that fund? If Love City Strong is sending... Who receives the checks?
Fire service.
Fire? So what do you have to know where you're depositing it. So where
We deposit it at the Department of Finance in a special account.
You deposit the hard check? You
A hard
deposit,
check, yes.
So you take the check to finance?
Yes.
I ain't sure what's going on in this government. I am just not certain. I mean, we are definitely appreciative of the funding, but we have to do things the right way. And of course, that's no fault of yours, because you're just doing what is asked of you. But the Department of Finance should know that if they deposit money in a fund, it has to be the appropriate fund. And you can't tell us what a fund is. And let me tell you what the other problem is.
It's not a fund, Senator. It's going into an account. It's not a fund.
All the fund account them, they start with a fund, then they become an account. It's a fund. And I'm going to tell you what the problem is. So the problem is we are appropriating the money from the general fund. These employees are employees of the government, correct? And you're paying their salaries on a annual basis, correct? What else are you paying for them while they are on the mainland?
The housing.
Who's covering their housing expenses?
Love City Strong.
And that's coming out of, that's being paid directly by Love City Strong, or is it?
It's already been paid.
Stay with me. I need for us to be clear and understanding what we're dealing with. Is it a check that's coming to this account that you're talking about, and then the government paying it, or Love City Strong paying it directly to the entity?
Love City Strong paid it directly to the entity.
So you're primarily responsible for covering the expenses associated with their personnel costs.
Yes, Senator.
And their transportation, I think there's a concern from the senator that shared that there's some transportation concerns.
Yes, Senator.
How is that being covered?
It's being rectified as we speak. They had a vehicle, but the vehicle was turned back in, so we're working on getting them another vehicle. And we're working with Love City Strong and John Hopkins to get that done.
And how are we covering their sustenance?
By the payment. By the payments that they're getting.
So we're responsible for feeding them while they're out of town? A stipend, a per diem, or whatever we call
No,
it.
that's not part of the agreement.
Okay. Senator Gittins, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I was trying to be short with this, but sometimes when you're trying to be short, you don't get the whole thing out. These two employees, this is a year-long training, if we don't know. We shouldn't be in no negotiation, in no partnership. I mean, we accept the monies, yes. But we should be able to grant our employees outright administrative leave to address or to attend a training of this magnitude. We just stated that we want firefighter EMTs and paramedics within the fire service. Why are we here fumbling as to whether or not these employees are going to be rightfully paid? This, I want the leadership of the fire service to know that this type of arrangement will affect the employees' retirement, the annual leave, and even their insurance while they are away. We need to know what type of leave they're on, and I hope that they're on administrative leave because we are requiring them to do this training. And the seniority, everything is being affected here. So I just need to make sure that we are doing what we're supposed to do for these employees. Everybody getting the raise and everything, and these firefighters are still here waiting for contract negotiations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. So I want to make sure that the information that we're talking about is accurate. Are you paying these employees every 2 weeks?
Correct, Senator.
And what are you charging them when you pay them? Are they on the regular payroll, 80?
80 hours per pay period.
So 80 hours per pay period as they are away being trained, correct?
Correct.
So their retirement is not being impacted?
Correct.
What?
Insurance, nothing.
Nothing. Everything is being paid as regular from the monies that we receive through Love City Strong. So every bi-weekly we receive a paycheck with 80 hours. All the various contribution deductions are being met.
Okay, the committee has to stand in recess. We have a slight little issue. We'll stand in recess for 2 minutes. The committee stands in recess. committee is back on the record. Ms. Brown, Williams Brown, you are wrapping up exactly what, as it relates to the payment, the fact that the employees are paid their regular pay, so there is no break in their service. I think that's the primary concern. Was there ever a challenge with break in service?
No, as I previously stated, the employees are being paid through Love City Strong, and they receive their 80 hours pay bi-weekly.
Be careful with saying they're being paid through Love City Strong.
Okay.
The employees are under the FY 2023 budget of the general fund, correct?
Correct.
And every 2 weeks, you process, when you submit the payroll for the Virgin Islands, what do you call it, VIMS?
FEMS.
Yeah.
Vim.
You all send down 80 hours for those employees, correct?
Correct.
And then there is reimbursement that is coming from this public-private partnership that we ensure where that's hitting, because then it says to us that if that's the case, what is the total, what is the, I don't want to get into the individual employees' salaries, but what kind of savings you're seeing from those two employees then?
Roughly 5,000.
No, man, it gotta be more than that. Per annum.
Well, it's going to be about $80,000.
So about $80,000 is more than that, I'm sure, because you have associated fringe benefits.
Right.
Right? So you have to be seen as savings in your account. That's why I said to you earlier, go back and look at what your savings are, because you need to pay that proffered bill.
Mm-hmm.
And then any other needs that they have is paid directly to the program, correct?
Correct.
So the housing, what else?
The housing, the transportation.
We try and get the transportation.
And the meals. The meals, right? And the meals.
All right. And you all are checking to find out if the matters are being taken care of.
Correct.
Director.
Recently, Evelyn paid them a visit.
So Evelyn, share with us what's happening there, please.
Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director of EMS. So I visited them in July of this year. I was actually in Maryland for a SAMHSA conference. I took the opportunity to spend a few hours with them. And I met them at their school. They took me to their areas where they are living. They're living in nice accommodations. They gave me an update on how the school is going. They're impressed with the facilities, and they're doing really well. You know, their lead instructor sends us updates almost every week on their status, their grades. So they have no complaints at all. And they're living really well up there, and they enjoy it. And I'm glad that we signed an agreement so that they can come back home to us, because I could see why they would want to stay there, because of the opportunities available to them for training and everything else.
Well, Director, I'm going to share with you that clearly they have some challenges, so you need to find out what their challenges are.
Okay, please share it with me.
Well, I'm saying based on what was shared today.
Yes, okay, yes, we know about it. One challenge we know is the biggest one right now, and we're trying to address it, Senator, is the transportation situation. Yes.
Okay, so in the interim, if they're having a transportation challenge, how are you making up for that?
That's what I just said. We're working on that. I just found out about it this week, so we've been addressing it.
All right, thank you. So what we need to get from you is an updated report on your the use of your emergency services fund, your fire emergency service fund. So it's emergency services fund, your fire service emergency fund, and you're not getting any health revolving fund in addition to the additional positions that you're asking for. And I don't believe I have any other questions. I don't know if any of my colleagues have a burning question, but
Yes.
I'm actually seeing the folks. Please make sure it's associated with the budget, because we have the folks here from the election system who's eagerly awaiting to present their budget acts for FY24. So
Yes, last,
Senator Joseph, Senator Fonseca, Senator Bulkes, Senator Graff, Senator Francis,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, real quickly, in regards to the, you spoke about the build-out of the Grove Place fire station and all of the disaster recovery projects. Is there any timeline established in when we'll start to see some movement on these projects?
Yes, Senator. Just yesterday, we just picked the vendor for the construction of the SEAL project. That has been a long process. We hope within 90 days that should start moving forward. We're in the A&E phase with the Cotton Valley Fire Station. After Cotton Valley, it'll be Cruz Bay, A&E, and then after Cruz Bay, it'll be Fortuna A&E services.
Very well, thank you. That's my burning question at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Appendix E grants. The emergency med response training and decontamination equipment grant expire on 8/31/2023. Has a balance about 19 million.
19 million.
Will that balance be utilized by the end of the year?
19 million, 19,000.
19,000.
19,592, yeah. By the end of the month, I should say, because they expired 8/31.
We already used that fund, Senator. Those equipment is on island.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your question.
thank you. In addition to the information I requested for these two firefighters outside the territory, I'm also asking for a copy of the approved administrative leave document, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. I believe that it was made clear that those employees are being paid their regular salary. Their 80 hours is being submitted. Could you please put that on the record again, that these employees are not on admin leave, they're on regular 80 hours, and in fact, if they're on regular 80 hours, they're in fact generating annual leave and sick leave while they are out to training. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Madam HR.
That is correct, Senator.
All right. Okay, colleagues. I'm going to ask you, Director. I know you're so good at forgetting your name. I nearly call your street name. Director George.
Thank you for the opportunity to share, this opportunity in the Senate. In sharing information with you, we're here to just try to do our best for the men and women of Virgin Islands Fire Service. To my team, to the employees, thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you. Have a blessed day.
You sure you don't want us to consider the budget that you asked for, or you want us to just do what we want?
Give me a little something.
All right, so, okay. We always have to have a light moment because it could get really tense in here sometimes. So, again, thank you for your testimony today, and we have several asks that we will send you correspondence. Hopefully you have recalled most of what we asked for, but we will follow it up with a letter. Please submit the information in a timely fashion. We would prefer to finish our budget markup in a timely fashion so we can wrap this up and move on to a lot of the other major things that we have occurring here in the territory. So once the information is requested, please get it back out to us in a timely fashion. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes as we bring on the board, the election system and the board. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read block number 2 into the record?
Block 2, Election System of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifier, Ms. Carolyn Fox, Supervisor of Elections, Election System of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, this concludes Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon to the election system family. I see that we have Ms. Fox and Ms. Wells, Ms. Alicia Frett Wells.
Good
that's
afternoon.
before us this afternoon. Welcome. We're going to ask you to put your name and title on the record. We're going to start with the chair of the board, and then we're going to go to the executive director.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Frett Wells. I'm the chairman of the Board of Election. My first name is spelled Alecia.
Good afternoon. I'm Caroline Fox, Supervisor of Elections.
Thank you. I note that we have testimony from both today. So we have testimony from the Board of Elections representative, which is the chair of the board. So we're going to start with your testimony, and then we're going to go to the larger testimony from the election system executive director. You may proceed, Mrs. Wells.
Good afternoon again, and thank you, senators and those viewing and listening in the audiences. The board asked that we put these 4 paragraphs on the record, and I'm so glad you were able to accommodate us. Honorable senators, as a prelude to today's ESVI budgetary hearing before this August body, my office was directed by the BOE at its July 25th, 2023 annual report meeting to inform that despite complaints filed by candidates suffering the agony of defeat, ESVI, using its triple redundancy accuracy protocol, has not an iota of doubt about the 2022 general election cycle. Rejection of those complainants was issued after keen review of the Superior Court's established law on VI elections. However, frivolous accusations are on a weekly radio program and on talk shows. Even Honorable Senator Angel Volquez is attacked as Senator at large as to his residency qualification, despite this legislature, shortly before the 2022 election, replaced him for a vacancy in that office pursuant to its power under the revised Organic Act of 1954. In the meanwhile, the election systems of our brothers and sisters in Tortola and other neighbors have consulted the ESVI for its protocols. And when BOE and ESVI staff travel for interactions with other systems, ESVI often receive compliments as to its more advanced systems. Last but not least, there was a video which went viral about Deputy Supervisor Kiva Mae Douglas pocketing a thumb drive to hide votes. That video was so absurd, the FBI and ESVI, beyond every reasonable doubt, absolved her. ESVI staff even wept for her, having suffered that pain. And she continues to suffer pain as she's being held hostage a lot of times at her house. If Miss Douglas has a fault, it is she's too impeccable. And if there's a prize for that perfection, the ESVI uncompromisingly grants her its trophy. Thank you for this time to be able to offer this onto the record.
Thank you, Mrs. Wells. Thought you were going to ask me to give me some budget numbers, but it is what it is. Mrs. Fox, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairwoman Donna Frett Gregory, distinguished members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature, members of the press, the viewing and listening audience. I am Caroline Fox, Supervisor of Elections, a certified elections registration administrator. Appearing with me today is Board of Elections Chairwoman Alicia Wells, also a certified elections registration administrator, and in the Wells, Ms. Lydia Hendricks, Secretary of the Board, also a certified election registration administrator. It is an honor to appear before you today to present the election system of the Virgin Islands fiscal 2024 proposed budget, which includes the Board of Elections and the Office of the Supervisor, along with our accomplishments, challenges, and goals. First, I'd like to begin with a quote from the great Martin Luther King Jr., who proclaimed, quote, "Voting is the foundation stone for political action," end quote. The Board of Elections is the elected policymaking body of the election system of the Virgin Islands. The Board of Election consists of 14 members from the St. Thomas St. John District and St. Croix District, for a 4-year term. 2 of the members in the St. Thomas St. John District must be residents of St. John. The Board of Election members are Chairwoman Ms. Alicia Wells, Vice Chairwoman Ms. Shakima Jones-Sproul, Secretary Lydia Hendricks, members Florine Ardain Hassel, Kareem T. Francis, Atanya Springett Bushalta, Lisa Harris Mohead Esquire, Ifani Joseph, Michael A. Joseph Esquire, Angelique Ledam, Harriet Mercer, Liliana Belado de O'Neill, Arturo Watlington Jr. Esquire, and Raymond J. Williams. The Office of the Supervisor of Elections is charged with the day-to-day administration of the election system of the Virgin Islands. One of our main responsibilities is maintaining the integrity of elections by assuring that Virgin Islanders' voices are heard clearly through the election process. Our responsibilities include training election officials, qualifying candidates for elections, administering campaign finance, managing the territory-wide voter registry, hiring and training poll workers, acquiring and equipping polling places, registering voters, and issuing voter information cards, removing voters from the registration rolls who no longer live in the Virgin Islands, are deceased, or for any other reason are no longer eligible to vote in the Virgin Islands of the United States. Changing information and registered voter rolls when a change is received, name, address, party affiliation, sending advance notice of election to voters who are overseas, in the military, or who request notification, accept mail absentee ballot requests, and send and receive and verify mail ballots, qualifying candidates for territorial offices, preparation for the execution of all elections, testing of all voting equipment, mandating election audits, and providing certified election returns to the boards of elections. I commend this body, all members of the 34th Legislature, for unanimously supporting Bills number 34-319, 34-320, 34-321, 34-322, 34-323, 34-457, 34-460, 34-461, and 34-462, and signed by the Governor Bryan, creating Act 8690. With the passage of these amendments, the execution of elections falls under the purview of the Office of the Supervisor of Elections, in line with other jurisdictions in the United States. For the past 60 years, the Board of Elections has done a remarkable job conducting elections, and now the Office of the Supervisor will maintain these ambitious standards and continue to build on our past successes. Our elections are top tier in the region, and our sights are on the world. The 2024 election cycle will be the first in which the Office of the Supervisor of Election will solely execute the election cycle. My team and I are excited as we prepare for this enormous task. On another note, we need help. A new Brennan Center poll finds that election officials are under attack and leaving their jobs. Between January 31st and February 14th of 2022, the Brennerson Strategy Group polled nearly 600 local election officials about their jobs. Their responses should set off warning bells across all levels of government and provoke action from Congress and local legislators. More than half of the respondents are concerned about the safety of themselves and their colleagues. I regret to inform this body that this type of activity has reached our beautiful Virgin Islands. The integrity, character, and efficiency of our leadership team and employees who are professional and honest in executing the duties of the system. No such distraction for unearned political gain can ever and will never impair the abilities of the system. As a prelude to today's budget hearing, and I know they already mentioned that, I'll skip this paragraph because Ms. Wells mentioned. In the meantime, the election system of our brothers and sisters in Tatola, Anguilla, and other neighbors have consulted the ESVI for its protocols. I had a bird's eye view on the effect this experience has on said employee for only performing assigned duties. Candidates and supporters of candidates during and after the election continue to attack election officials with either misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. To counter this infodemic, we have taken various steps, and we will continue to push back to combat misinformation. Everyone should speak out loudly for their own individual rights. We cannot allow a few lonely minority voices to cause apathy while they vote, but dissuade others from voting. Our commitment to our voters. The staff commits to excellence in maintaining up-to-date, accurate voter registration rules to provide fair and equal opportunities for all qualified voters to participate in the democratic process. I would like to recognize and thank the 12 phenomenal, knowledgeable, experienced, and driven election staff. Ms. Kiva May Douglas, St. Thomas St. John Deputy Supervisor, Mr. Terrell Alexandre, St. Croix Deputy Supervisor, Ms. Milagritos Vincent and Ms. Mulette Hadman Hodge, Senior Elections Assistant, Ms. Sherry Richardson, Ms. Melba Smith, Ms. Mary Felix, Ms. Stephanie Joseph, and Ms. Blanca Maldonado, Election Assistants, Ms. Tricia Johnson, Administrative Assistant, and the Board Executive Assistant, Mr. Richard Wilson. Also the board members, poll workers, election officials, lead voting technicians, caterers, Department of Public Safety, Property and Procurement, Finance, Education, Sports, Parks and Recreation, University of the Virgin Islands, transportation companies, media outlets, and Ranger Security for the successful outcome of the 2022 election cycle. Creme de la creme. Appendix A that you will receive has the ESVI organizational chart. Office of the Supervisor proposed 2024 budget. Today I'm here to make a compelling request for your support of our lump sum budget proposal. The law which mandates to whom we submit our budget follows Virgin Islands Code, Title 18, Chapter 3, Section 47. Jurisdiction, Powers, and Duties of the Joint Board, Section 12. The Board of Elections must annually prepare and submit the budget directly to the legislature, independent of the executive branch of the governor, for the cost of registration and party enrollment of electors, of primaries and elections, and of the expenses of the board for the ensuing fiscal year. Every year, most members of this legislative body accept what the Office of Management and Budget submits over what we propose, the agency in the trenches. How can the actual for FY22 state we expended over $2,700,000 and we are here today with a proposal of $2,500,000? We continue to enhance our processes and our equipment for the public while our proposed budget is stagnant or decreased. For the election system to function effectively, we must spend funds to maintain and continuously enhance our equipment. Modernization and technology enhancement is not cheap. We are tired of robbing Peter to pay Paul. The time is now to change this approach. We have outgrown this practice. We should be treated as a senior organization. We are 60 years old as of February 20th, 2023. If we do not receive adequate funding to conduct the primary, general election, or the constitutional convention in the appropriation in 2024, we will not be able to conduct those elections. Funding for these elections should be appropriated in fiscal year 2024, and this funding should remain available until it's expended. Acts 8474 and 8590 appropriated a total of $500,000 to conduct the election in fiscal year 2022. But the Act did not state until funding is expended. Therefore, $189,763.70 lapsed on September 30th, 2022. However, the general election was November 8, 2022. We had to request a supplemental budget of $100,000 to carry us through 2023. With no alternative, I took general funds from the Office of the Supervisor's budget to take care of the election officials and vendors for the 2022 general election. Every enhancement or upgrade of equipment and purchase from 2014 to now has been with federal funds, totaling $2,034,893. A subset of maintenance of effort is to supplement, not supplant, where federal grant funds shall supplement, not supplant or replace a recipient's non-federal funds which would otherwise have been made available for the applicable program. The federal government will not continue to invest in the election systems of the Virgin Islands if the Virgin Islands government fails to invest in us. And the slides, like I said, we'll skip over the slides. However, our budget has been flatlined, so I'm now at 170, has been flatlined, which is detrimental to us. If we had at least a 5% growth each year, this would equal additional $1,080,000 today. We would be asking for $3,080,000. Please take note. You cannot combine the Board of Elections budget with the Office of the Supervisor budget to obtain a total, and then think we are satisfying the federal mandate. We are not, and have not for over 9 years. I will continue to harp on this every budget cycle. ESVI, Office of the Supervisor, proposed budget for fiscal year 2024 is for $3 million. An estimate of 53% of the budget is spent on salaries and fringe benefits for 8 classified employees and 3 exempt employees. 36% on other services and charges, which include professional services, training, rental of land and building. Capital outlays is 6%. Communication and security, supplies 3%, and utilities 5%. And a chart is provided. For FY 2024, the budget proposal is as follows. Personal services, $1,400,000. Capital outlays, $30,000. Fringe benefits, $436,100. Supplies, $65,000. Professional services and training, $982,900. And utility service, $85,500. The need for equipment, salary increases, and services are detailed below. The 3 managerial staff were approved for salary increases not taken into consideration in the budget proposal sent down by Office of Management and Budget, which ignores the law of Title 18, Section 47, number 12. The mandated salary increases of the election staff every 2 years in accordance with Executive Order 508-2020. All classified staff are at their current step based on the pay plan. This is estimated as $314,000, including salaries and fringe benefits. The manager's salary have not increased for over 3 years, over 7 years with no salary increases, while the line staff receive a salary increase every 2 years by executive order. We have a new position as of this fiscal year with a salary of $60,000, administrator, fiscal, and personnel services staff, which also is not factored into the proposed budget received from OMB. Many citizens request we conduct more forums or town halls. Everything required to conduct a forum has a funding requirement, from rental of the location, sound system, promotion, and live streaming or videotaping the event. 2 Promedium boards for training rooms, conference rooms of the elections offices, St. Croix and St. Thomas, estimated at $15,000 each. Replacement of two or one of the District 2014 vans to upgrade to a mobile voting van with ability to register and obtain a voter's identification card on site and provide a lift ramp to load and unload the demonstrating voting machines. Deputy Supervisor Douglas, a few board members, and I were able to tour one of the Denver City's mobile voting vans in August of 2022. We met with Mr. Daniel Sotelo, Operations Coordinator of the Office of the Clerk and Recorder for the City and County of Denver. An estimate for 2 new replacement vehicles is over $600,000. I foresee us obtaining one at a time when we can support this in our budget. Increase in professional services contract costs due to increase in the amount of voting equipment on hand. Contracts with various strategic communication teams based on the project at hand are planned and unplanned. Funding to support legal fees when necessary or hire an attorney on retainer. As of July 15, 2023, the Office of the Supervisor has expended $1,714,561, which was 71% of its budget. Primary and general election miscellaneous budget. The election system of the Virgin Islands is requesting the following funding to conduct the elections. $350,000 for the primary and $600,000 for the general election. For the 2020 election cycle, both the primary and the general election budget was appropriated in FY 2019. Ever since then, we have received the election budget in the prior fiscal year. The reason for this is the election cycle begins after the primary election, and obtaining the funding in late October would hamper the preparations and execution of our operations. We now find ourselves in a catch-22. By obtaining the funds in the prior year, the funds expire prior to us obligating all of it. This explanation was shared with us this fiscal year, and we lost the $189,763.20. The balance that was not expended lapsed at the end of FY22 since the funds were not available until expended. I was informed by the Office of Management and Budget to be sure the legislature makes our appropriation available until expended, and the funds should be appropriated to object code 0101 instead of 0100. Active registered voters. The total number of active registered voters by island are as follows. St. Croix, 14,508. St. Thomas, 19,173. St. John, 1,494. Total registered active voters, 35,009 as of July 27, 2023. See Appendix C, Active Voters Registration Statistical Report. The total number of inactive registered voters by islands are St. Croix, 12,067. St. Thomas, 7,432. St. John, 820. This process is ongoing in the St. Thomas St. John district. They're still working on the 2020 to 2022 registrants. Total registered inactive voters are 20,319 as of July 27, 2023. And you do have that Appendix D. The St. Croix inactive listing was posted in the following agencies: Department of Human Services, Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Water and Power Authority, and the Elections Office. There is also a QR code on the cover page. Therefore, any person can scan it for additional information or to complete the reinstatement form online. We also encourage all voters to utilize the voter lookup to confirm your registration status and polling location. The instructions are on the tab on our website, www.vivote.gov. You enter your name, physical address, zip code, and year of birth. In your physical address zip code if your physical address zip code does not work, please try your mailing address zip code. All fields are required. We continue to utilize new methods and aggressive initiatives to encourage all citizens to register to vote and participate in the electoral process. To keep our database current and accurate, we continue to receive from the Department of Health quarterly disease report. The last report was received on August 1st, which was current as of the end of June 30th, 2023. The Board of Elections proposed 2024 budget. The Board of Elections is requesting $427,860 for fiscal year 2024 as follows. Personnel services, $75,760. Fringe benefits, $23,599.24. Supplies, about $10,000. And other services, which include training and stipends, $235,300.76. 35% of the Board of Elections budget is expended on salaries and fringe benefits for the administrative assistant. Stipends, supplies, voter education outreach, legal fees, and election-specific training and certification at Election Center. With this being an election year, the Board of Elections will be conducting more meetings, voting equipment demonstrations, training, and travel to the U.S. mainland for conferences. An executive assistant was hired by the Board of Elections effective June 4th, 2023, with a salary of $60,000. Accomplishments. Fiscal year 2023 accomplishments. A, introduce modern technology in the acquisition of next-generation e-poll books. This new and exciting technology shares real-time data with the Express Poll Connect web-based services, which allows election administrators to monitor voter logs by location on election day. For example, if one voted at Tutu Park Mall voting center and attempted to vote at any other voting center, they would not be able to, because their name would be shown in red. This serves as a flag to the e-poll book clerk. The clerk will then go through the appropriate protocol, because the e-poll books communicate this information with all voting centers. Due to the success of the next generation e-poll book, ESVI ordered an additional 20 e-poll books with a security grant to ensure sufficient, efficient coverage and expansion of the voting centers. B, the National Voter Registration Day Expo was held territorially on Saturday, October 1st, 2022. It was an amazing day, and our success would not have occurred without our partners, Department of Human Services, the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, American Association of Retired Persons, AARP, Public Service Commission, the Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands, the dedication and outstanding performance. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I am grateful to have their support. We hope to welcome them back for the 2024 Elections Expo. C, premium pay. Premium pay was paid to all staffs who were below the 70,000 threshold. 3 staff members were over the 70,000 threshold, and hopefully the affected staff members can receive their premium pay for the work conducted during the 2020 election cycle. D, implemented Bill 34-0266, Act 8602, which allow all persons eligible to vote in the Virgin Islands to vote in any election by absentee ballot for any reason, and allows any registered voter to submit their ballot via facsimile. E, implemented Act 8648, which amended Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, Section 158, to increase the compensation of election officers and clerks to receive compensation from the Board of Election, which appointed them as follows. 1, each judge election, $250. 2, each inspector of election, $225. 3, each clerk of election, $200. And 4, each voting machine monitor, $200. Election officials are the face of elections and ensure that every registered voter can cast the ballot in a fair, accessible, secure, and transparent manner. Remember, this compensation is not for one day. It is for the 15 or 22 early voting days, as well as for every day the voting technician must come in to prepare for an election. F, successfully conducted the 2020 general election on Tuesday, November 8, 2022. Voter turnout was 57%. This higher turnout is a direct result of Act 8591, the ability to utilize the active and inactive voter module. It was a Herculean task to complete, but my team members accepted the challenge and completed this amid an election cycle. G, robust educational campaign on active and inactive voting status and media advertising regarding how a voter status changes from active to inactive and how to prevent this process. The cost was $55,000. H, the election system of the Virgin Islands was able to produce the 2022 general election results by 8:30 p.m. on election night, compared to the primary election when the results were produced around 11:31 p.m. ESVI obtained the EVES 6.2.0.0 reporting standalone central processing unit for a cost of $17,000 with federal funds from our voting machine manufacturer, which removed the manual process of transferring election results in each district. The Board of Elections added the following committees this year: Education and Strategic Planning and Town Halls. J, our website, www.vivote.gov, has been enhanced and rebranded with vibrant images, user-friendly tabs, creating a top-notch informational website. Our website can be viewed in 5 languages: English, Spanish, Haitian Creole, French, and Dutch. A notice is posted at the bottom of the webpage in compliance with American Disability Act. K celebrated our 60th anniversary on February 20, 2023. We held various events such as open house reception, a retrospect exhibit at our St. Croix office, which launched the month's activities, an honorary reception at Government House, honoring present and past staff, former supervisors and deputy supervisors of elections, the longest-serving poll workers, past and present board members. The staff, board members, and poll workers participated in a historic exploration of the ruins on St. John. The 60th Anniversary Jubilee Gala was held on February 25, 2023, at the Ritz-Carlton Resort on St. Thomas. The guest speaker, Commissioner Thomas Hicks of the Election Assistant Commission, made history by visiting the St. Thomas St. John district. This was the first territory he had ever visited since being appointed by former President Barack H. Obama in 2015. His presentation was entitled, "Remaining Ever Vigilant in Ensuring Access and the Right to Vote." This topic was relevant, informative, and encouraging for the present time. Calypsonian Bernard Leiber wrote a calypso in tribute to our organization, and Miss Jonicia Carden authored a poem celebrating our 60 years. Both were original, intriguing, and inspirational, which was epic. I take this opportunity to thank Mr. Ricky Joseph for designing our 60th anniversary logo. Our next 5 months anniversary events are as follows: Marking Milestones Episode 3, The Legislators, to be released in the 3rd quarter. District Forums in October, November. Naturalization, Home is Where My Vote Is, and that's to be released in the 4th quarter. Marking Milestones Episode 4, featuring the present governor and 3 ESVI board members, 1 from each island, to be released in the 4th quarter. Civic Matters, October 7, 2023, 10 a.m., a competition which will showcase the knowledge of high school students, which will be held on St. Croix, the place to be determined. And December, year-end culmination event will include a Thanksgiving church service in both districts. The public can visit our website, www.vivote.gov, under News, then Media Events, 60th Anniversary, to view videos and photos of all our events conducted to date. Senators, for your convenience, you will find those links at the end of this testimony. Also, please note that our website continues to be an excellent source of information about past elections and upcoming elections, and provides important, verifiable, and reliable data that can be utilized by the candidates and the public. M, in February 2023, the election system of the Virgin Islands received another Help America Vote federal grant for cybersecurity training. The awarded grant amount was $200,000. This grant is combined with the prior year cybersecurity grant, with the addition of the $200,000 in May 2022 The current balance is $335,863.80. The election systems of the Virgin Islands has always expended 100% of all grant award funding under my leadership in accordance with federal mandates. I have successfully closed out 2 grants thus far, 2012 and the 2020 CARES Act grants. This new grant will expire on September 30th, 2027. And representatives of the ESVI attended the U.S. Election Assistant Commission's Standards Board meeting held on April 16 to the 20th, 2023 in Phoenix, Arizona. Chairwoman Wells was appointed to serve on the Voluntary Voting System Guideline Committee and I on the Standards and Practices Committee. Voluntary voting system guidelines are a set of specifications and requirements against which voting systems can be evaluated to determine if they meet required standards. Some factors examined under these tests include basic functionality, accessibility, and security capabilities, and disabilities to vote privately and independently. We have been participated in this certification program since we purchased the voting equipment in 2012. Deputy Supervisors Ms. Kiva May Douglas and Mr. Terrell Alexandre visited the British Virgin Islands as election observers. As election officials, we are encouraged to visit foreign jurisdictions and the various states to serve as election observers. They were also proud to see that some of the successful pointers we shared with the BVI government in our 2020 and 2022 elections were implemented. This was the first year that the BVI held advanced voting. This was based on our absentee voting tenants tailored to what they required. Performing duties as election observers is a long-standing tradition. P, please allow me to introduce and compliment ESVI Employees of the Year. The St. Croix Employee of the Year is Ms. Marie Felix and has served 25 years in the St. Croix District. Ms. Milagridos Vincent has served 22 years in the St. Thomas St. John District. This is the second time they both have earned this memorable recognition under my tenure. To them and their families, I say thanks for your exemplary service. Q, on Thursday, June 1st, we enrolled in the electronic verification of vital events fact of death by National Association for Public Health, Statistics and Information System. The EFOD is an innovative death matching system that matches against the most accurate death data in the nation. The death record database of vital records offices. This will cost us $4,000 per year. Monies well spent. It is a new requirement we did not have in fiscal year 2023. Our Secretary, Ms. Lydia Hendricks, members, Mr. Raymond J. Williams, Attorney Lisa Harris Moorhead, Mr. Kareem T. Francis, and Deputy Supervisor, Mr. Terrell Alexandre, attended the International Association of Government Officials Conference that was June 21st to the 28th of 2023 in Dallas, Texas. The International Association of Government Officials is the leading organization for government officials, fostering excellence in public service through education, innovation, and networking. S, on July 11th, students from the Youth Arise Visions and Dreams summer program visited the St. Thomas Elections Office. Accompanying the students were program coordinator, Ms. Alston Cricky, and his assistant, Ms. Charisma Victorine. Deputy Supervisor Douglas, Chairwoman Wells, and Secretary Hendricks hosted this event. Ms. Douglas did an election presentation, and the board members assisted with the voting machines demonstration. The students were also treated to lunch. They were introduced to a fascinating and educating world of the voting process, which also included an excited and age-appropriate popular music video about the importance of voting. T, board members Ms. Florine Ordain Hassel, Mr. Ifani Joseph, and staff Ms. Yulette Tadman Hodge, Ms. Tricia R. Johnson, Ms. Marie C. Felix, Ms. Sherry Richardson, and Deputy Supervisor Terrell Alexandre are currently taking the Election Center course, which will lead to the completion of the Election Center's Professional Education Program, PEP. The program consists of two major parts. After completion of certain coursework and additional requirements, you will become a certified election registration administrator. The SERA CERT or CEM designation is to be honored. You, Ms. Ordain Hassel, Mr. Joseph, Ms. Johnson, and Mr. Alexandre are expected to obtain the SERA certification during fiscal year 2024. Many other staff members have taken a few of the election courses and are encouraged to complete their certification. We promote training for growth, shared experiences, networking, and the continuing integrity of our work. V, we welcome back Ms. Jalissa Roebuck as a summer intern from Monday, June 5th to Wednesday, July 19th. Again, she's a junior at the St. Croix Central High School. Ms. Roebuck was instrumental during the 2022 primary election, and we were eager to welcome her back and grateful for the opportunity to help train the next generation. W, Mr. Richard Wilson was selected as the executive assistant for the Board of Elections on June 5th, 2023. While any organization or individual can be the target of a cyber attack, cybersecurity is especially important for an electoral organization. Our voting equipment is not connected to the internet. Our computers and other sensitive systems are constantly monitored by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security team with monthly reports such as the CISA Cyber Threat Assessments, Cyber Hygiene. To date, all our reports have been negative. Goals. Our mission is to conduct reliable, accessible, secure, and transparent elections and accurately maintain voter registration records for Virgin Islands citizens. The goal is to make the voter registration process easier by providing uniform registration services through driver's license registration centers, disability centers, online and mail-in registration. To increase and improve our voter registration database, ESVI will implement the following: an online database that allows U.S. citizens to register to vote by mail using mail-in forms or online in accordance with the Election Assistance Commission. Our webmaster will create a platform on our website, www.vivote.gov, to allow voters to register to vote, change their address, change their party affiliation, transfer their voter registration from each district, and cancel the voter registration locally or in any U.S. jurisdiction. The projected goal for implementation is September 1st, 2023. We will verify the documents prior to completing the registration process by sending the voter a confirmation postcard. This is also a cost estimated at $75,000, not factored in the recommended FY24 budget. Act 8690B permitted voter registration at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Registration at the BMV requires additional discussion to determine each agency role and responsibilities. We previously held meetings with BMV Director Barbara Jackson McIntosh to improve the bill. Funding will be required to implement this program with the build-out of the platform to register to vote. Salary increases for the BMV staff if operating outside the scope of work per union contract. Transfer data from BMV to ESVI and the maintenance costs of the platform. C, the board approved at its July meeting to purchase 70 Express Vote Universal Voting System printers at a cost of $65,000, utilizing the Harvard Grant fiscal federal funds. This printer will simply simplify the setup and shutdown process for poll workers, dismisses the need for special transportation or the need for large storage space due to its compact size. It reduces wait time as it is ready to print 5 seconds after turning it on, and it prints up to a 19-inch activation card in just 5 seconds. It eliminates ballast waste as it prints on demand. It eliminates the need for toner, accelerates the voter check-in process with a secure hardwire connection to the Express Poll electronic poll book, and it improves the voter experience as voters will receive the activation card that correctly identifies the correct ballot information. Challenges. The non-receipt of adequate general funds for the Office of the Supervisor to operate effectively and efficiently. B, we had one outstanding vendor payment for the election system and software in the amount of $41,859.50 for the quarter maintenance fees prior to August 9th. This payment was processed with approved justification letter in accordance with Type 31 VIC, Section 239A in Bold 8, Section 8, and Section 1301. We cannot pay the full year of ES&S contract with a monthly allotment of $208,325 because this will leave us with insufficient funds to even pay biweekly salaries along with many other required expenses. C, educating, empowering, and motivating more citizens to register and voters to participate in the elections. D, the election system of the Virgin Islands has worked tirelessly and continues to submit proposed revisions to Title 18 of the Virgin Islands Code with input from the public and other organizations. However, we need the legislature to seriously look at total election reform. In the past, only certain sections of Title 18 would be amended. There are numerous sections in Title 18 that conflict with other sections in Title 18 and other sections that are no longer applicable due to advancement in technology. In 2015, Senator Gittins, along with other members of the 31st Legislature of the Virgin Islands, met with the board members and staff of election system and reviewed Title 18 in its entirety with an intent of revising the whole of Title 18. However, only certain sections, along with some cosmetics in wording, were passed by this body, which include creating a unified board of elections. I appeared before this body a year ago, speaking on creating laws to prevent a felon from running for office of the governor again. To date, no action has been taken by this body. E, 3 other measures that need to be addressed in Virgin Islands Code Title 18. First, that the governor and lieutenant governor should be selected from opposite district. Secondly, no one convicted of a felon can run for the following offices, whether it's governor, lieutenant governor, nor delegate. And thirdly, the time to file the nomination petition and papers is a certain date by 5 p.m., but the pickup is by 6 p.m. We recommend the times be reversed. The filing should be later, since a later time of 6 p.m. And fourth, the campaign contributions to be increased to $3,500. The cost of everything relative to campaigning has increased, even to a pencil with your campaign slogan on it. These measures must be in black and white. The days of the gentleman agreement is outdated. We need to codify laws in Title 18, especially in areas where the revised Organic Act of 1954 is silent. The law mandates that election laws should be changed no later than 6 months prior to a general election. However, we prefer to change laws in a non-election year to ensure that voters are educated to make an informed decision relative to the new laws. And I can cite many more examples. I have been repeating this plea since 2013. The Virgin Islands election law are outdated and ambiguous. Therefore, I look forward to returning to this body to testify on needed statutory revision of bills. We must acknowledge that all change may not be progress, but all progress is a result of change. And that's by John Wooden. F, during the legislative session held on Thursday, July 20th, 2023, members of the 31st Legislature favorably approved Bill 350036 or BR 35-318 and forwarded to the Governor for further consideration and action. For the record, the election system stated from the beginning, Act 8386 was seriously flawed with the dates by the legislative sponsors. The election system by law must be ready to conduct any special election, and we are. The election system of the Virgin Islands awaits the approved act to begin preparing for the election of delegates of the 6th Constitutional Convention during the 2024 election cycle. I thank Senate President Novelli Francis Jr. as the sponsor and senators of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands for approving this bill. G, further reduce the number of provisional ballots in the St. Thomas-St. John district. We hope to see the fruits of our labor in the 2024 election cycle with the advent of voting centers. H, training and travel costs have increased exponentially over the last 15 years, while our budget remains stagnant. The important dates for the 2024 election cycle are: first day to pick up nomination packages will be April 14, 2024. First day to file nomination petition and papers, May 14, 2024. 2024 primary and the 2024 general, and the last day to register to vote in the primary is July 4th, 2024. Last day to register in general is October 6, 2024. The primary and general election calendar will be published by December 31st, 2023. I humbly ask that this body grant us the fiscal 2024 budget request for the election system of the Virgin Islands in the amount of $3 million and the Board of Elections in the amount of $427,860 to continue to raise the standards and performance of our organization. ESVI continues to be on the forefront in the election industry by implementing innovative technology, educating our board members and staff, and creating and revising election laws to better serve our voters. I will end as started with a quote from the esteemed social activist Martin Luther King Jr. Our lives begin to end when we become silent about the things that matter. Chairwoman Fred Gregory, I thank you, members of the Finance Committee, and other members of the 35th Legislature for inviting us to present our proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. We are prepared to respond to any questions you may have. Thriving with integrity, election celebrates 60.
Thank you for your testimony, Supervisor Fox. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round, and I'm asking that we stick to our 4 minutes. This has been a very long testimony. Much of it should be discussed in the Rules Committee. So I urge the Supervisor of Elections and the Board of Elections, if there are challenges, these matters be discussed with the Chair of the Rules Committee so you can express your concerns there. Okay? Our focus here is to work on the FY 2024 budget. Let me just ask, the increase that the election system is asking for is approximately $550,000, $608,000. And do you have a fiscal person?
No, Senator.
So who does your fiscal work?
That's us, between the deputy and the supervisor of election. So that's one of the positions that we're getting this year.
So your ask is 550, correct?
Yes, Senator.
And did you provide a breakdown of that ask, the difference between what you're spending now? What's the reason for the additional $550,000?
First, Senator, the management salary increase. We all got an increase that will take effect October 1st. We are bringing on another position, like I mentioned, the HR administrative personnel. That's another $60,000 plus different benefits. This is an election year. Usually the staff work overtime, so that's all roll up under personnel. So that's the big variance there. And I do have the breakout of the salaries with the fringe, but when I asked to submit it last week, they said, no, just bring it with me. So we have that, we can submit.
Please forward it to the committee. I'm not sure why you would be told no. We need to see what is the makeup of the 550, because I'm operating from the dark. In addition to the comparison between FY 2023, which is the year that we're in, and what you're proposing for 24.
Yes.
Okay? We also going to need, you've requested $600,000 for, which election is that?
That would be the general election combined with the Constitutional Convention.
Okay, so we need to break out, we need to know what is the cost associated with the general election. So you need to provide us with information from the FY 2022. That would be 22, right? FY 22, the calendar year, the 22 election. We need to see what the associated cost of the 22 election is. And of course, the 22 election was a gubernatorial election, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So I suspect that if it was a gubernatorial election, the numbers would be higher than if it's just a senatorial and board election, correct?
Well, that's correct in a way, Senator, but now we move to voting centers, and some of the places we utilize, we have to pay for those services. So we can't really compare it. You could compare some of the funding, but they're additional. So with enhancement, there's additional costs.
So we move to voting centers because we cannot utilize our schools anymore?
No, voting centers are better because anyone could vote anywhere. So now you put in more people.
Manner.
Yeah, in that manner. So now you put more resources in there. And when we do early voting, if you have to rent the place like Tutu Park Mall or St. Joseph that we rented in St. Croix, that's a cost that you wouldn't see in a prior election to compare.
So we still I need to know what you spent in in calendar year election season 2022 and what your projections are for which would be the election 24. So we could do a comparative to make sure that we have an idea as to how we are falling in line. And so that was 600, the ask is 600,000 for the general. And what have you spent on, and we want to know the spend on the primary election.
Mm-hmm.
And did you have an ask for the primary?
The primary was 350.
350.
That's basically the same. We didn't really increase that much.
Okay,
there.
so we need to know what the expenditures are for both of those elections, for the previous election, so we could determine where we're going for the next
Yes, we
cycle,
have that.
please. And then the Board of Elections is asking for a $209,374 increase. What does that entail?
You want to answer, Ms. Wells?
The majority of the Board of Elections expenditures is for travel. We know that it's the travel between the Virgin Islands and any place stateside is now upward of $3,000. And most of the training, although we do online training, most of the training expects us to be in person at certain times. Each board member can apply for and go to 2 trainings per year. And some don't go at all, but because of the training. And also, I'm happy to say that we have now raised it from $75 a day to $100 a day. It's probably better for us to be a monitor or a poll worker or something because they get paid more money than the board members get paid. But we're elected to this position and we know what the payment is. But we get now $100 a day for any board activity that we attend.
And that was done by law?
I'm sorry?
That was done legislatively, correct?
Yes.
Senator.
All right. Okay, so we would need to get a breakdown of this $209,000. We want to see your expenditures for the previous year, so we could make a determination as to what the way forward is.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I did say a 4-minute round, but we're going to go to a 3-minute round. Senator Bolkers, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Supervisor Fox and Board Chair Wells.
Good
I want to
afternoon,
extend my sincere thanks to the election system of the Virgin Islands for their crucial role in upholding the democratic process and the hallmark of our society, the right to vote, for over 60 years. Your dedication in organizing and conducting fair, transparent, and accessible elections ensures that the voices of the people are heard and their choices respected. Thank you for your vital role and your contribution to our democratic values that are the cornerstone of a fair, just, and inclusive society. I would like to ask a question concerning your historical budget trends. In your testimony, you mentioned that you've had a history of what would be considered flat-lined budgets for over 9 years. How has this constant level of what is classified as underfunding impacted the election system ability to operate at the level that you would like it to?
Again, over the years, most of the cost has gone up, and what we have been utilizing is our federal grants money. But if we were to get that from the local government, we would be under par. You do have to maintain a maintenance of expenditure, which is a fund line that they have. And I noticed that the legislature or the OMB, they combined the board amount with our amount to say they maintain that $2 million for or above. I requested $2.7 million last time. I get $2.5 million. So I'm saying that we continue to show, and the documentations are there for what we're doing with the funding. And so, again, everything has gone up in cost. We moved to a new building in St. Croix. It's a new brand building, so cost has gone up. And every time we purchase equipment, the contract cost goes up for the number of equipment that you have on hand.
Okay, and concerning your leases, I know that you have 3 locations, St. John, St. Thomas,
1
and
minute.
St. Croix. Are there any plans or talks on hopefully at some point in time in the near future or even a decade from now to purchase our own buildings where we can stay away from those exuberant rental costs?
Senator, I've been hearing this talk for 40 years of my life. And so until the government show me the building, I can't comment on that.
Okay, very well understood. Hopefully that will be something that
30
could happen.
seconds.
Concerning your HAVA grant, how frequently do you receive that grant?
Recently, Senator, our grants are pushed forward. They come from the federal government. Recently, it's been like every year or every other year. So we received one, the KZAC for 2020, then we got one in 2021 and now 2023. So it's
Okay,
every other
very
year.
well, very well. And lastly, before my time expires, can you provide some details about the allocation of funds for the various goals mentioned concerning the express vote, universal voting system printers? Is that going to be local or federal monies purchasing those?
Senator, I'm going to use federal monies.
Federal, okay. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulkers. Could you please give us an explanation of what the HAVA grant is?
The HAVA Help America Vote Act grant was started in 2002, well, after they had that election.
No, that's not what I meant. What does it provide? Meaning, how much money have you received, et cetera, from that grant?
Okay, great. And that was one of my that I sent on the slide. So we have received over the years from 2002, we had Section 101 funds was $1 million. In Section 251, we were awarded $2,319,361, and then the security $1,200,000. and CARES Act was 600,000. So to date, federal funds, we had over $5,119,361. $119,361. And that's part of the PowerPoint presentation, ma'am, that was
That's
sent.
fine. And do you anticipate receiving any other federal dollars?
I anticipate in 2024, we may get another, because it's an election year, and they might push another.
So on average, what does another look like? Another?
Either 200,000, Senator.
Okay, so can you please share with us the breakdown of your expenditures of the federal funds that you received in FY or calendar or election year 2022?
2022?
Yes, please. All right. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Thank
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisor Fox and Board Chair Wells.
Good afternoon. Good
Thank you for your
afternoon,
testimony. And let me ask you quickly, in respect to your testimony, on page 24, you spoke to the American Vote federal grant for cyber security training. And you stated in your statement that you have always expended 100% of your grant award funding, but there's a balance of 335,800 and change. So they had money there before you got there? That's why there's a balance? Can you clarify for me, please?
Yes, Senator. When I came on board, there was money there. That's why we were closing out the 2013 grant. And so it rolls over. The one for security, they add to the one that we have right now. And so now it expires in 2027. So they have a security grant that I had 2 years ago. They added this 200,000 to that, and it expires in 2027. So that's where we know we can expend it by then.
Oh, happy to hear that you will be able to expend all of those funds. You also spoke in respect to the Vital Records Office, right, and the database. And this is new that you just got on in fiscal year 23, which is the 4,000 per year. That's in your 24 budget, that amount, because I know it's going to be annually correct?
No, Senators, because again, OMB sent a budget proposal for $2.5 million, and that's why I'm here saying it's not going to help us. I requested $3 million.
So this database is going to basically assist in terms of many times people say dead, people vote, etc. It will dispel those rumors and it's necessary moving forward?
Necessary also because these are folks that may have passed in the States.
Correct.
Our Department of Health only gives us persons that pass here. So this one looks nationally and even maybe in the Caribbean. Folks 1 pass in the minute. Caribbean, so we'll get information on them. So we saw that as a vital need, and so we don't have a problem expending the money. And why we're really doing this is to clear up the inactive voter list first, so that 20,000 you hear, a lot of those persons may have deceased, and this will help us clear that list up.
Okay, happy to hear that. I think that is necessary. That's vital for our system. Let me ask you in respect to, you said you have no outstanding vendor payment, correct, in your testimony?
That's correct.
30 seconds.
I had one if I was here on the 1st of August, but we processed it this Wednesday.
Okay, very well. What about your professional service contracts? You have several contracts there and their balances in the post-audit report, but are those contracts up to date? Because it was showing a balance at the time of $565,000 balance, but I know that was several months ago.
No,
So
that's
up to date.
from June. Our payments are up to date with the contracts that we have.
Okay, very well.
Time.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much for your responses, Madam. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yes, I have one final question in respect to her testimony. It was your increase of campaign contribution should be increased to 3,500. Well, I guess that had nothing to do with the budget. Really. That's up to us individuals. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden, and to Senator Capehart and Senator Francis Heidegger. Please accept my apologies. I forgot to recognize that you're here with us this afternoon. Thank you for being here. Non-committee members. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And congratulations to Supervisor Carolyn Fox, immaculate lady, very high integrity, and I really appreciate how you conduct the affairs of the Board of Election. But you know, I got to give you a special recognition because, you know, in these chambers that we sit, you know, right in the back, in the right, where all the former governors, you actually right there, there's a picture of you in that there when your history as a pilot. So congratulations, you are down in history. You actually here in the chamber. So tell me a little bit about that, and then I go ask you about the budget.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. Yes, that's my accomplishments over the years. Been in the military for 32 years. The first female pilot of the Virgin Islands, and I fly both helicopters and airplanes. So thanks to back then Senator Bryan that make sure they put me on the portal painting education pages in the legislature.
Blessing, blessing. I definitely will fly with you. Okay, I want to go now to page 21, right? You talk about the website, right? You say the website in 5 languages. You got English, okay, Spanish, Haitian, Creole. Okay, yeah, we got a lot of Haitian, French. Okay, but you got Dutch. Ooh, Papa, I don't know one word in Dutch. How much does it cost to add all these languages? Can you save any money, or why do you have Dutch on the website? They got Dutch-speaking people here?
Yes, Senator, your website is not only for here, your website is nationwide.
Okay.
So persons go on your website. Persons from St. Martin you could use right here, and Martinique might be
1
Dutch.
minute.
But what it is no extra cost. It's a drop-down button, and once you click on it, it changes all your information in that language.
Okay.
So that's brought to us by our great webmaster.
Okay, good, because I would figure everybody that speak Dutch either speak English or they speak Spanish or they speak French. Okay, I want to go here. I want you to explain this for me on page 20. You're talking about the compensation for the voting machine monitor. That 200, that's per day or that's for the total?
30 seconds.
That's 200 per day or that's for the total in the early voting period?
Per day, Senator.
Okay, so early voting is how much? 15 days?
Yes, Senator.
So they will get 200 times 15.
Yes, Senator.
Wow, I ain't gonna even tell a number, but it's a good amount. Congratulations, they do some good work. Okay, the voter ID card, how much revenue does your, Madam Chair, can I finish my question? Yes, how much revenues do you collect from voter ID cards?
Senator, not much. Most of the time, like an election year, we usually give it out free. Seniors is $15, and some folks don't really come back for a voter ID card because you could vote with another government card. So over the years, I got $140 one time. I think the highest I've seen is $570, and that's a year when it's peak. But most of the time now, we've been giving free cards if they were new. We just went to a new voter ID card, so we started to give them out free. So the average is $100 or $150, $200.
Okay.
In petty cash.
Minuscule. Well, again, congratulations. You're a living VI legend. You're right here in the chambers. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Thank you for your service, Madam Supervisor. Ana Sabanero. Cheese and bread. What a team.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Who prepares your financials for the budget hearing?
Between my deputies and myself.
Okay. Okay. So now, for me, military style, personnel always first. You say you have 8 classified. Were they GS employees?
Yes.
Okay. So they received the wage increases this year, January.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and everyone received it?
Yes, Senator.
Any retro owed to them?
No, Senator.
Okay. And have you and the exempt persons received wage increases this year?
This year, which will take effect in October, so that's why this budget doesn't reflect that either.
Okay, good. That's good information to have. Now, for that, in terms of what is that added to personnel and fringe?
for the exempt for the three of us, give me 1 minute right here. I just pull it up here. So for us three, and adding the vacant that we're projecting, so for the salaries, it'll be 360,000. For the fringe, it'll be 112 and 140, $112,140. Totaling 472,140. And that's added in the new position that we just got, fiscal and HR. So that's an exempt position also. So it's going to be 4 exempt positions.
Okay, and that's added in the 24 budget. So that's not reflected in the 23. That's a plus. Okay. Now for the facilities that your employees work in, how do they need any capital outlay? How are the facilities that your employees are working in?
My facilities are excellent, Senator.
Excellent. Okay. Okay. So you don't need any capital outlay for those. Now for
1 minute.
So how do you pay your utilities? How do you address the utilities?
Since we're semi-autonomous, we pay our utilities straightforward. So we're up to date with our utilities. We pay directly to the utilities.
And basically it boils down to past outstanding bills in terms of vendors or whatever. Do you have those past outstanding bills?
Senator, no, I had one as of August 1st, and it was paid yesterday processed, so I do not have any at this time.
Okay. Okay, great.
30 seconds.
Okay, we covered on all the amount. So that's the final one would be the other services and charges. How do you calculate your other services and charges for this year versus 24 versus 23?
For us, usually we give an estimate. You really can't be pinpoint because things come up or you plan for things that fall under that category. Even if the board don't have enough funding in their account, they're going to get it from the office of the supervisor account, and sometimes that falls under other services or fees and commission. So we use that also for professional services, like the other day with COVID. If we have to call someone to clean the building because something happened, that's not planned for, that's unplanned, but you need to have the funding to cover that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Did you receive COVID funding from the GVA?
No, Senator.
I'm not certain why. So you receive ARPA funding? No funding from
No,
ARPA?
Senator. We just get the regular checks that we got. And with personnel, you had the COVID where you annotate them as COVID persons. So I said that somebody got that premium pay. If that's what you're talking about?
No.
Okay.
So a lot of departments and agencies requested funding for exactly what you were referencing regarding cleaning the offices, etc. So you did not receive any COVID dollars?
No, Senator.
Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you and welcome. And it's
Senator.
wonderful to see all of you. I just want to follow up on the chairwoman's line of questioning relative to your inability to receive any COVID funding, and you had to implement an election 2020 during the height of the COVID. That's something we have to look at because there are COVID dollars that are being sent back unspent. So I don't know what the conversations you're having with the executive branch and especially your board, but those are conversations because your people should have been compensated or received some level of COVID monies because you had to prepare all of these sites for election. And the polling places were open for election during the 2020. I recall that vividly.
Yes,
so, because that was the year I was elected. Now, I want to ask you relative to page 31 of your challenges. You indicated, and this is surrounding your allotment, you indicated you're receiving a monthly allotment of $208,325. Ideally, what monthly allotment you would need to cover your expenses? Because I believe that's why you fell back in your payment to your vendor.
Well, Senator, for any contract that's a year long, you really won't get that full amount. You know what I'm saying? So we try to work with the vendors to let them understand that. So the contract you would pay, then you'll go to OMB to say that you will have enough money to cover that contract for the year. But because our funding was short, the OMB director said she could not provide us a justification letter this time. And so that's where the issue came up. The monthly allotments are suffice.
It's sufficient?
It's sufficient. But if they increase to the 3 million, then you're going to be more for the
1
monthly
minute.
allotment. So that's why I won't say it suffice for this 2023. It won't suffice for 2024.
Because you have the election and all of those other expenses, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, Senator.
So, and that goes back to my question, because this budget is going to go into the 2024 election. What would be your ask for your allotment monthly?
If this amount is increased, if I get $3
30
million,
seconds.
my allotment is going to be more divided by 12. It's going to give me
Okay.
more. And
Okay,
then
so-
remember, the elections funds is separate. The election fund is is miscellaneous budget.
Okay. I did also have a question relative to the board, and I know you are you are bringing on the election system of the Virgin Islands. You're bringing on a new employee for $60,000.
Time.
What is the associated fringe you have with that salary? $60,000, and you didn't state your associated fringe. Madam Chair, I'm going to wrap up here.
The 60,000 position, 18,000 would be the fringe, the total 18,690. It comes up to 78,690 for the board
78,
position.
the board-
$78,690 for the position. But
Okay.
that's under the board's budget.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time. I appreciate it deeply.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So the senator asked you a question, and we want to make sure that we are clear that your operating expenses are not the same expenses for your election.
That's correct, Senator.
So you're asking for additional 3 million, and that's why it's important for you for additional 550,000 under your operating, and that's why it's important for us to get the breakdown of that ask. And important for us to get what you spent in the previous election. So because you're asked for for calendar year or election year 24, it's 600,000 for the general election and 350 for the primary, which is $950,000, almost $1 million. So we need to clearly understand that. So I don't want us to conflate the two things. Okay? Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers from the Board of Election and the election system of the Virgin Islands. Director, let me ask you a few questions here. I didn't see anything in the post-out report. In regards to your utility, are you transferring your fund to also the single-payer utility account?
No, Senator, we are semi-autonomous, so we're not doing that. We pay directly to WAPA.
You make your own payments to WAPA. Okay, and how much is that?
How much I asked for this time? My
Yes,
budget?
for utility, yes.
I asked for 89,000, I think it was, on my 89,000.
Very well. And then with regards to, you have outstanding payments?
No, Senator.
Okay, thought I saw something. I'll go back to that. You mentioned about traveling to other jurisdictions and Caribbean islands, or being invited to. What are the costs associated? I think you mentioned BVI in your testimony in Anguilla. What are the costs associated with that, and who goes on those trips?
Senator, they came and visited us in 2020 and 2022. When they went to the BVI, the only cost, well, you have the ferry and you have the hotel for the 1 or 2 nights. So it's just like going to St. Thomas for a meeting or St. Croix for a meeting to work. It's not a big cost to us, and it's worth the cost to show what we have done So they could see our protocol, and we could see their protocol live and also give recommendations and suggestions.
All right. And that's not required anything with Department of Interior, Homeland,
No, Senator.
those type of, very well. So your ask is a little bit confused because I saw two figures. I saw a 2.5, then a 2.7, and then you're saying 3 million. What exactly is your ask, Director?
My ask is 3 million. The 2.7 was last year's ask in 2023, but it's 3 million.
Okay. So I guess that has to be corrected in the post-audit report. Also,
30 seconds.
In the post-audit report, there is a section here for rent. The rent of election system is $224,000 yearly. But there's a balance, it's showing that there's a balance, that's where I wanted to get. There's a balance of $474,000, is that correct?
So yes,
that's on page 4 of the post-audit report.
Yes, Senator. This lease is for 10 years. So that balance on the end showing the 10-year figure. The annual figure is the 224. So that's why that's showing the difference.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And my time has been called. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3
Thank you very
minutes.
much. Good afternoon to all my colleagues and viewing and listening audience. Good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I want to ask you a question. Any of your employees are unionized employees?
No, Senator.
And when was the last time all of them in your department got a raise?
The 2023 cycle, Senator. And the next one will be next year, 2025.
I was going through this and I was trying to see the list of your employees and their salary to see if it's competitive with, different areas, and I didn't see that. And then what I want to ask you, I see you're asking for an additional 550. Yes. And I remember one time you came and you testified and you were speaking about the poll watchers and the folks who pretty much run the election. You were talking about what they normally get compensated, and you were trying to increase what you normally pay. Does this additional money has anything to do with what you're trying to do as far as increasing the poll watchers and the folks who work on election day?
No, Senator, but the poll watchers was increased by this body just before October last year. So they took effect at the general election. They did get an increase, and it's in my testimony. This is just overall for operations.
Okay, and what you generally will run at when overtime on election cycle?
Election cycle, 124,000 and up.
And you're budgeted in this for this with those new salaries?
It's under the personnel's area, yes, Senator.
Okay, so your new salaries that you say you gave for the new cycle 2023, and this budget that you have now is adjusted for overtime to compensate folks for this next cycle coming up?
It's in my proposal, that's why I'm asking for 3 million, because this is an election cycle, and so that would go into the overtime. Right now, I put in, based on what I had, I put in at least 10,000. It could be more. We may also need a temporary employee, which will be more. So it's under personnel costs.
So that's a temporary, did you say a
No, I'm
temporary
saying
employee?
if we need a temporary employee to hire someone temporary during the election cycle, we may be able to hire temporary employees. All of that is under the personnel costs.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. So this is where my confusion coming in. If there's an ask for $600,000 to run per election, then the $600,000 should cover the payment to the poll workers as well as the overtime costs associated with the election. That's where I am a little off with how we are processing the transactions and the asks for the election year amounts. How do we account for the funding that's associated with the respective election if we are using the operating account to pay for the overtime? The overtime should be that expense associated with the election.
So, Senator, could I respond?
Sure, of course.
as the GS employees, and you already said we don't have an HR fiscal, how it's been done for years. If they're working day to day preparing for the election, it's not just election day. So for them being a government employee and you don't have to go and pull from an election funding to process the overtime, they're doing the work which they have to do day to day, not just an election day overtime. So it's always taken out of our funding, general funds. Election day, poll workers, board members, they do the election day. But the board, the full-time staff, GS employees, they pay directly from our general fund budget, the overtime.
Okay, so we're going to ask for you to provide us with also the overtime costs associated with each respective election, because that cost need to hit the appropriate account. It needs to hit the appropriate account. That way we will have a proper accounting as to what it costs us for each respective election. That's the best way to account for it, because if you're hitting it against your operating account, it is really associated with your election. So I understand that you don't have someone in your office currently who deals with your fiscal related matters. Your ask for FY24 is that you get someone, and it's a reasonable ask. So we have to make sure that if we're giving you that ask, then we have to balance this the right way. We have to be mindful of that, okay?
We do have the report, Senator, because it's in the ERP and stats, so we have the overtime reports.
Okay, so we're going to ask you to send that back to the committee as well. Senator Javon James, Senior, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. When you last, most of the questions are already asked. So I'm going to try to do something a little different. So earlier in your testimony, you spoke about your disappointment for the past few years where you asked for X, Y, Z, and then when it comes to the proposed budget, you see something else different. So as far as the communication with, I guess that would be us, the executive branch, for your acts, how are those conversations to make sure that you're fully funded and you don't have to keep coming back for a supplemental budget or requesting for additional funds prior to the election? How is that conversation? And hopefully in the 35th legislature, we can rectify that issue.
Well, I'm not sure, Senator, because usually the legislature gets the book from OMB, and OMB covers the executive branch. We are semi-autonomous. But because we are a small agency and it's been done this way for years, I don't know who you speak to in the legislature to fix that, but the law says we send our budget directly to the legislator, and we do. Back in May, we sent what we proposed of $3 million. So somehow, I can't dictate to OMB what they're sending down to in the budget book. When they brief the governor, again, they're looking at overall what the funding is. But elections for years, and not only here, nationwide, is always left out. It's always, you have to keep going to the table and ask for finances.
And it's sad because without you all, there's no us.
No government.
Very good.
So hopefully with new leadership, new chair and what have you. But what that difference would be like, if I'm not mistaken, because I was trying to listen to it while I was driving because I had to step out. What is the difference in what you're asking and what you normally get? What is the difference?
1 year we went to 2.7. Now it's going back to 2.5, 2.5 million and change. And I'm saying that's not enough. I'm asking for 3 million. So to me, that's not a big ask. And again, we could show where the money is going, the fruits of our labor. Like I mentioned before, everything we purchase right now is from federal funds. We're supposed to be purchasing some of this from our local government funds. So if we had no federal funds, then we won't be able to implement all of these things that we're doing right now. We won't be able to implement voting centers. We won't be able to do online registration because we're tapping into the federal funding.
And that's the gift and cost of being under the U.S. flag. Those other Caribbean islands, they're forced to be innovative and creative with their resources, and hopefully with us, we lead. And that's by example, because we're not setting the example, but we need to set the example moving forward. And that's my rant for today. Thank you all for what you have done. 60 years in the business is not an easy task. I wish to live to see 60 years.
You will.
And hopefully by then we won't even have these conversations. And I could sit back in my rocking chair and say that we have done our due diligence for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. So, Senator James, you said something that caused me to think a step further, and that is you speak specifically to the maintenance of effort. And I'm familiar with maintenance of effort when it comes to the federal dollars. So your maintenance of effort that you're considering is only on the 2.5, or is it on the 2.5 plus the amounts that you receive for each election cycle?
Well, that maintenance effort was back in 2013, so you have to have some growth between now and then. So I use the 5% to calculate from 2013 to now.
That's not what I meant. So you get an extra appropriation to run the elections, correct?
Correct.
Right. So you have your operating, your associated operating budget, and then during an election year, you receive additional funding. How much money did you receive in addition for the election of 2022?
It was 500,000,
You
Senator.
received 500,000 overall to run the two elections?
Yes, Senator.
And you receive federal funds as well to run the election, correct?
They didn't give, it
What's
was,
the purpose of the federal funds?
that was security and cybersecurity. In 2020, we had funding for election, but in 2022, they just have a security funding. So we could use some for election, but that's not the priority.
Okay, so you got 500,000. So that 500,000 should be added to your 2,500,000 or how much ever the number was for 22, and that should give you a maintenance of effort number. You can't only use your operating because you do get additional funds for consideration against your operating, because then once we give you the additional resources in funding for the election, that becomes part of the requirement for you to operate the election. So then it still comes under operating, because you can't operate the election absent of the additional resources. So that number have to be added in if you're going to do it fair. So have you considered that number when you're discussing your maintenance of effort? No?
No, Senator. When I came for the 3 million, that was separate. And then that's why I add the election in there as an aside information.
Well, it needs to be included.
Well,
it's supposed to be included because it's part of the operating funds that you receive to do the work of the election system during the election cycle. It has to be included. And what we can do this year is, and I hear you that, and we have to, what type of information do you have around your maintenance of effort that clearly delineates the fact that we cannot utilize the board, and I don't know, so I'm not suggesting that it can be used, the board budget to be included in the maintenance of effort? Do we have information that clearly states that it's only the dollar amounts associated with the operating expenses of the election office proper?
I haven't seen it in black and white, so I know
Okay.
that's what you're talking about. I will have to do the research. But again, every state don't have boards, and they get their separate funding from the same federal funds. So I would say I don't think it is, but we will research.
I asked because you represented that the maintenance of effort should not be included, and if we're going to say that, then we have to have documentation that supports that, because at the end of the day, in order for us to have an effective election or effective election, it is important that we train up our board members. So that's part of the responsibility of a efficient election.
Yes.
So I'm not certain why we would not be able to include that 209 and you asked for 6 and 3. What a primary election amount is?
350, Senator.
So that's 5 and 3. So that's 850. We should be able to include that 850 to match our maintenance of effort. We should be. I don't see why we wouldn't be able to. It's just the way we budget. But what I will say is, when we do the budget for FY24, what we need to do is lay out how much money we're associating with the the 2 elections and make those funds available until expended. And I heard you in your testimony because the budget cycle starts when October 1. October 1, and we'll go all the way down. When do we really, you shared the date, so we start, and I'm sure you start the work before.
Right, right after the August primary, we start to prepare for the general.
Right, but on about sometime in early April, you have to ramp up your work with regards to getting prepared for the election. And then the election is outside of the
fiscal year
new
for that
fiscal year, so
right.
then those funds lapse. So we have a responsibility to ensure that you are able to utilize all of those funds within that election cycle. And our election cycle is different from our fiscal year.
Yes, Senator.
So we agree with you on that. Okay? Senator.
The money.
Capehart. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Ms. Fox and Ms. Wells.
Good afternoon,
I'm going
Senator.
to go straight to my questions. How much do you spend in the territory for your primary elections and your general elections?
The last election cycle, Senator, we spent, we were appropriated 500,000, so 500,000.
You appropriated 5 and you spent 500? That's for the whole
500,000.
territory?
Yes, Senator.
Did you report that in the testimony that you provided today?
Today I wasn't talking about the election, so I just put the request that we would like for the upcoming election, but I didn't talk about what we spent in the last election.
But that's part of your budget, correct?
No, last year was
Is
not
it-
an election year, so that won't be part of my presentation. Last year wasn't an election. This year is not an election
you
year.
only reported an election year. That's what you're saying.
Correct, because I'm reporting 2023 is not an election year, so I didn't talk about what we spent in 2022.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. You mentioned replacement of 2 mobile voting vans. That cost is $600,000 for one, or for 2?
That's for 2, Senator.
So 300,000, and what for one? Correct?
Yes,
that would
Senator.
be 300,000 for one.
Yes, Senator.
What comes in these vans that they cost so much? Because I've never heard a vehicle costing so much money.
One
Tell
minute.
me what comes in these vans.
So the vans are built out for the type of agency. I'm sure you've seen the van from Health or a van from other agencies that they have them built out for their specification. This van has the voting system demonstration machines in it, a ramp for the ADA persons, registration desk, like a place where you could register and give the photo ID, and it has to have the generator backup and everything else. So we saw one. That's why I'm saying it's not a priority. It's on my list. And
30
if we
seconds.
ever get the funding, we will do it. But it's not a priority of the organization at this time.
So, okay, thank you. So when you do, if you ever get the vans, you'll be going in the communities to get people registered, that kind of service to the community?
Yes, Senator. That's why I said mobile, and that's
Okay.
part of my testimony. It did say that in there.
Okay. How much do you spend on cyber security and infrastructure security? And
Time.
do you have an employee, if I may, Madam Chair, conclude?
You can, Senator.
Do you have an employee that addresses your security operations?
First, I'll start with the last question. No, Senator. We operate and work with BIT. For the cybersecurity, there is a federal agency in Washington, D.C., ICER, that's in my testimony. They do the monthly report of our database and voter registration, and that's free to us. So we take the free so we don't have to spend money. BIT mostly deals with our day-to-day Outlook operation because our database is not on the Virgin Islands website. It's hosted in the States, and everything is done by them, the ESNS, the vendor.
Well, that's good. I just wanted to know, because I know you mentioned it, but I didn't see any dollar associated with it. So that's good that you get a free service. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. The only thing
Good afternoon, Senator.
Hi. The only thing I would recommend to you, Ms. Fox, is your rationale as for separating and not sharing with us what you spent last year. The whole purpose of budget hearings, it's good that you tell us what you spent to now justify to us why you would need an increase. So I think that's why several of my colleagues keep asking you, what did you spend before, so we could better understand what your future needs are. I have several questions in regards to, I saw the numbers of this separation for active and inactive. For the District of St. Croix, it's now $14,508. St. Thomas, St. John, it's $20,000. That's a huge difference of active versus active individuals. You have about 20,367 versus 14,508 between the two districts. What are you really doing? I know you said you spent 50-something, I believe, thousand to deal with the media, get information out. What exactly are you doing to really get the numbers potentially up? Because to have 14,000 plus in the District of St. Croix versus 20,000 plus of active voters, it's a little bit skewed. How do you really reach out to increase those numbers?
So I'm double checking, Senator. You saying active or inactive? So my active, St. Croix have 14,000 and St. Thomas have 19.
No, I said the District of St. Thomas, St. John. When you add St. Thomas and St. John, it's 20,367 active. It's one district. And in St. Croix, it's only 14,000. So that's a huge difference between people that are active to participate in the
1 minute.
That's something I think you guys need to work on. I was looking at the testimony here. I think that Ms. Wells read, and she touched on, she talked about frivolous accusations. And I know in your testimony you spoke about people speaking out about that. She also said even Honorable Senator Bolkus was attacked as to his
30 seconds.
residency and qualification despite legislature shortly before the 2022 election. I was wondering, whose responsibility is it to verify somebody's residency? Is it the legislature or is it the Board of Elections?
This is a question to Ms. Wells or myself?
Well, the thing with this
Ms. Wells?
testimony, I saw it in both. When Ms. Wells read it, but I also saw your testimony from August 1st, and it was also in there
Time.
from you.
That's
So-
an old testimony of mine. I
Well,
took
it was
out.
bifurcated out, so either person could respond.
Ms. Wells?
Okay.
Whose responsibility it is to do what you said, Senator?
Whose responsibility? Because how it's read, it almost seems like we put someone in here whether we knew the qualifications or not. So the question I'm asking, who's responsible to verify somebody's qualifications to even run for office? If somebody recommends someone, how the law is written and says the party will then recommend who is going to take the seat to us, it is not our responsibility, from what I know, to verify somebody's requirements to even sit in this institution. It would be yours. So how this testimony is written, it almost brushes off like we put him in here.
No, I think you're getting a different read on it, Senator, if I may.
But that's how I read it.
Well, I'm saying I think you're getting a different reading on it. What it's saying is this body named this person.
No.
Well,
We didn't name it.
The party.
From what I remember, the Democratic Party, based on the law, named the individual.
because that person was next in line?
No, just, Madam Chair, could I ask a, thank you. I need to get this cleaned up because, okay, one of the things that I know based on law, and even right now, the RNC is actually taking our board to court, and that's the National Republican Party. Is
I'm
taking
aware
us
of that.
Okay. And one of the things they're fighting against has to do with interference in their caucuses and their elections. When it came to, for us, the Territorial Committee of the Virgin Islands, from what I understand, had to have a vote or election or whatever to replace the individual.
True.
So the Board of Elections is responsible, from what I understand, to verify as to all requirements of anyone.
No.
So
Once
that's
the
not-
territorial committee represented whom they wanted to the legislature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it was fine.
So it didn't matter if the person was a resident of St. John or not?
Well, once the legislators said, we want this person,
Oh, no.
you represented it. I mean, the party represented that person to you, no?
No.
Yes.
But we have laws that, see, this is why I didn't vote for y'all to get a 60-day celebration, you know.
That's why you didn't vote for what?
I did not vote for y'all to be celebrated for 60 years because I saw a lot of things.
Oh, well.
Well, no, I saw a lot of things where I saw quite a bit of issues where problems occurred, and this is exactly one of them. Because we have laws on the books that y'all are supposed to follow in executing being the Board of Elections or the Office of the Supervisor of Elections, etc. So when you tell me that because we accepted them, it didn't matter, when the law has specific rules and regulations as to who was supposed to represent the island, the at large, I'm concerned.
And who creates the laws, Senator?
Okay, so we have to wrap this up.
Okay,
because
I'll
your
wrap
time
it
has
up
been
quickly.
called,
Just my
Please.
final question,
Yes.
and this is it. Based on the RNC lawsuit, were you in attendance to did you have to oversee the election for the replacement or the decision-making process for the replacement for the at-large seat? And could you share with us what was the outcome of that specific election?
Based on the RNC, you're asking me about what?
No, I'm asking Ms. Fox.
Oh,
No, which at-large seat you talking about?
No, I was talking about in the testimony. I am going based on testimony that was brought forward here on the Senate floor. Stop
Okay, so we got to wrap this up, though, because
But
your time has been
I just
called,
asked
so-
in the last question, and
Ask the question so you could get answered, please,
but she
Senator.
didn't. She said she doesn't understand, so I just wanted to understand. I'm asking one question, ma'am. Based on the RNC election, the RNC court case that's happening right now, when it came to the replacement of that seat, were you over that election based on the law, and what was the outcome of it?
I can answer.
Well, I'm asking Ms. Fox.
Well, I want to answer also because I was deposed and all that. And when there's a lawsuit,
Well, I'm
I can't
asking-
claim any, I can't
I know.
answer to anything.
I understand you.
Okay.
That's why I'm speaking to Ms. Fox.
So I'm done with this, okay? I'm done with this. I can't do this. We can't do this. So I need us to remain focused on the matters around the budget. But there was testimony. There was testimony that was provided, and I have to agree with the question that the senator asked. The testimony, and I don't have the page, and I hope I could find it. What page? In the testimony, the statement that was made was that the legislature appointed or selected a new senator in the at-large position. And of course, the impression that I myself received from that testimony was that we made that decision arbitrarily. And of course, yes, the prevailing party sends that information to the institution of the legislature. However, that individual must be vetted by the election system. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
And that's basically what the senator was asking.
Well, she didn't say it like that, though.
Well, that's
Now
what I
understand
heard.
what you said.
Okay, so we can't talk at the same time.
Okay.
He is my big cousin, but we can't talk
I
at
know
the same
that,
time.
but
Yeah.
she did not say that way, but there's ways wordsmithing.
Okay.
And it's Ms. Falk's position who has to do that.
So, hear me out. The testimony, I want to find the page because it's a true statement, and we have to be very mindful of the information that is presented before the institution of the legislature, and we ignore. So, I don't remember the page. I saw it, and it did take me back a minute. So, I just want to make sure we put on the record. Any member of the legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands has to be vetted by the Board of Elections. Is that a correct statement?
By the supervisor,
the supervisor of elections.
election, that is correct.
All right, so the testimony did not reflect that. The testimony said that the legislature, I wish I could find it, because I wasn't trying to get involved in anything that is not budget related, but it was placed on the record.
Right there. That's what we mean, right there.
I can't find it. I don't remember what page, but it was placed on the record. So, yes, it was placed on the record.
Yes.
So we can't make those types of statements and place the burden of proof on the institution of the legislature. The burden of proof is on the election system.
May I?
Yes, you may, of course.
I understand your concern, but reading this paragraph from my testimony.
What's the page?
There's no page. It's a separate piece of paper I'm referring to.
No, it was in here too.
Oh,
It was in
see,
the testimony.
I'm referring to what I said.
No, it's in the testimony. Senator James, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we're going to wrap up this meeting because we need to stay focused on the budget so I could get back to these numbers.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And in no way, shape, or form I'm pointing fingers at anybody. But I'm hoping and praying next time around, if anybody places anything on my desk, at least they have a letterhead saying who it came from, which agency or department or whatever.
True.
Otherwise, this document is out of order, especially in a budget hearing. So that's why I make it clear of my disappointment, whoever circulated this, do not put these kind of things on my desk. This is from who? Casper the Friendly Ghost. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Oh boy. Nobody can help me with this page number. I only knew what is it. What page is it on? Because I want to make sure we clarify this. So this is why it's so important that when we have our hearings, that we stay focused, when we have the hearings for the budget, that we stay focused on the budget matters and we don't get involved in all of these other things, because then the reason for our meeting, it gets, skewed for that matter. So we got to stay focused. There is a committee where these types of matters should be discussed, and it's definitely not at the budget hearings. So I just want to make sure that we're clear. Colleagues, we need to wrap up. There was a point of information from Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. I am not a committee member, but I'm going to ask questions regarding the budget, because that's what's germane here today. Chairwoman Wells, kindly indicate for me that the budget that is being presented by the Office of the Election System was approved by the board?
Yes, it was.
When?
At one of our meetings in March, I think.
March, so way in advance
Yes.
of today's meeting. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Let's go back to these numbers. I think I've asked all of the questions associated with the numbers, and I think I've asked. Senator, carry on. You're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need some clarity in regards to the post-audit report, page 8, Appendix 2, that has the personnel listing submitted by the system of election system. Are those figures accurate and correct for FY24?
Senator, no, in my testimony, I mentioned that the 3 managers was granted a raise, going to be effective October 1st, and that's not included. In addition, the new position that we obtained, the HR fiscal person at $60,000 salary plus fringe benefits, is not included there.
Please provide the increase that was provided to the 3 positions you mentioned.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. I've already asked the board of the Office of the Supervisor of Election System to please provide this committee with an updated personnel listing as well as an updated listing of the associated fringe benefits and all of the associated costs for the election and basically all of the justifications so we could understand exactly what is it that we need to do to write correct if there is a need to write correct what's occurring at the election system. So all of that information was already requested. Senator Blyden, you are recognized for your point of information. Colleagues, I have to wrap up so we could get to the next committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The next department.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Fox, on page 11 of your testimony, you spoke to the professional services and training, which is $982,000. Can you give us a breakdown, please? How much it goes to training? Because that's very important also at the board.
Professional services is all encompass of contracts, leases, etc. So it's not just training. So I will provide that, but it's all inclusive.
I understand. I know that, but I just want to know how much of that amount is specifically
for training.
For training, okay?
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Okay, colleagues, I don't believe that we have any other questions for the Board of Elections. Senator Carrion asked for some information that we have already asked for, and I believe that all right, we're going to allow the Executive Director to give a 30-second close. If we need any other information that's related to the FY24 budget ask, we will let you know. And we're asking everyone to provide the information in a timely fashion so we can make an informed decision as we wrap up the 2024 budget.
Again, thank you, Senate Finance Chair, Senator Fred Gregory, and the members of the committee, members of the 35th Legislature for this opportunity to present our 2024 budget proposal. And we are humbly asking for your support in the amount of $3 million and for the Board of Elections in the amount of $427,860 to continue to raise the standards and efficiency of our department. I do thank you. And thanks to the employees and the staff of the election system and the board members. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all that you do. We know that we do not have a perfect universe wherever we go, and all the work that we do continues to be a work in progress, and we are here to support the work that you do, and this is why I ask that you provide us with the requisite information so we can really get a clear understanding of the concerns that you've shared with us today regarding your ability to operate effectively. Okay? The other division or department is the DMV. They are coming before us in a few minutes, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess as we await the arrival of the DMV. The committee stands in recess for 10 minutes. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 3 into the record?
Block 3, VI Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Invited testifier, Ms. Barbara McIntosh. Director, VI Bureau of VI Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We just learned at 2 o'clock this afternoon that the director of the DMV will not be here in person, and there's no one here in the chambers with us from, well, who that is bending down with a hand under the chin? We've seen you on television. Could you please present yourself as we're ready for the meeting? Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
This is Director McIntosh, Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Yeah, so Director McIntosh, I don't know if you're aware, or I don't know if we had a miscommunication, but the meeting was scheduled for you to be up here in person in St. Thomas, and there's no one from your office here in St. Thomas. So we're in a very awkward position here, but because of the interest of time, we're going to continue with this meeting. So colleagues, I'm asking you to bear with me. We got to look up on the screen, and we're going to get this done, okay? Director McIntosh, please put your name and title on the record.
Barbara McIntosh, Director for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Yes, and your team.
Linda Lloyd, Fiscal Officer.
Mireya Smith, Systems Manager.
Could you say your name again, Ms. Smith?
Mireya Sankat Singh Smith, Systems Manager.
Wait. Could you say that again, please? Please speak into the mic. We're having a hard time hearing you.
Mireya Sankat Singh Smith, Systems Manager.
Mireya Smith, correct? Okay. All right. We're going to have a little challenge because I'm not going to be able to see who my colleagues that are in St. Croix. So colleagues, if you're leaving the floor, please let me know so I don't call your name and you're not present, because we're not going to be able to see you because we have to keep the screen up for the testifiers. Director McIntosh, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chair of the Committee on Finance, members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature, the listening and viewing audience. I'm Barbara Jackson McIntosh, Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. I'm here with members of the BMV team, Ms. Linda Lloyd, Fiscal Officer, and Ms. Mireya Sankat Smith, Systems Manager. I apologize that Mr. Leon Lafond, the Assistant Director, and Ms. Brenda Benjamin, the Deputy Director of Human Resources, Payroll and Labor Relations, they're unable to be here with us today because of pre-planned personnel matters that they had to attend to and some scheduling changes. We are here to provide testimony on our fiscal year 2024 budget for the operations of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and our FY 2023 progress to date. The mission of the BMV is to provide the public with driver's licensing, vehicle titling, vehicle registration services, and other business transactions required by law. Our vision is to be a leader in efficient and user-friendly government, which provides real-time solutions and access to the government of the Virgin Islands services. The Bureau has two key divisions: administrative support services and customer services. Within the BMV, there are 5 functional activities: Office of the Director, Administration, Driver's Licensing and Identification, Registration and Inspection, and Records Management and Information Systems. Currently, the BMV's personnel strength status is 66 authorized positions. We have also requested 1 additional position in the FY 2024 budget. All employees in the United Steelworkers Masters Union received their salary increases and back pay that were owed to them. I would take this opportunity to applaud all the employees of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles for their exceptional service and dedication in their service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Our employees exemplify our motto, which is excellence is all we do. Fiscal year 2024 budget request. For fiscal year 2024, the requested budget ceiling for the BMV is $6,135,887, of which our recommended general fund appropriation is $3,123,664, $1 million from the BMV funds, and $2,012,223 from the personalized license plate fund. The general fund and the BMV fund appropriations will be used for personnel services, while the PLP fund appropriation will be used for supplies, rent, utilities, maintenance, and operating expenses. We have revenues. We have projected that at the end of FY 2023, our revenue collections will be $10,978,381, compared to $9,176,664 that was collected in FY 2022. As of July 15, 2023, our revenue collections were $8,369,138. The projected revenue collections for FY 2024 are $10,862,981. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles, overview of 2023 progress. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles has made significant strides in meeting the strategic objectives set forth in our strategic plan. We have identified 7 key performance indicators that will capture our performance and provide insight into our overall performance. We have set goals based on past performance, predicted trends, and considered the myriad of service delivery options and customer needs. To date, we have met 4 of the 7 goals that were set. We'll have met an additional goal by the end of the fiscal year, and will not meet 2 goals by the end of the fiscal year. We have responded to these results by formulating a fresh marketing strategy to increase the usage of our online services, to renew driver's licenses and registrations, which are the 2 areas of concern. Our long-term vision for the BMV is the automation of many of our most cumbersome and time-consuming processes. Over the last 4 years, we streamlined many of our services to transition from a manual process to a more efficient electronic process. Our online services significantly reduce unnecessary wait time for hundreds of customers that visit our offices each year. More importantly, the streamlining and transformation of BMV services via access to 100% 24/7 online services eliminated the need for in-person engagement, thus improving the overall BMV customer experience by building and strengthening customer communication channels. The operation and process flow in all our offices have improved the BMV customer experience. The average waiting time in each office has been reduced drastically from an average of 4 hours to an average of 15 minutes, except for the last 3 days of the month, our average waiting time is 1 hour. To further enhance the customer experience, we have acquired, through the Bureau of Information Technology, a customer service portal that is linked to our website. Customers are no longer required to use the generic email info@bmv.vi.gov. Customers can go to our website, bmv.vi.gov, and click on Contact or Contact Center and submit their request online. A customer service representative is assigned to the contact center daily to answer questions and assist in resolving problems and address concerns. Customers can also opt to ask questions using the virtual agent in the contact center. Another enhancement is our ability to respond to our customers by phone from any office within the Bureau. Calls from St. Thomas or St. John can be rerouted to St. Croix. Likewise, calls from St. Thomas can be answered from the St. John office. The staff continuously participates in trainings and classes in several subject matters to include the BMV internal processes, immigration documents, Microsoft products, driver's license issuance, the Enterprise Resource Planning System, the ERP, and customer service. Although there were no direct costs to the BMV, we calculated that the approximate cost for training was $18,750. We are currently working on a data cleanup initiative, which we anticipate will continue into FY 2024. The work includes consolidation of duplicate files and archiving old files. The funds to pay the salaries of 8 temporary employees to work on this project were obtained from the ARPA funds that were granted to the BMV by the Office of Management and Budget, beginning April 2022. The grant award amount was $402,276, of which $143,547 was expended up to the grant end date of June 2023. We received an extension until December 31st, 2023 to continue to pay the salaries of 5 employees so that we can continue to work on the project. We wanted to be sure that as we transition from paper to electronic processes, that we employ enhanced security protection of personal data. To assist in this endeavor, we applied for a cybersecurity grant from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security through VITEMA. We were awarded $270,000, all of which were either expended or obligated. Through the grant, we have completed the cybersecurity assessment, and our software vendor has completed the security upgrades that were highlighted in the assessment results. We are also in the process of replacing outdated equipment throughout the Bureau and upgrading the physical security of the St. John office. We continue to collaborate with our strategic partners such as the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Taxi Commission, Superior Court, Virgin Islands Police Department, Department of Property and Procurement, and the Lieutenant Governor's Office. This has allowed the BMV to leverage data and information as a means of improving internal accuracy and efficiency of documents issued. Our 2024 planned initiatives. We have submitted a grant to the Office of Highway Safety for the integration of the insurance providers' databases with the BMV database. The proposed cost of the project is $290,893. We have submitted another grant proposal to the Office of Highway Safety to complete the implementation of the point system. The proposed cost is $189,045. It is anticipated that we will receive the awards in the second quarter of FY 2024 to complete these projects. We will embark on a paper reduction initiative. The idea is to have most forms completed electronically by the staff and signed by the customers using an electronic signature pad. Customers can also continue to complete and upload their forms online. In FY 2022, we spent $146,382 to print forms. In FY 2023 to date, our printing cost is $254,045. A grant proposal was submitted to the Office of Management and Budget to utilize ARPA funding to cover the cost of this initiative. The proposed cost is $182,750. May of 2025 is the new deadline for persons who wish to utilize a Real ID identification card or Real ID driver's license as a travel document. Our Real ID is indeed real, as was determined by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. The issue is the machines that are being used by the Department of Homeland Security to verify licenses and IDs still cannot read some licenses and ID cards that were issued by the Virgin Islands and several other states and territories. We are aware of the inconvenience that our residents are experiencing when they travel off island, which we truly apologize for. We met on May 26, 2023, with the Department of Homeland Security and their vendor IDEMIA to try and bring closure to this matter. We were advised by the Department of Homeland Security that our ID and driver's licenses will be updated within the next 3 months. We also brought to the attention of the Department of Homeland Security representative that the manual verification process that the TSA staff is supposed to perform is very time-consuming and not consistent across all airports. He has informed us that DHS will instruct the airport security supervisor about this issue and ask that this situation be addressed. We thank Delegate Plaskett's office for assisting in organizing the meeting and for making this issue a priority. I must add that the employees working in the office trailers in the St. Croix office were relocated to other areas on the property, and a few will be teleworking because of the ongoing issues identified in the trailers. We have looked at 3 spaces and will give the information to Property and Procurement and the Office of Management and Budget so that they can assist us in providing a new space for the staff and the operation. Upon approval of this fiscal year 2024 budget by this body, we at the BMV strongly believe that along with grant funds, we will continue into FY 2024 to achieve our vision to be a leader in efficient and user-friendly government, which provides real-time solutions and access to GVI services. As we move forward, we will revolutionize how we provide services to our customers that will elevate, enhance, and personalize how our services are provided via exploring, investigating, and adopting the most creative platforms available. The BMV will also continue to work more efficiently, effectively, and economically to build customer value, while simultaneously being mindful to take equal care of both our employees and our customers, because we believe employees that are well taken care of will ensure customers are well taken care of. Madam Chair, I thank you, the members of the Committee on Finance, and other members of the 35th Legislature for inviting me and Team BMV to present our fiscal year 2024 budget and to share with you a few of our accomplishments for the past year. We are prepared to answer your questions and engage in further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McIntosh, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to check the time, a 4-minute round for the Bureau of Motor Vehicle. I have to ask a quick question because I'm here looking at the fund balance for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles Fund. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles Fund receives fees collected by your department and any sums appropriated by the legislature. The page 5 of your testimony, the $10.9 million or the 9.1 that you represented that was collected in FY22, what fund does that go into?
It goes into the personalized license plate fund, transportation trust fund,
Okay, pause
and there's
there.
a certificate of title, different funds, certificate of, and the general fund.
Okay, give me the names again. The personalized license plate fund.
License plate fund, the general fund, transportation trust fund,
Okay.
and there's a motorcycle fund. There's a there's a peace officer standard and training fund, peace officer fund, and the historic commemorative fund for the plates.
Do you break this down, or how do you enter these revenues into the system?
The revenues are entered most of it is based on the law. The fund gets their monies based on what the legislation said should go into that fund, and the rest goes into the general fund.
Okay, so you did not provide us with a breakdown of how these funds are allocated. You just gave us the hard number, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to ask that you provide us with the information as to how you enter these different collections into the system. Okay? Because we need to get some information, because we note specifically that in your budget, your, let me see, let me be clear here. I think I tore it out, but let me check. Your budget is basically, the amounts are tied to the general fund, $1 million from the Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund. So do you generate any revenues into the Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund directly outside of what is appropriated?
No, we don't.
So what we see in that fund is only what is appropriated?
Yes, Senator.
So are you certain? Because I'm looking at this and I have to pull up the legislation. It said the fund shall consist of all monies received as fees collected by the Bureau of Motor Vehicle under the provisions of Title 20, Chapter 29 VIC, and any sums appropriated by the legislature. So I need to understand, I need to get this information. We will review it before this meeting is over. So if y'all are hearing me, staff, please pull up Title 20, Chapter 29 VIC, so we can understand exactly how these monies should be allocated to this fund. Okay? Because all we're seeing in the Department of Finance's General Ledger Fund Balance Report is the $1 million that is appropriated, that has been appropriated in FY22 and in FY23 thus far. And we are not seeing any revenues for FY 2021, which, if we have a fund that we've created, I find it very weird and unusual that we would not see any funds being deposited into that fund. So your fiscal officer is here, correct? Ms. Lloyd?
Yes.
So, Ms.
Yes,
Lloyd, does your office enter any of your revenues into this fund?
No.
Okay, and are you familiar with Act 6761?
No.
Okay, so we're going to review it and we're going to share with you exactly what, if there's an anomaly here, because it just seems weird that we would have a fund and their information is not, we're not seeing the amounts being deposited into this fund. And we've been seeing this on more than one occasion with what's happening at the Department of Finance and the direction with regards to how these funds are being updated or uploaded into the system from the respective agencies. So colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Marvin Bladey.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Director McIntosh and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. Let me go right away to the post-audit report. In the post-audit report on page 11, it has 6 new positions, but I believe those are the positions you spoke to on the temporary position, part-time, that you brought on to assist your operation. But what I want to find out, though, right, in respect to those positions and also to the $1.8 million increase in revenue collections. And my question to you is, which part of your operation would you say contributed the most to that increase? Was it the online services? Was it the other streamlined services that came about with your management and the changes you made in the department? And and in that question also, how many new hires you brought on a full-time basis also? Can you respond to that question, please?
The first question about the revenue is a combination of things. Actually, the online services revenues went down this year because most of it is basically when we are changing over now the new license plates, so more persons have to come in to get the plates. So the revenues the increase are based on increased revenues from the plates and some from online services. But as far as the new hires, Senator, what did you ask? How many did we hire for this year?
Yes. How much did you onboard for 23?
How much did I bring on board for this? I really don't know. I don't have the figures ahead in front of me. Exactly what year, who came on what year. I'm at a little disadvantage because we had a last minute cancellation by Miss the HR director.
Okay, well,
we have an overall figure, what we have and what we have available. But as far as the year that they came on, I don't have that close.
Okay, if you can
Close to me.
send it to the board, I think it's important so we can basically see what transpired and what is the outcome of it. Also on your wait time, I think that is significant from 4 hours to 15 minutes. And then you said on the last 3 days of the month is 1 hour. What was the wait time before all of these processes for the last 3 days of the month? What was that wait time, the average?
1 minute.
You understand my question?
The wait time before
Yes.
our new system is what you're asking?
Yes, before you got it down to 1 hour.
Oh, okay. The end of the month was, I want to say, I'm not exaggerating, sometimes all day, like 5-6 hours, based on what you're doing.
Correct. And I want to applaud the whole staff, the whole team. I mean, it's a pleasure going out there now in terms of the service. The service is
30 seconds.
It's second to none, and I really appreciate it. And I'm sure my constituents does also to speak highly of the department, and I think that's a kudos goes out to you and your leadership. Finally, let me find my time is called on page 4 of 12 of the post-audit report under other services and charge. There have been a decrease of an increase of $417,000 on the other services and charge. What the reason for that?
Time.
Yes, I have it. Yeah, it's increased due to small tools and equipment and operation.
And what about utilities? What's going on in that space? Because it went from 100,000 to 75,000. Or do you have any cost-saving measures with your operations? Why a $25,000 decrease in utilities? Because we are seeing mostly increase or the same amount. What's the difference at your department, at DMV? What the reason?
In the utility services?
Utilities. Light. Services, yes.
It's on page 5?
Page 4.
I don't see what he's talking about. I'm sorry, Senator, I don't know, I don't see exactly.
On the other services and charge, you have utilities, and it went from 25 to 100,000.
Actually, Senator, that actually has been changed as of now. Right now for utilities, it's 94,000. So that was given to you back in March, so that has changed.
Clarify for me, because it's showing a variance of 75,000. That it's showing that I know in the new number is 94.
The services?
It's going. Okay, I understand. I get it. I get it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So the majority of the 9 to 10 million dollars that you collect, what fund does that money go into? The majority of the funds. You should have a breakout of those deposits, you know.
Goes into general and 50% go into personal license plate.
Say that again. You kind of cut off. So sorry.
I'm sorry. It goes into general fund and 50% goes in personal license plate.
Okay, and when you get the personal license, 50% goes into the general fund. Your overall collections, about 50% goes into the general fund and another 50 goes into the other funds. That's basically what you're saying, correct?
Yes.
Distributed, Senator, distributed in the other funds, yes.
Okay, good. So once you submit your deposits to the Department of Finance, are you looking back to reconcile the deposits that you make with the Department of Finance's GL reports as it relates to the revenues in particular?
Yes, we are working on that right now.
What I mean, when you say you're working on it right now?
What I mean is I do look and try to balance with DOF deposit. So I do try to see where the difference is.
And are you seeing differences? So are you seeing differences?
Yes.
And what are you doing about the differences?
We are still going through it, and we have been talking to finance about it.
Yeah, because
and finding where the differences are.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of anomalies with these numbers and these revenues. Yeah, I'll have to.
Yes.
I mean, I guess because of the finance appears, and we're going to find that out when they come back down for their budget closeout. But we got to understand what's happening with their postings. They are not posting. Their fund balances are off, and it's just causing us to pause in making a determination as to whether or not these funds are even enough to cover your budget asks, especially the departments and agencies whose budget is heavily dependent on these funds. And this is one of the departments. Right now, I mean, we don't have an updated report, but we're showing that your obligations just in FY23 up to March was $961,000, but your revenues are $540. Of course, you had a carryover from the previous year of $1.2 million, but then it's saying that available for budget is $133,251. We gotta get updated information. So we're going to ask Finance to please provide us with an updated report on the personalized license plate fund, as well as the Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund because I believe that there is other money that should go into that fund. All right. I know who the next person is. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director, how you doing? Could I get your present personnel fringe numbers? Personnel fringe supplies, utilities. Because your fringe is very high too. I calculating your fringe at what, 57% of your personnel, very high. So we're going to need that listing of all your personnel. Madam Chair, you know what to ask. Okay, I guess well, if she's looking for it. Are you ready? Okay, go ahead.
It's breakdown into the different fund, that the fringe.
Wait, I didn't hear your personnel. I didn't hear your personnel numbers. Yeah. Say the personnel again, please.
It's breakdown from different funds. For the general fund, the fringe, total fringe so far as of July was $626,776.92.
That's
general fund.
Oh, okay, so you say general fund? Okay, so then the numbers that the post-audit report have for general fund. So your fringe for, okay, your personnel for general fund, 1,983,119. That's your overall for general fund personnel services. And then fringe, 1,140,545. Are you breaking it down to all the different ends, but it's still general fund monies?
Yes.
Okay, so your total for personnel and fringe. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Your personnel and fringe. You have a copy of the post-audit report?
Senator, Director McIntosh, if I may. So the post-audit report that we received or you have was as of March.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to get your current numbers now for personnel and fringe. That's what I'm trying to get. Director.
But what happened is that we have it broken down by fund. So she was giving it to you by from each fund.
Yeah, no,
we have employees on fund, so that's what she's giving to you.
Okay.
I know she's a little nervous. Please bear with her. This is her first time. She's a little nervous. So, yeah, go ahead, Ms.
No, that's fine.
So I distribute the general fund, and for the BMV fund, the fringe amount is $52,319.96. I'm sorry, that was the personal license plate fund. And for the BMV fund, the fringe amount is $165,337.10.
No, okay. Hold up one time. Let me just ask, Director, did you receive a wage increase?
Me personally?
Yes.
Director?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Yes, I did.
Is that added to the personnel and fringe?
1 minute.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure in 24 you're going to be getting paid. That's what I want to make sure. So it is added.
Yes, sir.
Right, so that's what I'm asking. So I'm asking for your current total numbers. Has anyone else received wage increases in 23?
All of the employees receive real wage increases.
In 23?
All of the employees in the Masters Union receive their wage increases.
In 2023?
Yes, sir.
30 seconds.
And no one else?
Yeah, the Masters, the Supervisors Union did not. Masters, the non-supervisory employee did, and the exempt employees.
Okay, is anyone owed any retro monies?
No, sir.
Okay, so I think from the 1,983,000 that's reflected in the post-audit report for personnel, I needed to be checked with those wage increases to make sure what your new personnel numbers are, to make sure they're covered in the 24 budget so you guys can be paid. And how much retirements, how much retirements and separations, if any, you had?
For this year, one.
One retirement. Any other separations?
We had 4, I think. Yeah, we had 4 separations.
Yeah, so look at the personnel and fringe numbers again, and then you could scrub them up and get them back so you can make sure we have the right numbers in 24. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So what we're going to ask of the DMV, based on Senator DeGraff's line of questioning, and we've been asking all of the departments and agencies to submit back to the committee an updated personnel listing, inclusive of your associated fringe benefits. And in your instance, we will need that by the respective fund, because you have 2 funds that, 2 additional funds outside of the general fund that you use to support your budget. I believe the license plate fund, you have salaries against that, correct, Director?
Yes, Senator.
All
But
right.
for 2024, there won't be any salaries against the personalized license plate fund. We removed all the salaries over to the general fund and or the BMV fund. So there will be no salaries in the personalized license plate fund for 24.
So all the salaries will be on the
The BMV fund and the general fund.
Okay, so then I have to ask this question, because I see that you have $875,000, $875,874 under the license plate fund. So what is that large transaction under supplies for?
Which page are you looking at, Senator? 4?
I'm looking at the page 3 of the post-audit report. So the DMV fund for the personalized license plate fund, and my apologies, is slated to receive an additional $2,012,000, and then there's another $976,349 under that fund, based on the post-audit report, if I am reading this correctly.
Correct. Yeah.
That is for small tools and mine equipments for the coming year, and also is for operating supplies for the purchase of the license plates.
Okay, so we have new license plates. That's basically what it is. That's what you're saying? Because we have
Yes.
new license plates. So last fiscal year, another category, there was 402,000, which is this fiscal year, right? So the implementation of the new license plates started when?
It started in February of this year.
So it started in February. So that's the first quarter of fiscal year 2023. Okay, October, November, December. And then it started in the actual middle of the second quarter of FY23. So you're saying that you're going to need an additional $875,000 to complete this project in FY24? Because you would have, because September would end the amount for FY23, and then you'll have just 3 more months. You'll have 3 months to take you out to the end of the fiscal year. So you have 6 months. That's what it is, 6 more months for the implementation because you have to begin, no, it ain't 6, it's 5 months, 4 months. 3 months in the end of the year, and then another month in the beginning of January to cover all of your new license plates based on your implementation. That's what I'm seeing here based on what you just shared. February would be, so you have January of 2024, the year itself, 2024, and then the balance of this year will take you out to October, November, December. So that's 4 more months of implementation. And you're asking for 875, when in fact your implementation for FY23 was only 402,052. So that number, we need to understand why your supplies category has increased by $473,000.
This is 24, this is 23. This is 23, 2024.
Okay.
All right, Senator, I'm going to get the information from Ms. Lloyd.
Yeah, we have to be clear on that. That is very unclear. It seems off. And then what was there's a fund that you used to collect for license plates, historic. What was the name of that fund?
It was the Centennial Fund. That's now the Emancipation Fund. But just for the to help to pay for the plates.
Yeah, which is a commemoration fund. So, how much money did you collect in that fund this fiscal year?
For this fiscal year, as of July 25th, actually, we collected $472,097. 97.
Okay,
472.97.
Okay. And that money sits in that account, correct, Director?
Yes, we use it so that we could have monies available to purchase more plates.
So then, what is 875 for? That's where my confusion is coming in.
Yeah, no, the 875 is a combination of different supplies. It's not just plates. I'm just I have Miss Lloyd look for it for me.
Okay, so what you're going to do is send that back to the committee so we could be clear what you are doing with this $875,000. Okay? Senator Carrion? Or, I'm sorry, Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And good day, Mrs. McIntosh. How are you and your team doing? I really want to first off, congratulate you and your team for your new move in the St. Thomas District into the facility at Tutu Park Mall. I haven't received any complaints from your team in St. Thomas District or any of your customers. I went there myself and it was a very wonderful experience. I want to question you and relative on your capital projects. I'm seeing that you have, $60,000 that is being recommended for this year for your capital projects. What does that entail?
That's for St. John improvement, office improvement on St. John.
Okay. And then I'm looking at other services and charges. That has increased by 75%. In 2023, and I'm looking at the post-audit report, page 4 of 12, it was actually $558,000, And now we're looking at, for fiscal year 2024, we're looking at $976,349. What are the expenditures that you are anticipating making, a breakdown for that $976,349?
For professional services, it's $191,584, and that includes our annual contract, maintenance contract for our software, the software that we use to provide licenses and vehicle services.
Okay.
And then $80,000 for communication. Basically, that's for our phone service, to include internet and long distance. Travel of $25,000. Transportation, not travel, because for our freight, we have to break it out from the regular services, is $40,000. Sorry, let me do this. Transportation, not travel, right? Which is like freight,
1
etc.,
minute.
is $80,000. Advertising and promotion for $40,000. We have a very high $200,000 printing and binding. And in my presentation, I spoke about trying to decrease that cost.
Okay, so
by
I
getting,
want, yes, and that was the one that was really alarming to me, because I'm looking to find out what exactly are you printing and binding at the Bureau. I noted, I believe I saw in your
30 seconds.
testimony, you want to go paperless more. And so why, if that is your objective, are you now still including this high amount, $200,000 for the printing and the binding?
So when the budget was prepared back in March, we had not addressed that through the grant. Yeah, we didn't apply for it as yet. So we put it in there. If we get it, then fine, we don't have to use it, but it's our hope that we'll be able to get it.
Okay, so, and that would help you go further paperless.
Time.
Yes.
Madam Chair, may I just wrap up? I want to go to the historical commemorative fund. I worked with you to appropriate some monies. And how much to that fund from the personalized license plate? How much do you charge? How much is the cost for a personalized license plate to be produced?
$49.
$49.
So we call it's called personalized license plate, but that's what the fund is called, but it's actually plates.
Okay.
Period.
So any
It's
plates
$49.
and that's for one plate or two plates? Because we put on two plates.
That's for two.
That's $49 for each pair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So I found Act 6761, and that's the act that actually established the Bureau of Motor Vehicle. And it says, notwithstanding any other law to the contrary, the fund that we speak about, which is a BMV fund, shall consist of all monies received as fees collected by the Bureau of Motor Vehicle under the provisions of Title 20, Chapter 39, and any sum appropriated thereto by the legislature. Monies deposited into the fund shall be disbursed annually as follows. Upon the certification of the Director of Motor Vehicle, the Commissioner of Finance shall disperse the greater of 10% of the fund, or $1 million, for the purchasing of supplies, equipment, personnel services, etc. So it appears to me, based on this fund balance report that I'm seeing from the Department of Finance, that the Bureau of Motor Vehicle is placing the funds in the general fund, not placing the funds in the Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund, and then the Commissioner of Finance then should be transferring that fund over to the general fund. That's the only way we are going to be able to see what is actually truly collected from a revenue perspective. And then what we do from the legislative side, we appropriate the $1 million, upwards of the $1 million, to the Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund. But those funds that you're collecting are supposed to go in that fund. Then they transfer them into the general fund. So I'm going to ask that you look at Act number 6761, the creation of the Bureau of Motor Vehicle, and then there are some sections, some other pieces of the code, which is Title 20, Chapter 39, that you also have to look at, but that's not being done the right way. And we
Senator, if I may,
yes.
We actually had that discussion and would have been exercised before the end of the year. What we have found, because we had that same concern, especially with the personalized license plate fund. So what we have found is that as the legislation was created and identifying fund monies to go to different funds is conflicting with this fund. So there's a legislation that says X amount of fees collected, $2 should go to the post fund, although it's already said that everything should go to the BMB fund. So there's a few of that's happening. So we are reviewing that so we could shed a better light on exactly how we should be handling the funds.
Yes, because this is everything's supposed to go into this fund and then transfer it into all of those other ancillary matters that were created after. But this fund, the Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund, is the parent. And then all of those other pieces of legislation are the subsidiaries. So you would then move those items, move those funds out of, and that's not your job, that is the Department of Finance's job, to now follow the law and move the 2% out and put it over into the wherever else it needs to be going. But you are not, because we are not seeing what you're actually collecting. We are excited about your $10 million or $9 million collection, but we can't really see it in the fund. All we've seen in this fund is the $1 million that's appropriated. So those monies are not being properly placed. So we're going to have the discussion with the Department of Finance, because it's like way too much of this. It's too much of it. And we have to get our accounts in a better place. It's not, what we're doing does not help us to make informed decisions. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the team for BNV, and thank you for being here and presenting this report justifying your budget this afternoon. Just have a few questions, Director. Let me start by asking in regards to federal grants that your division has. Can you kindly share how many and what are the status on those?
To date, we only have one active federal grant, sort of. And I say active sort of because the funds have already been either expended or obligated. And that's for the cybersecurity assessment and purchase of new equipment, payment for the upgrade, the security upgrade that was done. So that one is the active one that we have.
Okay. And I read from your testimony that you're seeking to get some other grants, I think, through highway safety.
From the Office of Highway Safety, yes.
That will be for FY24?
Yes, the proposals were already approved, but because we're at the end of the fiscal year, I was notified just last week by the Director O'Neill, that's Daphne O'Neill, that those programs that we requested money for would definitely be in 24, in the 24 budget.
And what is that purpose for, and do you know the amount?
The purpose of one is for insurance integration, meaning that if you cancel your insurance, if you're allowed to cancel your insurance, whatever the reason, or if you just didn't have insurance, your insurance lapsed and you didn't go back to pay, we wouldn't know. We would know a month or two down the road when it's sent to us by paper. So it's very difficult for us to track. So that would tie our database in with the insurance provider, so we would know real time exactly what's going on.
Any administrative percentage you could, okay.
Yes, there's an administrative percentage. We have to hire someone.
Personnel coverage also, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the other grant is the long-awaited point system grant. We've started that. We have the infrastructure for that already in place. but we need to do some more connectivity, and there's some training, and there's some stuff that needs to happen. So we are going to have some funds to do that as well.
And then I saw in previous fiscal years, you had budgeted overtime. I'm not seeing it in the post-audit report this year. Is that accurate?
Our overtime budget in previous years is real tiny.
Yeah, it's been a small amount.
Very
yeah.
small. So what happens is if and when we need to do to pay for overtime, it's usually at the end of the fiscal year when we have to clean stuff up and we may have had savings. So that's how we normally will cover it.
You would request that to be
Yes.
redirected and
Yes,
to be
sir.
able to use for overtime.
Yeah.
Very well.
1 minute.
Within the budget, I saw here an area for supplies. Can you provide actual? So I'm in the post audit report, page 4, exhibit 3, under supplies. Well, this is out of May 31st. Do you have any
Yeah.
actuals in that area?
Yes, we have an updated figure.
Okay.
He's referring to that.
30 seconds.
Is the expenditure supplies expenditure correct?
Yes.
As of August 9th, for supplies, it's a total of $351,258.
Very well. And then your transportation, I see, has increased from previous years. It was around 27,000. And other services in charge, and you're requesting 80,000 for FY24.
Time.
Yeah, because the freight has to be budgeted separately from the item. So, we ship a lot of plates in and stuff, so the freight is different. So that's why it has to go in that category, transportation, not travel.
Okay. Okay, very well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much. My point of information was based on the line of questioning with the director and salary. You said that there is an increase, but in the post-audit, your salary still reflects 102 and your assistant director. So what is the new salary?
The new salary is 125 that came out after because this was March.
Okay.
So we did it after, yeah.
And did your assistant director get an increase?
Yes,
And what the
I think
increase
she's 85 now, some 75 to 85, yeah, 85, yeah.
85. I thought I saw 82 in the post. I saw only
No.
at 3,000.
85, she's 85.
That's the new salary.
Yes, that's a new salary.
What was the old salary
The old?
for the assistant director?
79 something, I think.
That's
It
not
was
right.
75.
75, well, 74, a little bit, 75,000.
I saw 80. I quite sure I saw 82.
No, maybe that been the assistant director.
Yeah, the assistant director. That's what I
Oh,
said.
I thought you said the deputy director. The
No.
assistant director, yes.
So what the assistant director salary?
95.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you,
go ahead.
Senator Carrion. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony. I'm Director McIntosh.
Good afternoon,
And
Senator.
so, I didn't anything that I've asked, anything that I asked you that was already asked and answered. Please just indicate that because I just stepped back in from a ceremony that I attended over at the National Guard. So in the essence of time, we could just move forward. I wanted to ask you about your key performance indicators. Of course, first of all, were you able to submit those to the to OMB, and how have the KPIs worked for your agency?
For this fiscal year, we have we have 7 KPIs. Out of the 7 KPIs, we have so far met the goal for 3 firmly. 1 will be met this July, and 2, we have 2 that I call it wavering, simply because the 2 that are troubling, it's because of, we've identified that online registration is one of them, and the amount of person that's using online registration for services has reduced over the previous fiscal year, simply because now that we have the emancipation plates and people have to come in to pick up the plates, they have to come in anyway, so they just come in. They're not really. So we hopefully that will turn around once this whole emancipation plate cycle has ended.
So you recognize that there is a justification for the shift?
Yes, for the
as
shift,
a result of
yes.
that. Tommy, in terms of your revenues, and I see here that you're one of the major revenue contributor to our government funding, and I see you had, I think it was 9 million. You average about 9 million in FY 2022, and in 2023 you're on target to collect about $10 million.
Yes, sir.
And then you're proposing the same for FY 24 in terms of revenues?
For 24, about the same, yes.
About the same.
Mhm.
So no increase on that as a result of the plates or anything like that?
Well, it would be steady because the plate started late, right? It didn't start, it wouldn't be a full cycle. So it would be just about the same.
And in terms of your revenues, how is it collected? Online payments, and as well as in-person payments?
Online and in person, yes, Senator.
What about mail-ins? Are you allowed? How are you doing on mail-ins?
We allow it, but persons just don't do it. Online is really fast. You know, you get it back within the next day. And the service, the in-person service is great. It's excellent. So people just come in, 15 minutes, they're gone. So, yeah.
Do you do telechecks down there?
Yes, we do. We definitely do telechecks.
How is that working?
It works. It's working great.
Is minimize the amount of bunks or return checks coming to the agency?
Significantly.
Very well.
1 minute.
What does digital transformation look like for the Bureau at this time?
At this time, I'm going to pass over to Ms. Smith, right, who's the IT lady. However, our plan is to perfect what's going on right now because we have a lot going on, right? So we are trying to perfect what we have going on, fix all the bumps and the bruises. And the next plan is to have like the digital driver's license, digital titling.
30 seconds.
We're going to be trying to implement a dealer module. A dealers could actually do work from the office. That's where we are.
So that satisfied me. In terms of commercial driver's license, CDLs, have there been any movement in regards to you being able to conduct CDLs in this territory?
Well, we have a lot of conversation, right? Recognizing the fact that CDLs in the territory are not recognized nationwide because we're not part of.
You may conclude. Go ahead.
Okay. The commercial driver's license is not, we are not part of the commercial driver's license national system. We were never written into the federal legislation. Kind of odd because they wrote us in for enforcement, but we're not allowed CDL. So that's that's a Washington conversation that's been going on through the office of the governor, right? However, it behooves us to start so that when we actually, if we have to ask another state for reciprocity, which we can, once we have our CDL, we can ask another state for reciprocity by state, right? And so you can only drive in that state. And so that's where we're at with the conversation, trying to figure out what the structure should be to issue the driver's license with the understanding from the persons who come to do the CDL that this is what it's going to be. If we can't get reciprocity in another state, then it's only good for the Virgin Islands, and it's not a cheap venture. But we are pursuing it.
Madam Chair, I have 2 other questions, if you allow it.
You may proceed, Senator.
Real ID. Where are we with the Real ID? I know that it's still not recognizable as other locations as well nationwide. Have we been able to make any inroads in our Real ID being recognizable?
No. We think we have. It's so ironic, but some of our, apparently the company who is working with the Homeland Security to ensure that all real IDs are in the system, we had a meeting with them. And they kind of sort of assured us, I'm not buying that because they said in the next 3 months, right, that they're going to be done. So what we have to do, we send them like different samples of all our licenses so that they could process them in the system to make sure the system can recognize any variation. Because what he was telling us, a period might be a variation. When you print, if the printer go 1 little millimeter on or off, might be a variation. So they have to basically train the system to identify anything about our licenses. So that's where we are, waiting for them to be true to their word. and hopefully we'll get this matter behind us. We brought up the fact too of the manner in which we are treated at the airports, because the system that they're using at the airport, Senator, is not the system that Homeland Security have assured us that should be used. They're supposed to get a supervisor, right, or look in that trusty book that everybody used years ago, and that's not what they're doing. So we brought that up as well. And the Homeland Security person said that they were going to take it to the airport supervisors to make sure that they understand that we're not the only ones. They just finished Virginia, and Puerto Rico is not in the system. So we're all having the same issue.
Very well. And have you gotten a chance to explain in regards to how are you moving forward with the concerns that have been raised about the facilities, the buildings here in St. Croix? Have you gotten a chance to put that on record, and how so we don't again minimize the revenues coming into the coffers of the government of the Virgin Islands?
Well, yes, I did raise it when I did my testimony, but we have devised a plan where some employees who can work from home, they could telework because of their assignments. All assignments cannot work from home. So we have those employees, like 4 or 5, that can work from home, and they have agreed to do so. And the other employees are relocated in the one trailer that is habitable. And then we have 2 employees that we are going to relocate someplace else just to take the cash.
Very well. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much for the leniency, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So just a follow-up to that question with regards to the displacement of those employees. I heard you speak about the trailer that's there now, so some employees will be there, and then you have 2 employees that will be collecting cash, will be in another location, and then you have employees working from home. How does the employees that are collecting cash being in another location impact what's happening in that other trailer that you're using now?
Well, okay, so there's going to be a drop-off, right? The customers will have to drop their work off, the transactions off like we did during COVID. And once it's processed, we'll give them a call or send a text to let them know that it's ready and where the location is. We are hoping, though, Senator, that the location is at the facility, because we made a contact, a matter of fact, on our way up here to try to get a modular office, a small office, right in the yard of the current trailer that we are using, so that we'll be all in one area. So that's what we're working on.
That was my next question. Are you looking to relocate so you can have a appropriately functioning office? Because I mean, it really it don't brief well this year that we're in, this century that we're in, that we still having these types of issues. We know that we are impacted by the storms, but I believe what's more prudent is that we find some place for these employees to be housed, and so that the services can be provided in an efficient way, and folks who are coming to conduct business, if you will, they're not frustrated. The last thing we want to do is create frustration for the employees and the customers as well. So is there any discussion around actually finding a home, a temporary home for these employees while for BMV in St. Croix, while you are trying to address the issues of the rebuild, etc.?
Yes, Senator. We completed some walkthroughs yesterday and the day before. So based on what we have seen, we looked at 3 different locations. So what we have seen, we're going to make the recommendation to the Division of Property and Procurement, Department of Property and Procurement, as a matter of fact, when I leave here, so that they could continue the negotiation, and the Office of Management and Budget will be notified as well, so we could identify the funding. So that's the plan.
All right. Well, I hope that we resolve it sooner than later, because you want to make sure that your employees and the citizens who are doing business are able to conduct business in a non-frustrating way. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I happened to take a visit to the facility and don't appreciate what I saw. So I definitely hope that we could expedite the working condition for the employees. when you talk about production being improved to the extent that people don't have to be there for hours, it says that the employees are coming and doing their job. And we have to look out for them to make sure that their working condition and environment is better than what I saw. So I sure do hope we do that. I feel a little bad. When I say I feel a little bad, I got my driver's license in 2019, my real ID, and it's going to expire in 2024. And I have yet to been able to utilize this real ID. So that's like kind of, I got defrauded. Really, I paid for something I haven't used. And not just me, but member of this, territory. And when you talk about the money that you raise, it's good to hear the raising of funds. But this is no good to me when I travel. I have never been able to utilize it. I've tried, and I still have to wind up going for my passport. So what's the cost for the real ID?
$55.
$55?
Yes.
And what's the cost for a regular ID license?
$55.
I didn't pay $55.
For the regular, yes, you did.
Not for the regular, for the real ID.
You didn't?
No.
What did you pay?
I paid $100 for this thing back in 2019.
No way. Yeah, oh, you paid somebody.
Hello?
No. That we never charge.
I'm gonna look for my receipt.
Please do, because we owe you some money. If that's the case, that's not true. No, we don't charge $55.
I ain't paying no $55.
One second, please. 1 second, please. The reporter is having a difficult time. We only could speak one person at a time, please. Thank you.
But I'm paying for something that I can't use. Actually can't. So I hope that we could correct this measure. Now, I want to go back to something that I kind of have information of. Back in the last administration, there was $3 million awarded for St. Croix DMV, $3 million for St. Thomas DMV, and a Geradian group was awarded the contract to do some drafting. Do you have any knowledge about this?
Yes, Senator. $3 million was awarded in this administration. When I came in, St. Croix office was awarded $99,000 only for supplies. There was no money to rebuild. So we went back to the table and begged and pleaded, and they only gave us $500,000. They didn't increase it because what?
1 minute.
FEMA said that the trailer, there was nothing wrong with the facility, that BMV abandoned the facility prematurely, and that they wasn't going to give us any more money. So we went to arbitration, we get $500. And St. Thomas was a little bit over $190,000. We went back to the table and got $3 million for St. Thomas. That's what happened.
So what about the $3 million that I asked about from the last administration? Do you have any
30
knowledge?
seconds.
I don't know of any $3 million in the BMV. If it exists, FEMA never told me anything about it, but I know I got $3 million.
It wasn't FEMA money.
Oh, okay, I don't know.
It was $3 million that was awarded to DMV by the last administration. Governor Mapp and Geradian Group was awarded the contract for drawing. So I'm trying to figure out what took place with that, if you have any knowledge about it whatsoever.
No, sir.
What type of collaboration you have with Taxi Cab Commission right now as we speak?
As I speak, we continue to do, well, with the agency in particular, we normally, if they need assistance to do anything, they will call us. If they need an update, if they need to find a document or something that pertains to a taxi, but that's basically the extent of our collaboration.
Madam Chair, I have two simple questions I'd like to complete. May I?
Senator Johnson, please move on with your questions. We have to wrap up. We're having a difficult time on this end.
The Alarmco security monitoring, how long has this contract been expired, and what's the status, and how long would you be putting back a contract with them?
With Alarmco?
Yeah.
We have a contract with Alarmco.
Not based on the post that they say it was expired.
Oh, no, yeah, because well, Ms. Lloyd is reminding me that it's in property and procurement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and your exterminating contract with saying SDX, when did it expire, and what's the situation based on the condition of your trailers?
So the exterminating contract is through the government's major supply contract, they call it. So we have to wait for them, whomever they negotiate with, and we are part of that, and that's pending as well.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. This senator that spoke before asked a question with regards to I think the trailers, or you responded with regards to the trailers. Are we eligible to receive, I think you spoke about renegotiating with FEMA, but now that the floor has fallen out, is there any discussion with FEMA with regards to these particular trailers?
No, Senator.
Why not?
I'm not saying it's not going to happen. We probably could. I happen to know that there is a clause, because we are going through that with the St. Thomas facility, that they probably could assist in paying for some of our rental costs. But as far as the trailers is concerned, and to help us to fix them again, we have not done so yet.
Okay, well, I suggest that you do that, and as well as with regards to if you need to, well, you do have to, so it's not if you need to. If there is associated rental costs because of what's happening in the District of St. Croix, then FEMA needs to be approached with regards to covering the costs of the rentals. So I strongly suggest that you approach it from that angle as well, because you did share that you were looking to have a conversation with the OMB director, but this requires also a discussion with FEMA. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Director McIntosh and your team.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I didn't even want to talk about the trailers today because I know this is a budget meeting, but I think since I know myself, the BMV has been utilizing trailers. When are we going to stop using trailers and have a home where you don't have all the challenges that you face today? Please tell me that there's some hope at the end of the road that you are working on getting a home for BMV, that you don't have these challenges.
Senator, our goal after these conversations with Property and Procurement and the Office of Management and Budget, we will have a permanent home within the next, it took us 6 months to build out St. Thomas, and that's a small office. This one is bigger, so hopefully before the middle of next year, we shall have a permanent home.
Oh, that sounds great. The Real ID, has the Department of Homeland Security inspected for the Real ID compliance?
Yes, we actually got it in writing. That we
you got it in writing?
Yes, ma'am.
Through the chair, can you share that with us, please?
Of course.
Has the Department of Homeland Security recertified the territory?
I'm not sure if that's such a thing, if there's such a thing. I mean, every month we have to send them a report.
Okay.
And they've never said that they're coming to recertify.
Does the BMV receive any federal funding for staying in compliance?
No, Senator, no, I don't think it exists.
There's no cost?
No.
Okay. I wanted to ask, based on the post auditors, I always like to look out for those who are in the trenches doing all the work. And those salaries for the customer service representative starts at $30,000. Are there any negotiations going on presently to increase their salaries?
Based on the last increase to the master's contract, they did get an increase. So that's a start. You mean starting from 30,000 higher? No, it's based on the union pay scale.
So they start at 30.
They start at 30.
But when the unions negotiate, they get their increases.
Right. So they're slated they got an increase this year, and they're slated for one next year and the following year.
So you don't have like a customer service rep?
1 minute.
1, 2, 3.
No.
Okay. maintenance, you have I can't remember what the amount is, but what are you maintaining at these trailers? Because
We're
based on
maintaining,
the pictures,
with a trailer, give me the trailer thing. We are maintaining floors, right? We are maintaining air condition.
30 seconds.
We are maintaining floors and air condition. That's our big thing at the
Ceiling.
There are floors, air condition, ceiling, mold remediation, industrial hygienic cleaning. That's what we're doing constantly, yeah.
well, Ms. McIntosh, I am just so happy that I actually went to the BMV this morning. I got a call and I went there before I went to a funeral, and some of the pictures that was shared with me, it was just unbelievable. So I am so glad to hear today that you found a resolution to relocate those employees to a cleaner, safer environment that they can work from, and found a solution. So I look forward to, big improvements other than the Real ID. And I'm going to tell you also, it is such an easy process to go online and register your car. I have to give kudos to that. When departments are doing good, I want to say you're doing good, but just make sure that your people on the front line, that they are in a safe and clean working environment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator, and you can also do your driver's license online as well. Your renewal, you could do that online as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. And I too have to echo similar sentiments about what's happening in this district with the facility that's out in the mall. We've seen significant improvement. There is still more to go, but I have to give kudos to the director on her leadership with what we're seeing with the Bureau of Motor Vehicle. Senator Blyden, you had a point of information, and then we're going to go to Senator Francis Heiliger.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Director McIntosh, how long does it take to process tickets in your system to be processed? How long does it take?
Tickets?
Yeah, tickets.
Citation?
Yes.
We don't process citations, Senator. Citations are processed to the court. Once we determine that there's a citation, which we can because we are linked to the court system, then the customer is either directed, if they want to pay, they could pay right there on their phone, or if they're disputing the citation, they go to the Attorney General's office.
The ones that
but it's paid at
the ones that not disputed DMV.
They have to go to the court. Sorry, Senator. They have to go to the court, or they can pay on their phone.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So, for clear clarification, because there seemed to be some misunderstanding, when a individual is issued a ticket, if they're disputing the ticket, they take the matter to the court, correct, Director?
No, Senator, they take the matter to the Attorney General's office because the AG is the one who filed the ticket. So
Okay,
they have to
got
let the AG know it was wrong or it wasn't theirs.
So they dispute it with the Attorney General's office, but the matter is taken up, the matter is taken up in the court with a court date if you want to fight a ticket.
Yes, Senator.
And then if you decide that you recognize that you were wrong, I know back in it, there was a point where you had to go up to the court here in St. Thomas and then bring documentation to the Bureau of Motor Vehicle to show that you paid for your ticket. Since then, I believe that what you're saying is you can actually make that payment to the Bureau of Motor Vehicle when you register your vehicle, or you can pay it online you could pay it online, correct?
Yes, you can't. Yes, you cannot pay through the Motor Vehicle Bureau. You can, if you have a smartphone or if you have a computer, you could actually stand there and pay, and we will see it right away. You don't have to bring us back a receipt.
So I can't be registering my vehicle and pay it to you. That's what you're saying.
No, you can't do that. You pay to the court, and then we will see the transaction completed, and then you register your vehicle with us. It's two
Understood.
different systems.
So we're clear. All right, thank you. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon again to the testifiers, to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. The accuracy of what she was sharing, because I recall when I was attempting to register my vehicle, I had a ticket and I had to go up to the courthouse to pay for it in order to finish the registration process. So I do recall and I do understand what you're saying. What kind of upgrades when it comes to technology do you think or foresee for the future of the DMV that you potentially might need in order to better service the people of the territory?
We spoke in the office. We spoke about the dealers, to give them the opportunity to be able to process their own titles and transactions using the BMV system. It's a little complex, but we think we can get that done. That's one thing we are attempting to do.
To look into?
We talked about Excuse me?
To look into potentially getting that done.
Yes.
Okay.
We talked about the insurance. That's a big thing for us too. Hooking up with the insurance providers so that when someone doesn't have insurance, that we will know real time, and the officers will be able to tell real time that you're uninsured to get you off the roadway, because that is a very serious problem. That's another thing. And then e-titling. E-titling is a move across the nation, where instead of us printing an actual piece of paper, like we are saying now, paper is costing us a lot of money, we would authenticate a title where you'll be able to access it electronically. So those are three other things that we thought that we could do a little, in the near future.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I want to also ask in regards to your website maintenance, because it seems like a lot of your work is now transitioned when it comes to registration over to the online location. How is that working out from a maintenance standpoint? How is the budget aspect of that to make sure that website is maintained and stays intact?
Our website is hosted by the Bureau of Information Technology.
Okay.
And the upgrades and the information that is uploaded or downloaded on the website is done through the Office of Information Technology, which is Ms. Smith. She's IT manager, systems administrator. So that's how it's actually currently being done. The online portion of our website is actually maintained and managed by our vendor, Omni Systems. That's a vendor who does our registration and driver's license. So they do that portion of it via our website. And then we recently added a contact center where you can actually hit contact and speak to someone either live or a virtual agent. That's also through the Bureau of Information Technology. They maintain that portion as well.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Challenges, if you had to pinpoint one specific challenge that could be fixed or improved upon with additional funding, or even if it's a policy or something you have to do internally, what specifically would you believe that could be to help improve the DMV?
I would say our quicker reconciliation process, and we spoke about that earlier. We actually have a manual spreadsheet that we keep track of all of our revenues to ensure that we are capturing everything and it matches with the ERP. And as Ms. Lloyd said previously, we are going through trying to figure out wherever the gaps are and for whatever the reason. So that's where we are with that right now. The other challenge would be what we are facing right now is our facility.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I hope that the DMV continues on the process, because I will say that I have noticed some improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. We are about to wrap up. Let me just ask you to provide us with a breakdown of the use of the $1 million in FY 2023 and your proposed use of the $1 million under the Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund in FY 24. And likewise, we note that there is an increase in your license plate fund, and you basically shared what that was, but please provide us with a breakdown of what you expended in FY your 23 and your proposed expenditures to the end of this fiscal year and what you're proposing for FY 24, but because there is only 4 months of the new license plates that will be left in the new fiscal year. So we are concerned about the fact that that account has been increased by some $400,000, $470, almost $500,000. So we need to get clear clarification on what that what that actually is, what that means for the budget. Okay, so we will get the information from the Department of Finance regarding the fund balances. And again, we're going to urge you to review Act 6761 because based on how the act is written, the fund should go into that account and then transferred by the Department of Finance to the respective other funds. Basically, what's happening now, those funds are being placed, so posted is more like it, in the respective funds. That's the responsibility of the Department of Finance based on how the act, the legislation that created the motor vehicle. Okay? And it was amended at some point. So we have to look at that and make sure that we're doing that the right way. So we will consult with the Office of the Department of Finance to make sure that we get this right. And if we have any other additional questions, we will come back and ask them. There are a number of questions that we need to ask to get clear clarification on with regards to these funds, because the overall ask is some $6.1 million for DMV, with $3.1 million tied to the general fund proper. Okay?
Yes, Senator.
All right, so we're going to allow you a 30-second close, and then we're going to bid everyone farewell and bid everyone a good and happy weekend.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senators. On behalf of the team at BMV, we thank you for your support as we strive to provide excellent service to the community. We appreciate the opportunity to come before you today to discuss our progress to date and our plans for 2024. We do look forward to working with you in the upcoming years. And again, we thank you and have a great evening.
All right, and thank you and your team. I know that you had some challenges today, and hopefully in the future we will be able to have our meeting in a different setting so we could be a lot more productive. So whatever questions that we have to ask, we will follow up with you to get the answers so we can make an informed decision as we build the 2024 budget. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance meeting of, what's today? August 11th is hereby adjourned.